Sunny day. There is a ruined city in the desert. The sun shines brightly. A guy with white hair and bright purple eyes lies on the sand. His hands are shackled with large shackles. Clothes are tattered and blood is visible on the face, arms and legs. He wonders what this place is. Sweat runs down his face and his eyes widen. Suddenly the system tells him not to look at the sky. She says she warned the guy about the temperature being 60 degrees and that it was rising by 0.2 degrees every minute. A system error appears. The guy's shackled hands are visible. One of the sleeves of the white jacket has been torn off. Bloody skin is visible. The system asks if someone is frying meat. The guy slowly sits down on the ground. The system says the guy is almost ready. She suggests adding spices to make it even tastier. While the guy is breathing heavily while sitting on the ground, the system notices that there is already a scab on his back. The clothes on the guy's back are torn. Traces of blood are visible on the white jacket. The skin on the back is red and raw. The system asks if the guy can hear her. He looks at the place, wondering how he ended up here. Sweat runs down his face profusely. The system asks the guy not to think about everything at once, complaining about the large amount of data to analyze. Instead, she asks why doesn't the guy save up money and buy her a new processor or card. The guy sits against the backdrop of destroyed buildings, thinking about time travel. Some houses have sunk under the sand. There are various pieces of debris everywhere. The guy looks in one direction. There you can see a building without windows or doors. The second floor is completely destroyed. The system voice says that this is a public toilet that is over 700 years old. He says it's rare to find a place with a 3.5-star danger rating. The system window shows a blue snake-like creature with an orange pattern on its body. There are many blue eyes on his back, looking in different directions. Paws similar to those of a frog are visible. The system window designates the creature as a medium mutation fallen. The system voice notes that although the toilets no longer work, the fallen of average mutation are always welcome to guests. The guy wonders about the average mutation rate, the fallen, and the danger rating. He wonders if there are any creatures hiding in this toilet. The system voice remarks that he likes a different road. Among the destroyed buildings, only sand is visible and nothing else. The system voice notes that for 100 kilometers there is not a single source of water, and that the guy will collapse from dehydration halfway there. The system voice says that this is an updated version of the famous trisomy, and that the guy has no right to refuse. In the background, a vulture with red eyes gnaws at a human skull. The system notices that there is generally a jackpot in that direction. Two fallen ones are hiding just 16 meters away from them. He sarcastically advises using the legendary tackle, and the fact that the fallen will rejoice at the sudden lunch. While the guy is looking around, he realizes that he is receiving information about everything that his gaze falls on. He thinks it's some kind of blessing for time travelers. The guy looks around, thinking that since these three directions are too dangerous, there is only one left. The system voice notes that this is correct and there is water in this direction. He says that if among three answers there is only one short one, then you need to choose it. A guy with chained hands leans on the ground heated by the sun. The system voice demands and asks the guy to pay attention to him already. However, not paying attention to the voice, the guy gets up from the ground. The system says that the situation is that 5 girls are injured and can no longer use traditional skills. The guy looks at his hands in shackles. His palms are stained with blood, and an incomprehensible inscription is displayed on the shackles themselves. He asks if he has become a criminal in this life. However, the system notices that they look strange. At first glance, these are shackles, but in fact, people have long stopped believing in this because the aristocrats of the 4th floor turned the shackles into a means of spying on slaves. The system says that it is better not to try to remove them now. It's better to find shelter, otherwise the guy will simply burn in the sun. A guy with white hair walks along the road. There is nothing visible in the background except a stop sign in the sand. The guy thinks about surveillance and the nobility. He thinks that he has found himself in a very strange world, and even an emergency situation. He thinks that a person can survive for an hour at a temperature of 71 degrees and 49 minutes at a temperature of 82 degrees. The guy realizes that he doesn't have much time and he can only hope that there really is a source of water on the road he took. Suddenly he stops. Around his neck hangs a collar with a chain and an obscure symbol attached. The guy's skin is covered in wounds. He looks up. His face is sweaty due to the heat. He thinks he is being followed. The guy stops and looks up. In a large hall, 3 people are looking at a TV, which shows a guy with white hair. 2 men are sitting on the couch. They complain about the deception and ask why the guy is still alive. A man with blue hair and a mask on his face frowns with displeasure. He says the guy has been holding on for more than 10 minutes. A woman in a red dress and a white mask asks if the guy really came through the blue door. She says aren't the blue zones the hottest, and wonders why the guy looks so cheerful. A woman with pink hair and a green mask on her face is watching a guy on TV. She thinks about how she wants to see how the fallen eat people and where all the monsters are. Under her mask you can see a yellow eye, and she thinks with anger that the presenter could not have pushed the gifted one pretending to be a slave. She looks at the TV, where a guy with white hair is walking along the road. She says displeasedly that he seems absolutely calm. The guy walks, counting his steps. He thinks that people living in the tower and outside it are dangerous, and it is simply impossible to survive. The guy frowns, closes his eyes, and tries to think. He thinks about the fact that no one has lived here for 700 years, about the temperature of 60 degrees, surveillance devices, the tower, the average degree of mutation, the unfavorable environment, the aristocracy of the 4th floor. He thinks about the fallen monsters outside the tower, about the nobility of the 4th floor, and about the fact that the tower has a clear hierarchy. The higher the level, the higher the status. He continues to count his steps and thinks about how the shackles keep a record of how people survive outside the tower. He understands that this is a gamble for survival. The guy quickens his pace, thinking that this is interesting. He looks around the city. The sun shines brightly. There are cracks in the road through which blades of grass emerge. Tall, destroyed city buildings are visible in the background. 300 seconds, 50 minutes, the temperature seems to have risen to 70 degrees. The guy thinks that he needs to find some kind of shadow within a quarter of an hour, otherwise his effectiveness will decrease significantly. The guy stops and notices something. He turns his head and sees a fire hydrant with water flowing out of it. The system says half the credits for finding the water should go to the voiceover. The system asks what the guy would do without its instructions. The system complains that the rules of survival outside the tower are outrageous and that at this temperature they could put more water points. The guy approaches the hydrant. He reaches out his shackled hand and touches the weak stream of water. The guy thinks the hydrant works great. He notices that it's 70 degrees outside and the water is freezing cold. The system says this means that the water underground has not yet had time to heat up. The guy turns around, walking away from the hydrant. He understands that in this case he can go down into the sewer and that the temperature there should be lower. The guy quickly walks along the road. He looks at the tall buildings and thinks that since there is a water supply, then the entrance must be somewhere nearby. The guy turns the corner of one of the buildings. On the ground he sees a dented sewer hatch. Drops of blood are visible on the ground nearby. The system reports that he has found a favorite haven for mice and cockroaches. She says that there is no need to fry under the blazing sun anymore. The guy pushes away a crumpled sewer hatch with his foot. He thinks this is just a temporary measure anyway. He understands that no matter how lucky he is, he will not be able to survive long in such conditions. The system says that the hero is fully aware of his position. A guy with shackled hands stands at the entrance to the sewer. The sewer hatch has been thrown aside. You can't see anything on the way down. The system says to go only forward. The guy thinks that the only way to leave the game is to find a way to return to the tower. The system asks what's funny about this. The guy with white hair smiles. He thinks that since they are betting on him, he must be a good boy in the new world. He realizes that the system did not mention whether the handcuffs could transmit sound, and he does not know what language is spoken here. The guy raises his hands with a smile, wanting to show that he is not going to play by their rules. He holds up 2 middle fingers and smiles. The system says it's terrible. Many people are watching the TV screen in a spacious hall. They shout about how arrogant this slave is. Someone asks if this is definitely not gifted. A man in a black suit and a white mask on his face throws a glass of wine. The glass breaks. The man shouts that it's just an actor and that it's all staged. A disgruntled man in a blue jacket runs up to him. A man screams that he wants the guy with white hair to die. He asks where the fallen are and asks to tear the guy to shreds. A girl with pink hair and a green mask on her face watches people from the balcony. She is standing talking to someone on the phone. Some people say it's even funny. Someone says that he did not think that his bet would work, and says that the guy has lived for quite a long time. A girl listens to someone on the phone talking about how they guarantee the guy's death. They call the guy a commodity and say that he is absolutely one of the low-level beggars. The man on the phone assures the girl that he absolutely has no talent. The girl tells the man on the phone that she hopes she doesn't need to be told what to do. Suburb, huge brick mansion. An old butler in white gloves hangs up the landline phone. He stands near the table with the phone. The butler exhales. He wipes his sweaty face with a white handkerchief. Butler says that the target is in the blue zone. He asks the man in the shadow to pretend to be fallen and dispose of the goods. The old butler turns to the man in the shadows. He says that guests should not suspect anything. The man in the shadow says it exactly. The butler looks at the man and asks what level of talent he has. The man says 755 steel general. The man's face is hidden under a knight's helmet. He wears silver knight armor with gold accents, and also a blue cloak. The knight says that his accompanying power is level 4, level 2. The butler turns away from the knight and says that this is not bad. He pointed his finger and said that the fallen in the blue zone are very strong. The butler tells the knight to control his emotions well. The butler leans on the table. He writes something down on a small piece of paper and says that if these monsters sense any negative emotions, they will immediately attack. The knight in the blue cloak kneels. He bows. The butler tells him to go to the crossing point. He says that the piece of paper contains the number of the area where the target is located. The butler's face is hidden in shadow. He warns the knight that even if he dies, the target must be taken with him to the grave. The knight in the blue cloak stands up. He turns around and walks down the red carpet. The knight says that he understands everything. Previous life. A child in a blue jacket, green eyes and brown hair sits on the ground, leaning against the wall of a building. He is surrounded by a crowd of 5 other children. One of the children in a red jacket is holding a brick in his hands. He screams about why the boy in the blue sweater didn't even blink an eye. The guy squeezes a brick in his hands and asks if he really doesn't feel pain at all. The boy in a blue jacket looks at them. The children scream that he is an insensitive demon. A guy with brown hair and a black suit looks at the coffin. On the top of the sign there are condolences written to the father. 2 people are talking about a guy. One says that the guy's father died, but he didn't shed a tear. He asks if the guy is human. They say that even a dog has more feelings. For some reason the guy is different from ordinary people. He looks at the coffin with a calm expression on his face. Administrative Department of Police Special Forces. Baiyu walks past a room where 2 police officers are sitting. He is holding a blue folder. One of the police officers says that a serial murder case that had no leads for 10 years was solved by Baiyu in a week. They say that this guy is good at catching criminals. The police notice that only a freak can understand a freak. Baiyu's face is expressionless while the policemen laugh. He passes by. One day, 4 police officers surrounded a criminal. It was raining. The police shouted to the criminal to drop his weapon and put his hands behind his head. The criminal was holding a gun. He shouted at the police to get out of the way. He fired the pistol. The bullet hit Baiyu in the chest. There was blood coming from his lips and chest. Baiyu's eyes widened. His face is wet from the rain. 2 policemen captured the criminal. They handcuffed him while he screamed and struggled. Baiyu's face fell into a puddle. Blood dripped from his lips. It mixed with water. Baiyu's gaze was lifeless. Baiyu splashed water on his face. He looked down. Drops dripped from her white hair. He was sitting in the sewer in front of the water. Baiyu looked into the water. In the water he saw himself with brown hair and green eyes. His gaze lingered. There he was again in the water with white hair and pink eyes. The system laughed and said that the face of the slave on the first floor of the tower deserved 9 points out of 10. Baiyu was sitting behind the stairs to the sewer. Light fell on his back. He sat in front of the water with his head down. Baiyu stood up with his head down. The system said that it wants to fence with Baiyu. Baiyu replies that he is not interested. Baiyu walks through a dark sewer along the water. He asks the system, since it arranges games, it should control everything. The system invites Baiyu to raise his hands and surrender in order to save his life and not be disgraced. Baiyu looks up. He looks deep into the sewer. The guy says that a guest is coming and he needs to be received properly. The system asks the guy if he is going to take risks again. Baiyu goes deep into the sewer. He asks the system if it will count if you pretend to be afraid. The system responds to Baiyu that he is just the one who is a little worried, and why does Baiyu put her in a difficult position. Baiyu stops. Footsteps are heard around the corner. Baiyu smiles. A knight in a blue cloak is walking through the sewer. The system exclaims that he has a steel general talent level of 755, accompanying force of the 4th stage of the 2nd level. She suggests that perhaps the knight is from the elite and his abilities are comparable to General Pan Feng. A knight in a blue cloak comes around the corner. He looks deep into the sewer. There is nothing. At the end there is only a grate. The system says that the knight will easily unscrew Baiyu's head. Baiyu does not think so. As the knight walks through the sewer, Baiyu realizes that, based on the sound, he is 10 meters away. He thinks that the sewer is winding and the knight cannot get close, so it will not be easy to kill him. Baiyu is standing near the sewer wall. He smiles and looks away. The system says that it doesn't care and that he will die anyway. The system says that the knight is very distrustful of Cao Cao's old ways. Bai Yu tells the knight that he has finally arrived. The knight in the blue cloak stops when he hears the voice. He looks around, but does not see Bai Yu. Bai Yu asks if this is the speed of a person with level 2 strength, and the talent of a steel general. The knight runs through the sewer towards Bai Yu's voice. Bai Yu smiles. He says that there is no need to be surprised and asks the knight if he is curious about how he knows about his abilities. The knight stops. He remains silent, listening to what Bai Yu says. Bai Yu asks if the knight thought that a low-level slave could last so long here. The knight clenches his hand into a fist. A knife emerges from the gold plate. Bai Yu laughs at the knight and says that he didn't think that this was an unusual assassination mission. The knight walks through the sewer. The fist is clenched. Bai Yu says it will be a lot of fun in the gambling house now. He says that many want him to die and so the boss sent a knight to deal with him. He asks the knight if he is sure that this is not part of their plan. Dark sewer. The only light coming out is from the grate at the end of the sewer. Bai Yu says he should have died outside the tower. But he didn't die. He also mocked everyone. He says that this is a good effect for the show. The knight stops. He looks ahead. Bai Yu says that the boss sent a knight to kill him and everyone is just waiting for the knight to tear Bai Yu apart. The knight looks away. Bai Yu comes around the corner. He looks at the knight with narrowed eyes. Bai Yu tells the knight that he will not tear him apart, but will remain here forever. Bai Yu comes out to the knight. The knight looks at Bai Yu. Bai Yu stops. He raises his shackled hands. The guy raises his index finger. He talks about stepping on the knight's corpse and continuing to taunt the aristocrats. At this time, the dealer will start a new game, and the players will become even crazier. 6 blue eyes with black pupils appear in the darkness. The knight takes a fighting stance. His cloak develops. He holds his blade at the ready. Bai Yu talks about whether the knight is ready to accept the last gift. A huge long blue creature can be seen above Bai Yu's head. There are many eyes on his back. Bai Yu stands with his hands raised and his finger pointed at the creature. The creature opens its mouth. His mouth contains many sharp teeth. Bai Yu lowers his hands, pointing his finger at the knight. The creature opens its mouth even wider. In his mouth is a large blue eye and a bunch of sharp fangs. Bai Yu points to the knight. He smiles. Bai Yu's hair covers his one eye. The creature rushes past Bai Yu. He stands calmly. It grabs the knight into its mouth. The knight did not expect this. Bai Yu smiles looking at the knight. The knight shouts for the creature to stop. It kills the knight, blood visible on the creature's blue skin. Bai Yu watches as the creature drags the knight underwater. The system praises Bai Yu. Bai Yu approaches the water. Blood is visible on its surface. Bai Yu says that he is sorry because there was clean water here. Bai Yu looks at the dead knight standing near the water. The long body of the creature and its eyes are visible. The water is stained red with the blood of a knight. The system advises Bai Yu not to thank the creature personally. She says that Bai Yu will attract the attention of the fallen one by showing just a drop of negative emotions at such a distance. In the water you can see the knight's torn cloak and his helmet. The system says that Bai Yu wanted to send the guy lying in the water to the next world. Bai Yu puts one foot in the water. He tells the system to forget about it and that he is a positive boy and should not cause negative emotions. Bai Yu enters the water. A creature is visible nearby. The knight's body is visible in the blood. The system advises Bai Yu to find something on the knight's body, and he will immediately have positive emotions. Bai Yu takes out a round device from the water. He looks at it, holding it in his hand. A blue light is on the surface of the device. The system says it's a black, golden legend. She says this is the return device that Bai Yu wanted so badly. She says spin it and Bai Yu will go where he wants. Bai Yu takes the device in both hands. He spins it. The system says the area is 4.5% explored. There are 35 fallen left. No pieces of the Doomsday puzzle have been obtained. System assessment worked carelessly. A beginner can only survive if he completes the level. The screen on the shackles shows the inscriptions. The shackles break. They fall into bloody water. The system recommends not thinking about the rest and leaving here. Bai Yu looks at the device in his hand with a smile. Yellow particles come out of the device. They fall on Bai Yu. Bai Yu thinks about exploring the area and the Doomsday puzzle. He narrows his pink eyes. There are only yellow particles around the eye. He hopes that the tower will be more interesting. A yellow particle falls into the red water as Bai Yu disappears. Foreign Intelligence Corps Headquarters 7. 2 men are sitting in the office. The subordinate reports to them with his hand behind his back. Name Bai Yu. Age approximately 18-19 years old. Male. The subordinate purses his lips. He says that's all. Man. 7th Division Captain Gu Qingyu sits at the table and cleans his sword. He frowns. He asks again, that's it. The man, Captain Liu Mu of the 13th Division, laughs loudly. He sits with his legs crossed and his head thrown back. He says the level of interrogation by Gu Qingwu's team has dropped sharply. He says it's because Gu Qingwu spends too much time outside the tower, and they took advantage of his absence. Gu Qingwu demands the subordinate explain. The subordinate looks at the tablet. He tells the captain that it is useless to intimidate or lure Bai Yu with anything. He says Bai Yu can calmly point out the shortcomings of interrogation techniques, and that as a result, the team members became those who were interrogated. Liu Mu looks at Gu Qingwu. He smiles and asks if this is possible and who they caught. Gu Qingwu sits at the table with his sword lowered. He is holding a small bottle in his hands. Gu Qingwu asks what Bai Yu asked. Gu Qingwu pours the contents of the bottle onto the blade of the sword. The subordinate looks at the tablet. He says it's strange, but he asked how many floors are in the tower and how the fallen appear. The subordinate says that he asked about strength and talent, and that he was asking about something that even a 3-year-old child knows. The subordinate does not understand whether Bai Yu is pretending or really stupid. Gu Qingwu wipes the sword blade with a white cloth. The subordinate says that Bai Yu also asked him for a talent table. Liu Mu smiles and laughs. He says it's quite an interesting greenhouse. He talks about how the 13th division doesn't have enough people and why doesn't Gu Qingwu give it to Liu Mu. Gu Qingwu holds the sword in front of him. He looks at it and frowns. Gu Qingwu asks if Liu Mu wants to recruit him, and that in this case he wastes his energy on something insignificant. Liu Mu leans forward and says that Gu Qingwu seems to like this guy. Gu Qingwu says that the team received a usury report 5 months ago. He holds a sword in his hands and approaches the window. Liu Mu looks at him. Gu Qingwu says the man reported that a poor man who owed him money had disappeared. Gu Qingwu says that when he took up the case, he discovered that the number of missing people was much higher. Liu Mu crosses his arms over his chest. He chews a blade of grass that dangles in different directions. He asks if internal affairs are not the concern of the restraining corps and why Gu Qingwu interfered. Gu Qingwu looks down. He frowns and looks at the blade of the sword. Gu Qingwu asks why the noble soldiers care about the fate of the lower class people. He says that they only consider someone from the 3rd floor and above to be the owner. Gu Qingwu followed the clues and found the gambling house. Liu Mu covers his face with his palm. He holds his head and asks loudly about the gambling house. Liu Mu says that the nobles seem bored and they decided to organize Hunger Games. Gu Qingwu stands nearby by the window. He agrees and says that the croupiers of the gambling house from the 4th floor decided to put people in the blue zones. Liu Mu opens his mouth in shock. His face sweats and he looks at Gu Qingwu. He says that the dealers have gone crazy. Liu Mu waves his palm at his subordinate. He complains that the white zone no longer excites them. The subordinate looks at the tablet and presses something on it. Gu Qingwu says that the extreme temperature and high level of danger in the blue zone brings people more pleasure. There is a projection on the wall. Liu Mu and Gu Qingwu look at her. In the projection, Bai Yu shows 2 middle fingers to the camera and smiles. Gu Qingwu says that one guy messed up their calculations. He says that he lived for almost 2 hours and did not attract a single fallen one. Moreover, they sent an assassin to deal with him, but in the end he himself was killed. Gu Qingwu looks at the projector. He says that he received an anonymous call from a young woman. Liu Mu asks why. If this is an adventure of the nobles, the restraining corps is not dealing with this. He looks at Gu Qingwu and says that the 4th floor has never had warm feelings towards the intelligence corps. Gu Qingwu frowns and says he doesn't know, and that her main goal is to get around the dealer and save Bai Yu. Liu Mu smiles and puts her hand to her chest. He is surprised that the survivor is Bai Yu. Gu Qingwu raises his sword and looks at him. He asks if Liu Mu is good at interrogation. He asks why Liu Mu doesn't personally participate. Liu Mu laughs. He gets up from the sofa and says that he thinks the same and asks to show him what kind of immortal he is. Gu Qingwu says that he is an excellent weapon. Gu Qingwu sheathes his sword. He keeps his hand on his sword and looks out the window. Gu Qingwu talks about taking good care of Bai Yu. 700 years ago the world ended. The world has changed. It has become too harsh. Monsters called the Fallen began to appear continuously. The destroyed city is full of monsters. Burning buildings are visible. Humanity is faced with a threat to its existence. At this time, a tall tower appeared before the eyes of mankind. Nobody knows how it appeared and why it was built, but only inside the tower could people live and hope for the future. After some time, people discovered within themselves the power with which they could resist the Fallen. Associated Force. Interrogation room. A girl in a skirt and glasses stands in front of a whiteboard. She says accompanying strength greatly improves a person's fitness, speed, and other basic abilities. To increase your power level, you need to get outside the tower. A man stands outside the tower. The longer a person remains outside the tower, the greater the level of accompanying power. Outside the tower you can become stronger. Book and sword. White smoke flies from them. The girl says that not only people, but also objects outside the tower can change in this way, and over time they become what they call giling. A man in a blue uniform stands in front of a white board. Squares are drawn on the board. They are signed with numbers. The man smiles and raises one finger up. The man says that if the accompanying power is basic fighting abilities such as strength and speed, and talent is a powerful superpower. He says that according to current statistics, there are a total of 1,024 talents. The man leans towards the board. He taps his finger on the number 8 written on the board. He says that the higher the talent, the rarer it is and the stronger it is. And that unfortunately, for most people it is in the range of 1,000 to 700. Two people stand on a blue background. A tall man holds a shield. A short man holds a sword. Their figures are hidden in shadow. The man in uniform says that many people with talent above 500 are attracted to the army corps. Such people become the main advantage of each corps. The girl raises her hand forward. She says that Gu Qingyu is their trump card. Gu Qingyu stands against a purple background. He bent one leg at the knee and lowered his gaze. The red sword Gu Qingyu cuts through the air. The girl with glasses puts her hands to her chest. She blushes and smiles. She says that Gu Qingyu's greatest achievement is to survive alone for 24 days in the blue zone outside the tower. She says that even members of the tower's restraining corps, who had previously been ignored, asked him to join them. A man in a blue uniform puts a glass of water on the table, leaning on the table with one hand. He moves him towards Baiyu. The man says that the tower's restraint corps and the outer intelligence corps are structures approved by the ruling layer of the 5th floor. He says that the restraint corps consists of children of aristocrats who generally look down on civilians, and that since it is much more dangerous outside the tower, people often call the recon corps the refugee corps. Baiyu drinks from a glass of water. He says that this world encourages people to come out of the tower. The man says that the survival rate outside the tower is so low that most people would rather stay in the tower all the time. Baiyu looks forward calmly. He says that the accompanying power, Jilin and talent can only be obtained by leaving the tower. He says that the longer you stay outside the tower, the higher the power, talent, and effectiveness of the items. Baiyu says that if Gu Qingyu survived for 24 days in a row, but the girl interrupts him. She screams yes, she has reached the terrifying level 8. The girl stands in front of the board. She points forward and smiles. She says that once Gu Qingyu meets a fallen one, he instantly destroys him. Gu Qingyu stands in front of the monster. The monster opened its mouth, cut in half. Gu Qingyu is holding a sword that is shining. Door opened. Liu Mu comes in with a loud greeting. The girl is standing in front of the table. She turned to the door in surprise. Papers and a teapot are visible on the table. Baiyu is sitting at the table. He is holding a glass of water. His clothes are torn at the back. A man in a blue uniform stands next to Baiyu. He asks Liu Mu why he is here. Liu Mu smiles. He points his thumb back. Liu Mu asks the man and girl to leave, and says that he wants to talk to Baiyu. Baiyu holds a half-full glass of water. He looks at Liu Mu calmly. Liu Mu pushes his chair back. The man in uniform nods and asks him to take his time. The girl waves her hand while holding books. Liu Mu says to get straight to the point. He sits down on a chair. Liu Mu puts his hands on the back of the chair. Liu Mu has a scar on one of his arms. He smiles. Liu Mu starts to speak, but Baiyu interrupts him. Baiyu says he is ready to join. Liu Mu's eyes widened in surprise. He opens his mouth. Sweat runs down Liu Mu's face. He asks a question, but Baiyu interrupts him. Baiyu says he won't join Liu Mu's team. He wants to stay here. Liu Mu and Baiyu are sitting opposite each other at the table. Baiyu drinks from a glass of water. Liu Mu leans on the back of a chair. Baiyu says that he already knows two people from this team well. Liu Mu points his hand at him. He screams in shock. He asks how Baiyu knows this. Baiyu puts the glass of water on the table. Liu Mu's shocked face can be seen through the glass. Baiyu says the interrogation means they don't know anything about him. He says they didn't get rid of him. This means that the one who threw him out of the tower and they are not at the same time. Baiyu is sitting at the table. He extended one hand and calmly looks forward. Baiyu says that if it is not the enemy, then after interrogation, the Foreign Intelligence Corps will want to recruit him. But he says that judging by Yun Shu's reaction, she was surprised by Liu Mun's appearance. Baiyu looks forward calmly. Yun Shu looks at Liu Mu in surprise. Liu Mu waves at her. Baiyu says that this means that Liu Mu's arrival is not normal, and that Liu Mu is not a captain from the unit. Baiyu says that it looks like Liu Mu's shield is broken and that the giling may also be damaged. He says that the fallen that Liu Mu fought were stronger than that he met Bai Yu. Liu Mu looks at Bai Yu, he frowns. Liu Mu asks how Bai Yu knew that he was using a shield. Bai Yu points to the scar on Liu Mu's wrist. Next to Liu Mu's sleeve you can see a scar with 2 stripes. Liu Mu asks if Bai Yu identified it by his scar. Bai Yu says that since Liu Mu is the captain of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, the level of his accompanying strength and recovery ability cannot be low. He says it would be difficult for people to leave such a scar on their arm inside the tower. He looks at Liu Mu calmly. Bai Yu says that normal people have a raised wrist, but Liu Mu has a sunken wrist. He says that people who use the shield for a long time experience such deformation. Liu Mu looks at his wrist. His eyes widened, his mouth parted. Bai Yu says that there are scratches on the shield, indicating damage, and that breaking the Jilin is not something that ordinary fallen can do. Liu Mu places his scarred hand on the chair. He opened his mouth in surprise, his face sweating. Liu Mu tries to remember why he came here. Bai Yu raises his hand. He points to his wrist. Liu Mu looks at him. Bai Yu says that when he raised his hand to protect his face, he was hit with claws 3 centimeters below the wrist. Bai Yu brings his hand to his face. He looks at the small wound on his wrist. Liu Mu looks at Bai Yu in surprise. He taps his hand on his chest. Liu Mu thinks that Bai Yu is a real talent and that they need to find a way to lure him into his division. Bai Yu taps the piece of paper in front of him with his finger. He says that in the table he was given there is only a list of talents below 700. He points one finger at a piece of paper, lowering his head. Bai Yu raises his other hand up and points his finger. He says he needs a complete list. Liu Mu quickly gets up from his chair. Bai Yu looks up. The door is open. Liu Mu runs down the corridor. His face is frowning. He thinks that he should bring this table to Bai Yu. Sheets from employee files are scattered along the corridor due to Liu Mu running. Liu Mu places a huge pile of sheets on the table with a loud bang. He leans on the table and breathes heavily. His face is covered in sweat. Bai Yu looks at him. Liu Mu says that Bai Yu doesn't know much about the tower. Bai Yu says he lost his memory. Liu Mu looks at Bai Yu. He wipes the sweat from his face. He says that this cannot be true and that Bai Yu could have found a better reason. Bai Yu takes the stapled sheets. He scrolls through and looks at them. Bai Yu says Liu Mu better believe it. He says that to avoid bad consequences, his captors use some means to erase his memory. Liu Mu sits down on a chair and crosses his arms over his chest. He says that out of all the 3 lower floors, Gu Qingyu has the highest talent. Gu Qingyu stands in the shadows and spreads his arms to the sides. There are silhouettes of shadows around him. Liu Mu says that Gu Qingyu has a talent of 256 Ultimate Shadow, and that for a long time there are no those who have a higher level. Bai Yu asks what about the top 100? Liu Mu puts his hand to his chin and looks up. He thinks about it and says that talent 76 is absolute dissolution. And what they say is that more than 20 years ago the miner awakened his talent. Liu Mu says it's like flying to heaven right away. Bai Yu holds the sheet of paper on line 76. He looks up at Liu Mu, holding the sheets of paper in front of his face. Bai Yu says he thinks the guy is unlucky. Liu Mu gives a thumbs up. Behind it is the shadow of the tower and buildings. He says that he simply disappeared and they assume that an organization from the higher floors took him. He thinks it was the 5th floor where the government is located, or the 6th. He says they didn't investigate the case and instead tried to erase the person's information. Bai Yu looks down at the papers. Bai Yu looks at line 24 on the sheet. The system table shows the inscription from the sheet. Talent 24 Eyes of Pre. Through a focused gaze, you can gain information about the character that matches the hidden side of your personality. Further unknown, Bai Yu thinks that 24 talent is quite high, and that's good news, and that it is somehow connected with important information. Bai Yu thinks that he has just come to this world and has not studied much. Bai Yu looks forward. There is a yellow triangle in the background. Inside the triangle is a red eye. Bai Yu purses his lips and thinks about the hidden side of his personality, and is it really so cheaply assessed? Bai Yu is holding a piece of paper. He brings his hand to his chin. Bai Yu thinks that his body has high skills. Has it really never been outside the tower? However, his accompanying force is weak, which means he is outside for the first time. Bai Yu realizes that his body has many secrets. Bai Yu flips through the information folder. He asks if someone can force someone to measure talent. Liu Mu leans on the table with one hand and says no. All talents are individual. For example, in the intelligence core, the talents of many are hidden and never come to light. Bai Yu raises his hand to his mouth and looks at the sheets of information. He thinks this is good news. Bai Yu puts the folder down on the table. He asks if a person can have only one talent. Liu Mu looks at him with his mouth open. Liu Mu says that only one can be woken up. He smiles and raises his thumb and little finger in a gesture. Liu Mu says that on the 6th floor they say that you can get additional talents by killing some strong fallen ones. He frowns and narrows his eyes. Liu Mu says that even if there are such people, it is better not to meet them. Bai Yu crosses her fingers and places them on her face. He thinks that the Pri's eye is not suitable for combat. He thinks that although it is possible to discover a talent, it may not be suitable for combat, and that he must find a way to get out of the tower and find another talent. Liu Mu sits up from his chair. He clears his throat. Liu Mu walks up to Bai Yu and leans towards him. He says that he found the table for Bai Yu. Liu Mu smiles. He gives a thumbs up and asks what about their deal. Bai Yu takes sheets of information. He presses them to Liu Mu's chest. Bai Yu stands up from his chair, leaning on the table with one hand. Bai Yu smiles and says that he chooses the 7th division. Liu Mu cries out questioningly. He watches Bai Yu pass by him. Liu Mu clutches the sheets of paper to her chest and extends her hand towards him. Bai Yu says that during 3 hours of interrogation he learned that the 7th unit out of all 24 more often went outside the tower. Liu Mu asks if this isn't the best reason not to join them. Liu Mu says that if Bai Yu wants to get out of the tower, he will transfer him to the advanced squad of the 13th division. And if Bai Yu doesn't want to come out, let him join the interrogation squad. Liu Mu turns and looks at Bai Yu. Bai Yu lowers his head. He opens his mouth and asks if Liu Mu is married. Liu Mu looks at Bai Yu in shock. A blade of grass falls out of his mouth and he says, "Does Bai Yu know that too?" Bai Yu turns and looks at Liu Mu. He puts his hand on the door and says that you need to choose the one who initially likes you and not waste time. He says that Liu Mu lost because he was late, as Bai Yu's first impression was made by the 7th division. Liu Mu looks at him in shock. He clutches the papers to his chest. Bai Yu points to the door with the sign. He puts his hand on his hip and smiles. Bai Yu says that 13 is an unlucky number. Liu Mu turns pale in shock and cannot find anything to say. He shouts questioningly. Bai Yu leaves the office. An employee in a blue uniform and Yun Shu wave at him. A large elevator descends through an underground tunnel. The tunnel is illuminated with blue lamps. The elevator box is square. It is held by a mechanism. On the panel inside the elevator, 900 meters and a down arrow are lit. Gu Qingwu, Bai Yu, Yun Shu and a man in a blue uniform are standing inside the elevator. Gu Qingwu says they knew from the fingerprint that Bai Yu did not have an ID. Since Bai Yu joined the division, he became at least a first-floor citizen. Gu Qingwu stands in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu stands behind him and looks to the side. Bai Yu looks at Gu Qingwu. Gu Qingwu says that they found Bai Yu housing in the southwest part of the bottom floor, and that he needs to pay the rent himself, 400 tash per month. Bai Yu's eyes narrow. Gu Qingwu stands with his back to Bai Yu in front of the elevator doors. The system says that during the game you often meet a strong NPC at the very beginning. The system says that Gu Qingwu is such a character. Gu Qingwu holds his hands behind his back. He turns around and looks at Bai Yu. He says that he forgot to introduce himself and tells Bai Yu his name and that he can call him Captain. The system says that Gu Qingwu is hiding something that even people from the 6th floor are interested in. Bai Yu looks up to Gu Qingwu because of his height. He calls Gu Qingwu, Wujiu. Gu Qingwu turns around and looks at him with a frown. The male employee and Yun Shu look at Bai Yu in shock. Gu Qingwu turns his head at the male and Yun Shu in irritation. They are shaking and sweating in fear. Bai Yu smiles and gives a thumbs up. He says he has a request. Gu Qingwu looks at him and frowns. He says that if Bai Yu doesn't want to leave the tower, then let him join the interrogation group and that a lot of cases have accumulated lately. Bai Yu says he wants to leave the tower tomorrow. The employee and Yun Shu look at him in shock. Yun Shu puts his hands to his cheeks, opening his mouth. Gu Qingwu looks at him calmly. He turns to the elevator doors and says that they checked the accompanying power of Bai Yu, and since he was in the blue zone, it took less than 2 hours for it to increase from level 1 to level 3. Gu Qingwu raises his hand and waves his finger. Bai Yu looks at him. Gu Qingwu starts to say that even if Bai Yu meets a weak fallen one, but Bai Yu interrupts him. He says that he should simply be sent accompanied by an experienced partner, and he will not interfere. Bai Yu smiles and says that he is not looking for death, and thinks that Gu Qingwu also does not want Bai Yu to stay in the tower. He narrows his eyes and looks away. Gu Qingwu rolls his eyes. He agrees and says that tomorrow at 10 AM he will lead a group of 4 people, plus Bai Yu, and we get a squad of 6 people. They go to the white zone. Bai Yu smiles behind him. Bai Yu asks what is in the blue zone. The 2 employees behind him realize that Bai Yu really doesn't know anything. The elevator doors open. On the sign at the top it says open 100 meters. Gu Qingwu stands near the edge of the elevator doors and says that they have arrived. Outside the door you can see a city with bright signs. 4 people are standing near an iron fence. They are shadowed by many bright signs of the city. Gukingu says that Baiyu will live here, the area under the first floor of the tower. Port of Jianluo. Baiyu stands looking at the street. People walk down the street. There are neon signs everywhere. Orange lanterns are strung between the buildings. Baiyu stands with his arms crossed over his chest. A male employee comes down the stairs. He is holding a large bag. Yunshu comes down behind him. The man apologizes for the wait and says that Gukingu has gone to sort out formalities. He says that first they will take Baiyu to where he will now live, and then they will take a walk, and that Baiyu's things have already been taken there. The man smiles and takes something out of his bag. He says that they took the clothes and invites Baiyu to wear them. Baiyu puts on a blue sweater. The man says that if Baiyu likes something, they can buy it since Gukingu allocated some money. Yunshu, a man, and Baiyu are walking down the street. Baiyu holds the blue jacket by the edge. The man says that the street ahead is called Jianlu Port and that you can buy anything here. Yunshu tells Baiyu not to trust merchants who are trying to sell Jilin. They stop and look at the big screen above. There is an advertisement for Jilin. The guy on the screen is holding a shovel. A voice from the TV says that the shovel has divine powers. The system asks how much it costs to place such an advertisement. The guy from the ad is holding an ordinary shovel with both hands. He says that only by digging, you can dig up as much as others can do in a month. He says that if he hadn't joined the Survey Corps, he would have kept her. The system asks which intelligence corps is supplying the goods. She says that it would be better to cast a girl, since the guy on the screen doesn't even know how to act and advises not to watch. The guy from the ad points his finger into the frame. He smiles stupidly and says that the shovel costs 998 tans, and if you buy it now, you will get a discount of 300 tans. Yunshu looks up at the screen. She opens her mouth in shock and clenches her hands into fists. She says that there are no such people in their corps and why there are still people pretending to be them. Yunshu waves his fist and walks forward, shouting that he must not tarnish the name of their corps. She asks to inform Gukingu about this. Baiyu and a male employee stand in the back. A man tries to stop Yunshu. He says they don't need to do this. Baiyu looks at Yunshu. He tells the man to come with her, and that you can't let her do whatever she wants. The man smiles awkwardly and looks away. He gives the bag to Baiyu and leaves to get Yunshu. The man tells Baiyu to get there himself and that the money is in the bag. Baiyu takes the bag. He hangs it on his shoulder. Baiyu smiles and looks up. The system asks if he found something interesting. Baiyu stands in front of the store doors. The doors are transparent. The store has a bright yellow sign. Half an hour later, violet light falls on the door. The shadow of a man is visible on the door. Baiyu opens the door. He stands at the entrance to a dark room. Baiyu is holding a package in his hands. There is a bag hanging on his shoulder. Violet light from the street enters the room. There is a suitcase. On it is a note from Gukingu, stating that inside is the basic equipment of members of the Reconnaissance Corps and a request to study. The system says that Gukingu is attentive to his work and is interested in the inscription on the piece of paper. Baiyu opens the suitcase and picks up the note. He reads it. The system says that newcomers are given a clock to detect negative emotions when they leave the tower. When negative emotions reach 75, the alarm is triggered. Baiyu holds a sheet of paper showing the watch's operating instructions. The suitcase contains a watch, as well as 3 ampoules with blue contents. The system says that all corps members must follow the rules when the alarm goes off to immediately use the teleportation disc, and says that this is a good mechanism for survival outside the tower. Baiyu puts the watch on his wrist and fastens it. The system says that sometimes people do not know what emotional state they are in, and this mechanism reduces the number of problems. She laughs and says that it is useless for Baiyu. The watch on Baiyu's wrist shows 0. The system asks Baiyu not to be upset, because there is something in the box that will interest him. 3 ampoules are attached to the wall of the suitcase with straps. Baiyu touches them with his fingers. The system says it's a tranquilizer that suppresses emotions. She says that Baiyu can enter it when he is close to the fallen and is about to enter the danger zone. Baiyu takes one syringe in his hand. There is a blue liquid inside the syringe. There is a drop of this liquid at the tip of the needle. Baiyu looks at him while standing in front of the suitcase. The system says that with its help the muscles relax and the person enters a state of calm for a short time, about 5 minutes. However, after these 5 minutes, the calm state turns into a state of hyperactivity and negative emotions intensify. The man on the left looks calmly ahead. The man on the right has a frown on his face and is screaming. Between them is a syringe with blue liquid. The system says not to use it unless necessary. Bai Yu asks if it's like an emotional spring. He says, first you squeeze it, and after 5 minutes you release it, and an emotional outburst occurs. The system confirms this. Bai Yu tilts his head and closes his eyes. He sticks a needle into his neck and injects a tranquilizer. The system is shocked and asks if Bai Yu really wants to experience negative emotions so much. Bai Yu sits down on a chair. He holds an empty syringe in his hand. Bai Yu looks ahead. He leans his hands on the table, hunched over. The system wishes him luck. 5 minutes later, there is an empty syringe near the suitcase. The system laughs, asking if Bai Yu feels something. Bai Yu smiles and leans back in his chair. He raises his hand. Bai Yu looks at his hand. Blue light falls on her from the window. He says he doesn't feel anything, and that's to be expected. The next day, large round platform. Along the edge of the platform there are multicolored steels. White, purple, yellow, black, red and blue. There is a bridge at one end of the platform. The system says that these steels have the ability to pass through space, and that they are used to block those at the top of the tower. Bai Yu stands on the platform, looking at the tall steels. Stairs lead up to them. The cross pattern is visible on the white one. Bai Yu stands with his head up, looking at them, thinking about the steels and those at the top of the tower. The system advises not to get involved and will pretend that Bai Yu does not know anything. 2 people are walking along the corridor. Gu Qingyu says that these are the new recruits who are participating in reconnaissance outside the tower today. Gu Qingyu stands in the middle of a group of 4 people. A tall man with black hair and a ponytail waves welcomingly. Bai Yu turns around and looks at them. Wang Shi introduces himself and points his finger, asking if Bai Yu has Jiling in his bag. The system says that he is interesting, and if he is pumped up, then he has problems with his head. She says he is the son of a rich family on the 3rd floor. He is always on the hunt for fresh blood and danger. Therefore, he refused the Tower Straight Corps and joined the Reconnaissance Corps. He is also macho and loves Barbie dolls. Wang Shi leans towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu holds onto his bag and says that it's a small thing. He plans to go outside the tower and try his luck. A guy with long purple hair stands behind them with his arms crossed over his chest. He asks Bai Yu not to get in the way and hopes that death will not overtake him. He is introduced as Lin Zhu and is told to get used to his way of speaking. Lin Zhu stands with his arms crossed and looks displeasedly towards Bai Yu. He says that he will not mourn him even if he dies, since they do not know each other well. The system says that he is from the 2nd floor, but he looks more beautiful than the girls. She says that Lin Zhu is toxic and loves to be dismembered, offering to subdue him. Wang Shi hugs Lin Zhu tightly, pulling him towards her. He says that he can only cling to influential people and not get in the way. And also that Lin Zhu looks good today, calling him little sister. Lin Zhu irritably clenches his hand into a fist and curses at Wang Shi. Bai Yu smiles smugly as he looks at this. Bai Yu's jacket is pulled. A short guy with brown hair introduces himself as Shang Xiaoi. He puts his hand to his chest, stutters and blushes awkwardly. A red eye is visible under the bangs. The system says that at first glance he looks like a puppy, but in battle he is the craziest of all. And that often the first impression is deceiving, but Shang Xiaoi will force everyone to give way to him. Bai Yu must be careful. Bai Yu smiles and turns to Shang Xiaoi. He extends his hand and introduces himself. The girl with blue hair pushes Shang Xiaoi away. Shang Xiaoi jumps to the side, making a sound of pain. The girl walks past him. She shakes Bai Yu's hand and introduces herself as Yin Shuang. Yin Shuang has long blue hair with a star clip. A bright blue crystal hangs from her neck. The system is happy that a girl has finally appeared, otherwise it would have thought that everyone here was a monk. She says that Yin Shuang is an Avenger, and she, like Shang Xiaoi, contains secrets that the 6th floor is interested in. The system says that Yin Shuang is from the 2nd floor and seems to be the most normal in the group. Bai Yu looks at Yin Shuang. He thinks about a secret from the people on the 6th floor, and maybe this is a rare talent. Yin Shuang turns around and leaves. Bai Yu looks at her and asks if there are 6 people in the group. Gu Qingyu bowed his head gloomily. Lin Zhu crosses his arms over his chest, whistling something, and Washi shrugs. Gu Qingyu puts his hand on Bai Yu's shoulder and looks at him darkly. He says that the person is already dead and advises Bai Yu to think about himself. Bai Yu looks up and smiles. He thinks that everyone in this group is a villain. Gu Qingyu walks forward to the white steel. He says it's time for the advance team to go back and for everyone to get ready because they're coming right now. The white steel glows brightly. The light is reflected in the glass floor. A voice announces that the team is calling and asking them to be ready to leave. Yellow particles appear near the white steel. A man appears, down on one knee and with a backpack on his back. A voice announces the safe return of the preliminary reconnaissance group. The man informs the employee standing next to him that 103,788 reconnaissance has been carried out, there are enough energy resources, and no fallen ones have been found. An employee stands with a tablet in his hands and answers in the affirmative, writing something on the tablet. Baiyu looks at them. He thinks that the world outside is random, so someone from the intelligence corps should be in charge of the preliminary study, making sure there are energy mines and few monsters in the area. Only then is a low-level team sent to the area. The employee turns to the team. He calls the next group. Gu Qingyu goes to the steel. He comes close to her, standing in front of the mechanism on the stand. A white steel light shines on Gu Qingyu. They wish him good luck. Gu Qingyu touches the mechanism with his hand. Stella begins to glow brighter. Gu Qingyu is surrounded by yellow light. He says to follow him and disappears. The whole group takes turns heading towards the white steel. Baiyu is behind everyone. Yin Shuang turns to him. She asks to check the watch and the tranquilizer again. Baiyu holds onto the bag and says they checked. Shang Xiaowei touches the portal. There is a yellow light under his feet. Nearby you can see a yellow panel with numbers. Yin Shuang looks at Baiyu and says that this is a portal. After they enter, a number will be generated. The number is entered into the Jiyugong grid on the side of the portal and the number increases horizontally. The yellow grid shows the number as well as the numbers on the panel. Yin Shuang tells Baiyu to go in first. Baiyu thanks her. He approaches the portal. Baiyu sees a 7-digit number. He enters the number on the portal panel. Baiyu thinks that in the 700 years of the Tower era, people have already explored millions of areas. Baiyu dissolves into yellow particles. He thinks about how much he looks forward to this journey beyond the tower, and then disappears in a yellow flash. Lin Zhu narrowed his eyes and frowned. The group stood in front of a high fence. There was barbed wire on top. An abandoned building was visible, overgrown with grass. Lin Zhu looked at the torn sign. He said it was a mental hospital. The system said that this is the 9th psychiatric hospital. If you don't get into this hospital, it will be difficult to conduct research. The system said, who knows what Baiyu might be waiting there and how many negative emotions the mentally ill might have. Baiyu stood on the road. He clenched his hand into a fist. The system said that it doesn't want Baiyu to go there, but there are secrets inside that only Baiyu can solve. Baiyu frowned. He thought about the mystery that only he could solve and whether it was somehow connected to a piece of the Doomsday puzzle. Wang Shi looked at the top with a smile. He said the hospital had a strange name and asked if the others wanted to come in and take a look. Shang Xiaowei pressed his fist to his chest. He looked scared and said there were a lot of fallen there and he was a little scared. The clock on Shang Xiaowei's hand showed zeros. The system said that he is the king of drama and it can be seen that Shang Xiaowei is calm. Gu Qingyu raised his wrist to his face and opened the holographic panel on his watch. He said the temperature is normal, around 46, but the possibility of rapid changes cannot be ruled out. The system doubted that 46 degrees is a normal temperature. She said everyone here was crazy. Yin Shuang turns his head and looks back. She says that there is no grass or minerals around, and that they must be close to the city. Only trees behind them. The group is standing in the middle of a dark road. The lights don't work. Some parts of the road are covered with earth. Wang Shi smiled and slammed his fist into his palm. He said that in that case they should come in and take a look, and that this kind of scene is usually only in the blue zone. Baiyu looked to the side, holding his bag on his shoulder. He advised not to rush and be careful. Lan Wuzhu looked at him and pointed his finger at Baiyu. He told Baiyu that if he was afraid, he could return and not drag them down by attracting the fallen. Gu Qingyu lowered his head and waved his hand. He said that he would go. Baiyu and Gu Qingyu looked at him. Gu Qingyu extended his hand towards the gate. Lan Wuzhu looked at him. Gu Qingyu opened the gate. The group walked inside through the gate. Baiyu looked around. The group stood in front of a tall, overgrown building. Lan Wuzhu said that there are 4 medical buildings, each with 19 floors, but it doesn't look like an ordinary hospital. Wang Shi asked which of the 4 buildings they should explore first. Baiyu pointed with his thumb. He said he thought they could only go into one. Baiyu looked towards the abandoned building. He said that with the exception of building 1, the lower floors of the remaining buildings have no entrance at all, and that if they want to go to the second building, then they need to get to the 19th floor and go through the air corridor. The building's air corridors are outlined in red. 2 white arrows point to them. Wang Shi looks forward in surprise and puts his palm to his forehead, saying that this is true. Lan Wuzhu looks at Baiyu with his arms crossed and says that he is useful. Wang Shi asks why they need something like this. This is a hospital. Baiyu puts his palm to his face and looks down. He says that if something goes against common sense, there must be a reason for it. Baiyu thinks that maybe the owner doesn't want anyone to enter the second building. Shang Xiaoi clenches his shirt in his fist. He tells Gu Qingwu that there are 17 evil spirits in this building and that he is afraid. The system says that Shang Xiaoi continues to play the role and that he is trying his best to suppress his excitement. Gu Qingwu looks at the building. He says to be on guard and that they are entering Building 1. Gu Qingwu opens the door. The group is standing at the door of the hospital. The walls of the hospital are shabby. There are prints of something on them. Papers are scattered on the floor. Lan Wuzhu says that the hospital seems to have been abandoned for a long time and that it is a complete mess. The blue lights on the hospital ceiling barely shine. There is a chair on the floor. Bai Yu extends his hand while looking at the wall. He touches the imprint on the wall with his fingers. Bai Yu brings his hand to his face and realizes that it is blood. A drawing is drawn on the wall in blood. Bai Yu thinks that the blood stains are dark red. It looks like they were left a long time ago. He mentally asks the system if it sees something. The system says it doesn't know what the symbol is. Bai Yu blows on the blood on his finger. The system says that this is a mental hospital, and she has common sense and a clear mind. But the system says that these blood stains were left 2 days ago. Bai Yu stands among scattered documents. Bai Yu wonders if someone tried to hide it or, on the contrary, show the way. The system says it can't help. Wang Shi peeks around the corner. He tells Gu Jinyu that there are many rooms here and will they explore them one by one. Gu Jingwu turns to Bai Yu and asks what he is thinking about. Bai Yu looks at Gu Jingwu while wiping the blood off his fingers. He says that there are too many rooms. Exploring one at a time may be able to obtain information, but the deepest secret is in Building 4. Lan Wuzhu hits the wall behind Bai Yu and clenches his teeth in irritation. He shouts what Bai Yu means and what hidden secret he means. The system notices that Bai Yu hurt Lan Wuzhu's feelings and that he doesn't like Bai Yu sighs and puts 2 fingers to his forehead. He says that he will explain only once and asks not to ask again. Yin Shuang looks at Bai Yu with interest. Lan Wuzhu begins to shout, but Gu Jinyu asks Bai Yu to continue. The group stands around Gu Jinyu. The system says that Bai Yu knows how to take power into his own hands. Bai Yu raises his finger. Next to it is a drawing with squares from 1 to 4, connected by lines, except for the first and 4. Bai Yu says that out of the 4 buildings, only one has an entrance. If a patient in Building 4 needs help, then he must go from the ground floor to 19, go through buildings 3 and 2 and come to 1. And finally from the 19th floor he will reach the desired floor on the building. Buildings are indicated schematically in different colors. There are passages between them. The red arrow points from the bottom of Building 4 to Building 1. Bai Yu says that during this time, a patient with any disease can already choose his next body for reincarnation. Gu Jingwu puts his hand to his chin. He says the layout of this hospital is truly unusual. Bai Yu looks at him and says that this looks more like a prison than a hospital. Gu Jingwu asks again. Bai Yu points both index fingers upward, parallel to each other. He smiles and says there is only one entrance. Then the prisoner has only one way to escape. You can easily control the prisoners. Since this is a prison, then the 4th building. Wang Shi snaps his fingers and smiles. He finishes for Bai Yu that the 4th building is the most secret place in the entire hospital. Shang Xiaoi points his finger in front of him. His face turns red excitedly and calls Gu Jingwu. The group turns to look at him. Shang Xiaoi points to the panel on the elevator. He smiles nervously. The panel shows that the elevator descends from the 19th floor. Shang Xiaoi says he went by himself. Gu Jingwu frowns. He tells everyone to be alert and prepare for battle. Shang Xiaoi combs her hair back, revealing her red eyes. He says it looks like they'll have to take the stairs. Bai Yu stands behind Gu Jinyu, who frowns. Bai Yu says that he is interested in the question. No one has lived outside the tower for 700 years. These cities and hospitals should have been destroyed a long time ago. But why some objects still exist? The elevator panel says 9th floor. A Ferris wheel is shown. Gu Jingwu says that he is not sure. In some places they have been before. Objects will activate from time to time. For example, in an amusement park, the Ferris wheel can rotate by itself. The rules outside the tower are strange. The elevator moves along the shaft. The light in it burns red. Gu Jingwu says that it is not only space that is changing. Bai Yu looks towards the elevator. He thinks there are still many unsolved mysteries, and that it appears that a phenomenon which cannot be explained is here regarded as the rule. The elevator panel showed the 1st floor. The group prepared for battle. Gu Jingwu put his hand on his sword. The elevator doors opened slightly, and the red light was on in the elevator. The elevator doors were being pushed open by a fallen man with red claws. He had a large round green eye. From his mouth to his chest there seemed to be a large cut that was the mouth of the fallen. The creature was dressed in an ordinary human blue shirt. The fallen hissed. The fallen tried to hit Gu Jingwu with his hand. Gu Jingyu dodged, shouting back. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Gu Jingyu pulled out a black sword. He cut the monster. His blow left a red glow. Bai Yu looked down. Near Bai Yu's feet lay the severed head of the fallen. The system table showed that the fallen must die Jilin level 19D. The sword glowed red. There was blood on him. The system table said that at the moment of touching the fallen, it reduces his defense and increases the chance of hitting his weak point. Gu Qingyu sheathed his sword. The body of a headless man fell behind him. The system said that the effectiveness of the Jiling also depends on the owner. In a fight with a fallen of the average mutation level, everything depends on the skill of the swordsman. Gu Qingyu said that there is no need to be afraid of the fallen second level mutation. He turned to Bai Yu and said to go to the 19th floor. Bai Yu looked to the side. He thought that Gu Qingyu's weapon had been outside the tower for 19 days, and that he heard that his record for staying outside the tower was 24 days. This means that the weapon became Jiling on the 5th day. The group passed by. Wang Shi held his hand on Shang Xiaoyi's shoulder and smiled. Bai Yu looked down. Bai Yu touched the monster's head. She was covered in blood. The group entered the elevator. The elevator had red lighting. Bai Yu sat next to the monster's head. They shouted at him to hurry up and asked what he was doing. Bai Yu sat next to the monster's body. He pulled him by his clothes. Bai Yu thought that the fallen's skin was dry and cracked. His mouth changed and became similar to the mouth of a mosquito. The limbs are intact, although they have changed shape and look like claws. The fallen man's legs were shackled with 2 shackles. The monster's clothes resembled hospital clothes. Bai Yu held the monster's bloody clothes and looked at it. The system said that the concept of the fallen of the second level of mutation, roughly speaking, is that they are a little like a person. The system asked why Bai Yu undresses the fallen, and that the fallen of course have no human rights. But this is too much. Bai Yu turned the monster's body, examining it. Bai Yu found a bloody note in the monster's pocket. He brought the note closer to him to read. Unfolding the piece of paper, Bai Yu realized that it was a diary. The note said, "I'm not depressed, I just owe a lot of money. He said if I come here, no one will find me. He deceived me. Every day I try to find a way to get down. The girl at 11 is really poor. Will I really become the same? Will she be transferred to the second building? I just want to leave." Drops of blood were visible around the edges of the note. Bai Yu touched the edges of the note. He thought that there were tears and folds in the corners, which most likely were left by the patient, hastily trying to hide this page when they took the diary. Bai Yu looked down. On the sheet was the date 2026-0705. Bai Yu thought that it is now the year 704 of the Tower era. How much time has passed? Bai Yu became gloomy. He thought that many objects in this world, like the diary sheet, had not been destroyed in 700 years. And is this somehow connected with the tower, or is there some kind of protection? Lan Wuzhu frowned and looked to the side. He shouted to Bai Yu that everyone was waiting only for him. Bai Yu entered the elevator with the others. He said to go to the 11th floor. Gu Qingyu and Lan Wuzhu looked at him. Gu Qingyu asked if Bai Yu had found anything. Bai Yu picked up the bloody piece of paper. He said that he had found it, and also that the level of danger of subsequent buildings may exceed their expectations. Bai Yu pressed the elevator button to the 11th floor. He said that on the 11th floor there are much stronger fallen ones hiding, with whom you can fight as a warm-up, and at the same time look for useful information. Lan Wuzhu started shouting why on earth Bai Yu decides everything himself. He asked where the strong fallen could come from here, since this is a white zone. Bai Yu smiled. He said that if you don't go into the hospital, there will be no danger, but inside he advises you to be careful. He also called Lan Wuzhu little sister. He knitted his eyebrows in irritation and opened his mouth. Suddenly someone's laughter was heard in the elevator. The group froze in the elevator car. Shang Xiaoyi smiled and blushed. He asked if anyone had heard this sound. Yin Shuang closed her eyes. Gu Jingyu said that they had arrived. The elevator panel showed the 11th floor. The group exited the elevator. Someone's laughter was heard again. The group saw a long corridor. The corridor was dimly lit by blue lamps. At the end of the corridor there was a door with a red lamp above it. The group walked forward. Everyone looked around. The voice asked if they had come to play with him. He asked to look for him. He said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. An ordinary hospital door. A red lamp was burning on top. Gu Qingyu said that the sound is coming from the last room and be careful. The voice alternated between laughing and crying. Bai Yu looked back. He thought the sound sounded like a little girl, or even an adult, crying. It seemed to him as if two voices of different ages and moods were intertwined. The voice chuckled again. Black liquid began to drip from the ceiling. The liquid fell on Yin Shuang's shoulder and she looked back at him. The voice began to cry and laugh louder. A black hand appeared from the ceiling above Yin Shuang's head. She wanted to grab Yin Shuang. Gu Qingyu stood in front of Yin Shuang, looking back at his hand. Gu Qingyu looked at his hand. He said to be careful and stay calm. The voice began to laugh and cry again. 2 more black hands appeared from the ceiling. The system noticed that someone seemed to get emotional and attracted the girl's attention. Many arms hung from the ceiling, reaching towards the group. The system said that the level of the fallen one was not low at all and Gu Qingyu would not be able to defeat him with one blow. Lan Wuzhu put his hand in front of him to defend himself from the black hands. He shouted that he didn't want to play with them. Lan Wuzhu's watch showed 11. Wang Shi clenched his hand into a fist. He hit one of the tentacles, shouting that he needed to destroy them quickly. Wang Shi's watch showed the number 9. Shin Zioe smiled as he looked at the black clots. He held a weapon in his hand and shouted that these were his toys and asked not to touch them. His watch showed 7. Yin Shuang was wielding a thin sword. She silently cut the black hands. The watch on her wrist showed 21. Gu Qingyu rushed forward. The voice cried and laughed at the same time. The hands cut many red lines. Gu Qingyu stood in the center, holding a sword. Gu Qingyu clutched the hilt of his sword. He said to act quickly and not to play with it. The watch on his wrist showed 3. The system said that Gu Qingyu was cool and if Bai Yu was the same, there would already be a crowd of beauties among him. Bai Yu's hair covered his eyes. Suddenly Bai Yu yawned. He looked at the black clots and smiled. Behind him was an elevator. Bai Yu's watch showed 0. Bai Yu thought that he was bored and wanted to sleep. The sword cut one of the black clots. Yin Shuang cut the black hand while holding the sword high above her head. She screamed at him to die. Black hands surrounded Wang Shi. They squeezed his fist, which he clenched. Wang Shi frowned with anger, shouting that there was no end to them. Gu Qingyu looked back. Shin Zioe tore apart the black clots, shouting that it was his. The whip wrapped around one of the black hands. Lan Wuzhu cut the tentacles with a whip. There were many black hands around him. Lan Wuzhu's face was distorted with anger. He asked what was wrong with Bai Yu. Lan Wuzhu turned to Bai Yu. Bai Yu yawned. Lan Wuzhu asked why Bai Yu was not attacked. Bai Yu rubbed his cheek and smiled. He said he wanted to sleep and the little girl's voice seemed to affect his mood. Shin Zioe turned to Bai Yu with a smile. He held a short dagger covered in black clots. He said that the number of Bai Yu is 0. This is a monster. Lan Wuzhu stood nearby and looked at him gloomily. He thought it was Shin Zioe who called the other person a monster. Bai Yu smiled and raised his hand. He looked to the side and said that while the others were busy, he would go on reconnaissance. The sword cut through the black clot. Red sparks were visible on its surface. Gu Qingyu told Bai Yu not to move, and that they would soon sort everything out and go together. Gu Qingyu held the sword. The same red sparks were visible on his body. Bai Yu looked up. A lot of black clots were flowing from the ceiling. Bai Yu said that until their emotional state stabilizes, these tentacles will continue to attack. Bai Yu walked towards the door with a red lamp on top. He waved his hand to the others. Black clots were visible behind his back. Bai Yu said that maybe he could find the source and said to just follow him when they calmed down. Gu Qingyu looked after him. More black tentacles flowed from the ceiling. Wang Shi tried to break one of the clots with his hands. He asked Gu Qingyu where he found Bai Yu and that he had the courage to do so. A huge black hand appeared from the wall. Gu Qin said that if the mood swings do not exceed single digits, then maybe Bai Yu is really a brave guy. Gu Qingyu raised his sword. He said that if the reading is 0, then there is something wrong with the device, or something wrong with Bai Yu. Gu Qingyu raised his sword up, stabbing it into the huge black appendage of his arms. Behind leaving Bai Yu, a black substance was visible. She blocked him from view. Bai Yu walked into the room. He opened the door with both hands, looking around. Bai Yu stood in the middle of the hospital room. There were sheets of paper everywhere. The red light of a lamp could be seen from behind the door. Bai Yu saw a large iron cage. The system said that this dog enclosure is a jiling. It will do a great job of imprisoning someone. Bai Yu glanced at one of the corners. There was a surveillance video camera in the corner. The system said the poor guy couldn't get out of here until he was released. The cage door was open. A long thick chain was visible from the cage. Bai Yu crouched in front of the chain. Bai Yu took the bloody chain in his hand. She was broken. The system said that the chain is also jiling. Bai Yu stood up. He held the chain with both hands, inspecting it. The system said that it was too heavy for playing with ropes, but even with shackles it laughed. There was a syringe next to Bai Yu's leg. The system told him to be careful and that the scattered needles could contain sedatives or other drugs. The syringe was empty. Bai Yu moved further away from him. The system said that 1 injection will refresh Bai Yu's mind, 2 injections will strengthen the body, 3 will rejuvenate. Bai Yu turned around. Bai Yu threw the chain. He looked at the slightly open door at the other end of the room. The system said there was nothing to see here, the documents inside were destroyed, and the owner was missing. Baiyu looked at the door. Nothing was visible behind her. The system said that now Baiyu had better pay attention to the table in front of him, which has a lot of secret items on it. She said that this was a small composition of the poor fellow, which was not destroyed and was left to them. There was a brown diary on the table with a handprint on it. Tea and old comb. The system said that every item can give something: Tanat, friendship with the poor fellow, or hatred of the poor fellow. Baiyu reached for an old comb. The system told him to think carefully, and if he chose one of them, the other two would disappear. The system said that it opened the diary and checked. There are no dates, and on each page there are words written: benevolence, righteousness, and morality. The brown diary lay on the table. It had yellow dairy inscription and prints of something on it. The system said that it was filled with details that Baiyu and Gu Jingwu would like to know. But when the poor thing sees this, will she give Baiyu hatred, friendship, or talent? There was an old key on the table. It was broken in some places. There was a blue thread hanging from it, and the edges were stained with blood. The system said that this is not a key to the cage. It can open the lock to another place, which may be a shortcut or an abyss. Baiyu put his hand to his chin and thought. He thought that the diary contained things that might be of interest to him or Gu Qingyu, and that it must be somehow related to history. It could help get closer to the truth. Baiyu stood in front of the table with 3 items. He thought that the comb had no clues, which was also remarkable. The key goes to some door, and behind the door there may be important clues. Baiyu grabbed his hair while thinking. The system laughed at him and said that it knows that Baiyu is still a collector. Baiyu exhaled and smiled. He looked forward, smiling and holding his head. He said what nostalgia this was from a past life. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and looked down. He thought about 3 things. The system said it was like a lottery. The first ticket, after seeing the fallen, Baiyu get a new talent. The second ticket, Baiyu will win the favor of the fallen one. And the third is the hatred of the fallen one and his persecution until death. A noise was heard behind the large door with a red lamp on top. Baiyu turned towards the noise. He looked at the door. The system said that it is natural to hate people. The remaining group stood in the middle of the room. There were no more black hands. Gu Qingyu said that it was over. Wang Shi and Lan Zhu looked at their watches. They said that their performance has dropped. Gu Jingyu glanced at the door at the end of the corridor. He said to go look for Baiyu. Baiyu looked down at the table in front of him and said that he needed to figure things out. Behind him was a hospital door with a red lamp on top. The guy found himself in the middle of a blue schematic map. F11 was nearby. He thought that firstly, based on what they had seen, it was safe to say that the 2 rooms at the end were a laboratory. In addition, there should have been a lot of equipment in the laboratory, but everything was destroyed. There was a red light on the camera that was in the corner. In the corner of the camera's view, a cage and a thick chain inside it were visible. Baiyu thought that the test subjects were kept in cages, their every movement being watched. He realized that the course of the experiment was to introduce some kind of reagent and observe the reaction of the experimental subject. This reagent may have something to do with the fallen. Baiyu put his hand to his chin and lowered his head, thinking and not paying attention to the knock on the door. He thought that during this experiment someone had visited the subject. Her thoughts came into contact with the thoughts of another person, but at that time there was no hatred in her yet. Lin Zhu knocked on the door forcefully. He shouted and asked how Baiyu's investigation was going and why the door was still locked. The rest of the group stood behind him. Shang Xiaoi put his hands behind his head and watched everything with a smile. He complained that the monster never showed itself and that it was boring. The system asked how the main character came up with the idea that the test subject was visited, and their minds touched. Baiyu winked and picked up the bloody note, holding it between his fingers. He said it was thanks to her. A person probably had not met her before becoming a fallen one. At least the hospital couldn't allow these monsters to meet. 2 figures stand on a red background. The man's figure was hunched over. His face looks like a mosquito, and instead of a mouth he has a long trunk. The female figure is hidden behind the shadow. The system agreed with this and said that if it were them, it would definitely not want the test subjects to communicate. Baiyu thought that the test subject was clearly mentioned in the note. Perhaps she was communicating with someone else and it was a secret between her and the other subjects. The monster on the first floor was worried that she would be transferred to the second building, and it turns out that she was actually transferred. He looked at the wall, where there was a photo in the number 2. The system asked if this meant that her abilities had been discovered by the hospital staff, or she was passed by one of the other subjects who were in contact with her thoughts. Baiyu thought it was possible. From this we can conclude that the fallen in the second core are stronger than in the first. At the very least, they contain more hatred and resentment. The building shown is from the photograph. This is the second building, with a large number 2. The walls of the building are dirty and shabby. He thought that perhaps those who had acquired some kind of superpower were redirected to the second core. Lin Zhu tried to open the double doors with both hands. His hands were shaking and he was screaming about how long he could sit in the room. He asked what was the matter. The door did not open, and Bai Yu did not answer, and whether he died there. The guy pulled the door handle, holding the edge of the door with his other hand, trying to open it. He clenched his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed. Lin Zhu thrust his fist forward and shouted that he was going to break down the door. Suddenly, Gu Jingwu noticed something and told him to be careful. Lin Zhu looked back. His legs were covered with black clots that came out from under the floor. A red flash flashed from Gu Jingwu's eye. He stood in front of Lin Zhu and cut the black clots that were reaching towards the guy. Lin Zhu turned to him and called Gu Jingwu. The black clots disintegrated. Gu Jingwu said not to let down his guard. Black clots swirled around the group. They formed a wall in front of them. Lin Zhu turned to them and said that this will never end. There was an old comb on the table. There was blood visible at the end of her pen. The system said that Bai Yu had dealt with the diary and the key, and only she was left. She said she didn't really know what was wrong with her. Silhouette of a woman. Nothing was visible except her smile. Nearby was a bloody note and an old comb. Bai Yu thought that based on the words on the note, it could be determined that the test subject was a woman. But the question is, who will use a comb in such an environment? The guy looked at the system window and asked if he was sure that there was no information about this comb. The system replied that there was no need to doubt its professionalism, and that there was no information about the comb. Bai Yu put his finger to his chin. He looked at the comb lying on the table. The watch on Bai Yu's wrist showed 0. The watch on Yin Shuang's wrist showed 72. The girl put one hand forward, the other fighting off the black hands that were reaching out to her. One of the hands away from the girl tried to grab her. The girl looked back at her. Wang Shi grabbed the black clot, preventing it from reaching Yin Shuang. He squeezed the wriggling appendage between his body and his arm. Wang Shi shouted, "Why did the emotion level jump so much?" Was the fallen himself approaching. He tore the writhing black appendage. Black clots scattered next to Lin Zhu. Standing near the door to the room, he shouted, "Did Bai Yu in the room meet the fallen?" Lin Zhu turned and shouted to Shang Xiaoi to locate the fallen one. Shang Xiaoi madly slashed the black clumps with his dagger. A shadow fell on his face. Only red eyes and a crazy smile were visible. Wang Shi stood behind him and said that he seemed to be in a mood and that he could not hear anything. Gu Jingwu lowered his head and said that he would clear the way for them. He leaned over and stuck one leg back. A large amount of black liquid was flowing from the ceiling. The captain put his hand on the hilt of the sword and said that they would save Bai Yu and leave. With a swift movement, Gu Jingwu took out his sword. A long red lightning bolt stretched from the sword. The handle on the door began to twitch. Gu Jingwu's eyes widened as he looked at her. He stood near the door to the room. Behind him, many black clumps scattered and disappeared. All that was left behind were small black particles. Bai Yu opened the sliding doors. The group stood and looked at him. Gu Jingwu sheathed his sword. Lin Zhu shouted if Bai Yu couldn't even make a sound while he was there. Bai Yu smiled and apologized insincerely. He held an old comb in his hands, tapped it on the shoulder and told them to go to the 19th floor. Lin Zhu clenched his fists and walked towards the main character irritably. He shouted, asking why Bai Yu was still alive. The guy looked at him irritably. A shadow fell on his eyes. He asked Bai Yu why he didn't say anything when they knocked on the door. The main character looked at him and smiled. Shang Xiaoi looked back. He asked excitedly why the evil spirits had disappeared. Wang Shi stood in front of him, looking in the direction of the door. He wondered. Lin Zhu interrupted him and loudly asked if there was a fallen one inside and the main character would deal with him. Bai Yu walked past the guy with his hands in his pockets. He said he had temporarily suppressed the source, but it would happen again later. Gu Jingwu silently looked after him. Bai Yu walked ahead, pointing his finger forward. He said that there were no more leads and we needed to go up to the 19th floor. The rest of the group walked behind him. Lin Zhu looked after him, placing his hand on his side and calling him Bai Yu. Wang Shi smiled and closed his eyes, saying the main thing was that he was safe. Shang Xiaoi pulled his bangs back over his eyes. His cheeks turned red and he smiled excitedly, saying that he had not played enough yet. Yin Shuang walked forward with her eyes closed. She put her hand to her chest, listening to her heartbeat. Her watch read 11. The elevator panel showed upward movement in the 12th floor. Bai Yu looked at the panel, telling Gu Jingwu that he had a question. Gu Jingwu turned his head towards him. He asked if all the fallen were previously human. He turned his head to look at the captain. The protagonist asked if they were outside the tower for a long time. Then under certain circumstances they would also become fallen. The group stood in the elevator car. which was illuminated in red. Everyone was silent. Gu Jingwu looked forward and asked if Bai Yu had studied the watch. He said that at 75 the watch starts to sound an alarm. The upper limit is 300. The guy raised his wrist to his face and looked at his watch. He said it was written in the manual. Gu Jingwu told Bai Yu to pay attention to the color of the dial. Up to value 75 the dial color is green. The watch on Bai Yu's wrist reads 0, and the color of its dial was green. The orange dial showed the value 75. The red dial showed 175. The captain continued that after 75 the color is orange. When the value reaches 175, it turns red. Gu Jingwu does not have time to finish. The elevator signals that they have arrived. The elevator panel showed the 19th floor. Gu Jingwu fell silent. The elevator doors opened and he walked forward, telling everyone to go. The group began to exit the elevator. Bai Yu stood behind, looking at them. The system laughed and said that the main character is not at all shy about asking questions, and everyone ignores him. But despite the fact that Gu Jingwu did not finish speaking, she thinks that the guy found out everything he wanted. Bai Yu just smiled and shook his head. He thought that apparently if too many negative emotions accumulated and the scale reached red, a person turns into a fallen one. And this feature was clearly popular. The system laughed and said that in fact, when people are angry, they really look like monsters and often perfectly indicate this turning point. The group entered a large room. Long tables and chairs were placed everywhere. The room was completely dark and Lin Ju said that all the windows were closed. It was pitch black. Gu Jingwu raised his hand with the watch on his wrist, turning on something with his other hand. The clock began to glow and Gu Jingwu told everyone to turn on the clock. He also asked Shang Xiaoi to explore the area. Shang Xiaoi smiled awkwardly. He stuttered and said that there were 6 fallen people behind the door. Their level is higher than the monster that the captain killed. The door was illuminated with blue light coming from the clock. Shang Xiaoi pointed to himself and blushed excitedly. He wanted to say something, but Gu Jingwu raised his hand, gesturing to be silent, and told him to wait for his order. The captain took his sword in his hand and reached for the door handle to open it. A monster with red eyes was visible in the darkness. 2 monsters stood looking forward. One of them was large, with growths on its body. The smaller one had a bug-like jaw. Wang Shi and Bai Yu stood side by side, looking forward. The main character asked if Gu Jingwu was always like this. Wang Shi answered in the affirmative and said that although he is a leader, the captain always strives forward. There were 7 monsters in the dark room. They were hidden in shadow. Only silhouettes illuminated with a red outline and bright red eyes were visible. Gu Jingwu stood in front of them with a sword in his hand. He made a sharp lunge. Wang Shi said not to worry, because even if Gu Jingwu met a fallen one who was too tough for him, he would be safe. The captain jumped, cutting one monster with his sword and leaving red sparks in its place. He swung at the second one, who opened the beast's mouth. Gu Jingwu jumped back, dodging the monster's massive fist. There was a hole in the floor and the stones were scattered due to the impact. The captain struck the monster's chest, leaving red in its wake. Flash, a system table popped up next to Bai Yu's face, marveling at the captain's speed. The guy asked if the accompanying power really develops different sides in everyone. Wang Shi crossed his arms over his chest and looked forward to where the captain was fighting with a smile. He said that they are the same, but with each promotion you get additional abilities that improve your strengths. Wang Shi said that he could not describe this process. He leaned towards Bai Yu and grabbed his shoulder, smiling with his teeth. He said that the guy himself will understand when he moves from the first stage to the second. Bai Yu smiled and looked at him. The system said it was very simple. She asked, "This is the same as skills in computer games." Gu Jingwu seems to have improved his speed. Wang Shi showed off his muscles. He raised his hands and clasped them together, showing off his muscles. The system said that he had obviously improved his attack and health. Lin Ju twirled a strand of purple hair around his finger. He complained of boredom and the system said that he had improved his attack and speed 50/50. Shang Xiaoi raised his fist in the air and wished good luck to the captain. The system said that he improved perception and attack. Yin Shuang stood calmly and silently watched the captain. The system said it was strange, it couldn't say anything. This girl must be the weakest on the team. But these are definitely not characteristics associated with survivability. Bai Yu smiled awkwardly, and the system indignantly asked if everyone in this team does not value life, and that there is no smell of adequacy here at all. Gu Jingwu stopped. He stood in the middle of the room holding his sword in his hands. The corpses of monsters lay around him. The captain said that everything was ready and sheathed the sword. Without turning around, he told the others to go. The corpses of the fallen lay nearby, illuminated by a red outline. Bai Yu walked past one of the fallen. A severed tail lay next to him. The system said that this is a level 3 fallen one. Mutation, sickle-shaped hand that can cut metal. The system said that these guys would not object to the opening of the Mantis fist boxing gym. She said that it was a pity that such a good representative of martial arts was now lying here guarding the hospital. The main character passed by another monster. His face and body were deformed. He had red eyes on his head, and red spikes were visible on his body. The system said that when the director was devoured, they only obeyed the order of the poor fellow. Bai Wu looked back and thought that it seemed that these 6 were the gatekeepers of the second building. Gu Jingyu stood in front of the next door and wanted to open it. The protagonist asked the captain to wait. He turned to the guy. He raised his hand and said that the fallen of the first corps were no match for them, and while they controlled their emotions, the fallen of the second corps could not feel them. The longer they stay outside the tower, the faster their accompanying strength grows. Then why not sit in the first building? Lin Zhu smiled smugly and looked at Bai Yu. He asked if the guy really knew nothing at all. The world outside rejects them, and every 4 hours the interference in their body increases. Bai Yu looked back at him and his face frowned. He asked about interference. Gu Jingyu put his hand on the door handle. Lin Zhu began to list. He said that, for example, the speed drops, the senses become dull, the mood fluctuates, hallucinations begin, the attack weakens, a person resists the fall, and worse, one begins to be afraid of the dark. In addition, every time you leave the tower you encounter random interference. Without paying any attention to them, Gu Jingyu opened the door and walked further inside. Bai Yu looked after the captain. He thought about the fact that every 4 hours a random debuff would be applied, so he wouldn't be able to stand still and level up. The group continued to follow Gu Jingyu. The system laughed and said that he alone survived in the blue zone for 24 days, which means he received 6 interferences every day. He received more than 100 negative impacts and was still able to fight the fallen. The system noted that the captain is strong. Bai Yu followed everyone ahead. The system said it had a second tip. Don't try to get past building 2, they need to go downstairs to get the key. Bai Yu followed everyone into the room. The system said that otherwise, even if they entered the third building, they would not get through. The system reminded that the key was swallowed by an unknown creature. In the dark, 6 red eyes with black pupils were visible. Bai Yu's shoulder bag was see-through. An old comb was visible in it. The system said that although they can rely on Gu Jingyu's strength, she still suggests using a comb. This is the only way the main character will receive more rewards. Human face with sharp teeth in the mouth. The creature has gray skin and red hair, but its eyes are visible. Pink saliva dripped from its lips. It welcomed the group into its arena. The group stood in the center of the destroyed room. There was that same creature above. Instead of an ordinary human body, there was a spider. The fallen one looked down at the group from above, sitting on a web. Gu Jingyu raised his watch hand to his chest. The clock flashed with a cross-shaped blue light. Shang Xiaoi asked why it was so dark here. The cross-shaped light from the clock flashed in the darkness. The guy told Bai Yu to be careful and that the captain was going to use this thing. A brown lantern appeared in Gu Jingyu's hands, shining with a bright yellow light. The captain raised his hand with a lantern high, illuminating the way. The group walked along a dark corridor, which was illuminated only by the lantern in Gu Jingyu's hands. The system said that it was Medusa Gorgon's lantern with a petrification effect, and that the captain had a lot of treasure in store. The system panel showed Jilin level 4D. Bai Yu followed the captain along the corridor. Yin Shuang looked around as she followed behind them. She said that since the corridor was on the top floor, they didn't need to explore the lower ones. Through this corridor they will be able to go to buildings 3 and 4. Bai Yu looked back and confirmed it. However, he said that the key to building 3 is here, and it's better to be prepared for the fact that there is no longer a white zone. Wang Shi turned to the guy and asked how he knew that the key to building 3 was here. He said caution is good, but first we need to see what's ahead. Gu Jingyu extended his hand to the wall. In some places there was a yellow pattern resembling a honeycomb. The group stood in front of the wall and Gu Jingyu said that in order to enter the third building, one must follow the rule: the location cannot be destroyed. Bai Yu asked the captain, standing behind him. He said that the rules of the world outside the tower are very strange. The main character should know this. Generally, normal locations can be destroyed, but when it comes to key locations, no matter how high the accompanying power is, they cannot be destroyed. Bai Wu pursed his lips. The system laughed, saying that the invisible wall was so familiar, and suggested exploring the area ahead later. Someone quickly presses the elevator button and calls the captain. Shang Xiaoi turns his head while clicking the button and says in a panic that the elevator button is not responding. The group moved closer, watching as Shang Xiaoi continued to press the button. The system said that this was some kind of tsundere building and that the owner did not want to install an elevator, but pretended that it was there. Baiyu thought about the fake elevator and the system told him to pay attention to the sign on top. The guy raised his head. A red imprint that resembles a blood stain. The number 19 shone in a brighter red color. However, the system said that it was not 19, it was 0, and below them was minus the first floor. And that although Baiyu does not know about Feng Shui, he certainly understands that it is like the 18 steps of hell, and this is clearly not good. The guy with white hair turned his head. Behind him was black and yellow tape blocking the passage. The system said that his goal was in the very bottom of hell and could not be reached directly. He said they would have to go down the stairs, floor by floor. A wide staircase led down. There was nothing visible below, only darkness. The group began to descend the stairs. They came down. There was a sign on the wall 1F. There were no further stairs and someone asked about it. Gu Jingyu looked forward and said that the stairs were on the opposite side. And unfortunately this building is designed in such a way that on each floor you need to pass a corridor in order to go further up the stairs. The group stood at the beginning of a long corridor. It was not illuminated in any way, except for the lantern in the hands of the captain. The floor was paved with marble, and above the doors were room numbers. Lin Zhu looked at the wall and said loudly that they came down from the first floor. Why did they end up on the minus first floor? The writing on the wall said 1F. The wall is labeled 4F, with a small blood stain visible on the letter F. Lin Zhu asked if they noticed that there was no light here, and if it weren't for the captain's lamp, it would have been pitch dark. Wall with 10F written on it. There is a blood print in the corner on the wall. Wall with 16F written on it. Lin Zhu looked to the side and tisked, saying that the lower they go, the more corpses of the fallen. The group walked forward. Under their feet were bloody corpses, limbs separated from their bodies. The guy noticed that they were all torn to shreds. There were almost no whole ones. Gu Jingyu held a lantern. Dilapidated walls. There are pieces of the fallen bodies on the floor. Lin Zhu said that it felt like crazy experiments were being carried out here. Shang Xiaowei clutched his shirt on his chest. He turned his head and stammered for the captain, breathing heavily. He said that as soon as they descended, he began to feel that they were getting closer and closer to the fallen one. He walked behind Gu Jingyu. Spider webs and red thorns were visible above his head. The guy said that it was his first time in such an atmosphere and he was scared. Wang Shi walked behind the main character, looking to the side. He said that it seemed the target must be below. They felt it, and she felt them too. Suddenly something caught his attention and he looked in the other direction. Baiyu stopped and held a lantern to illuminate something. Wang Shi asked him where he was looking. The guy illuminated a passage without a door. Above it was a broken number 12. The system window showed the phrase "although I'm cute, but with a camera you will see a more accurate picture. We are your helpers." The main character wondered why the notification appeared so suddenly. The system window showed the phrase that returning lost property is a good deed. But is Baiyu sure that he wants this? Baiyu remembered the store he went into with a bright yellow sign. The guy opened his bag and started looking for something in it. He thought about the camera. Yin Shuang looked at the guy and asked what he was looking for. Baiyu looked at her and shook his hand, which was holding a small yellow and black camera. He smiled and looked at her, saying that he was looking for this. Lin Zhu smiled smugly and closed his eyes. He stuck out one hand and said that there were very few objects that could become Jilin. You can leave the tower 100 times and not find even one. So the main character shouldn't take so many things when he has to flee. It's only a burden. Baiyu remained silent and only looked at Lin Zhu with a smile, holding the camera in his hand. He brought the camera to his face, pointing the camera down the aisle. The system said, regarding Jilin's predisposition, although the camera has little of it, it can still help him. If he stays outside the tower longer, he may have new functions. There were a couple of pieces of debris in the room, a wooden bench at the end of the room. Above it hung a board to which 2 chains were attached. The system told Baiyu to say 20270702141525 to himself, then look at cell number 12, and a surprise awaits him there. But it can only be used twice a week. Baiyu holds a black and yellow camera to one of his eyes. He thought about the chain of numbers. 2027, July 2nd, 2:15 p.m. and 25 seconds. Suddenly a cross-shaped flash appeared. Wang Shi widened his eyes in surprise and smiled. He happily said that it really works and the guy is lucky. Lin Zhu frowned and turned away dissatisfied, crossing his arms over his chest. He asked how some photograph would help them. Baiyu looked at the photo that came out of the camera. He said it looks like this camera is taking pictures from the past. The guy took the Polaroid photo in his hands. A blood stain was visible on one of its edges. The photo was of a child with red hair, chained up. He was wearing a white shirt. The child's skin was gray, the whites of his eyes were purple, and the eyes themselves were yellow. There was a cross-shaped pattern or scar running down his eye and part of his face. Gu Jingwu walked towards Bai Yu, who was holding the photo. He asked if anything could be learned from this photo. The guy responded by asking if the fallen have a high level of intelligence. On the gray wall hung a board with thick chains going down. Gu Jingwu looked towards the room and frowned and replied that some of the fallen retain human characteristics, such as speech. But there are even fewer fallen ones, who, although they are called fallen, it is better to say that they are evolutioners. Bai Wu looked down at the photo, thinking about it. He held the photograph between two fingers and held it up in front of him. The guy said that if he's not mistaken, the teenager in this photo is a watchman, and that according to the captain, there is a high-level fallen here. They had never encountered anything like this before. Suddenly someone's voice said gobbled up. The gray human face smiled. The teeth were sharp. The creature had violet eyes and a cross-shaped scar on its face. Gu Jingwu and Bai Yu looked up. There were cobwebs on the ceiling. A huge spider with purple eyes was sitting on it. His sharp paws were covered in blood, which flowed down. There was a guy hanging on it like a spider embedded in its head. His violet eyes glowed. One of his hands was black and clawed. Gu Jingwu immediately pulled his hand towards the sword, his black hair covering one eye. He shouted that this was a high-level fallen and that everyone should prepare for battle. He jumped high, swinging his sword with red sparks coming from it, trying to cut the spider. The spider jumped back, dodging the blow. Gu Jingwu looked in his direction in surprise, realizing that he had dodged. The gray-skinned guy laughed, pink saliva flying out of his mouth. He welcomed them into his arena. The guy spread his arms to the sides. The spider landed on the ground, raising its clawed paw high above it. He said he would entertain them well. The spider's paw hit the ground sharply, leaving a red trail behind it. He walked all over the floor. Wang Shi shouted for everyone to take a step back, his face opening in panic. Wang Shi shouted to Bai Yu that there was something ahead and to be careful. The floor beneath Bai Yu's feet fell apart. He fell down, a yellow lantern flying next to him. The system began to scream that they were finished, because the guy had no combat abilities at all. Gu Jingwu jumped towards Bai Yu and extended his hand to him. He shouted for the guy to grab her. The captain's hand grabbed Bai Yu's. The rest of the team stood next to the edge of the collapsed floor. A huge spider stood next to the collapse. Instead of falling down with stones, Gu Jingwu and the main character fell. Nothing was visible below, only darkness. The team shouted after the captain and Bai Yu. The system panel appeared on a black background. She asked to wake up. In the center of the hall lay fragments of a broken ceiling. The main character was lying on these rubble. The system asked him to wake up. She asked what was wrong with Bai Yu that he decided to sleep when they were attacked. The guy hisses in pain and leans on nearby rubble. There is a visible wound on his cheek. The system shouts that he has finally woken up, because if he had slept like this any longer, he could have become fallen. Gu Jingwu notices that Bai Yu has woken up, holding a lantern and illuminating the room. The system says that if he had not come to the rescue, they would have been torn to pieces. The protagonist holds his head while the captain says that he checked everything in the area. This must be the lowest floor, because on the top floor everything is designed differently. He notices that it is a large open floor plan with no other structures other than columns. The entire hall is in various debris. The floor is cracked. There are columns along the edge of the hall. The room is dark. Only the lantern held by Gu Jingwu and several lanterns glowing with a weak blue light illuminate the room. Bai Yu stands up and walks behind the captain, still holding his head. He, holding a lantern, nods to the guy at something. He says, "Look at this." From his experience, he could say that at least 10 fallen of different species fought here. But there is not the slightest scratch on the numbers, as if they were deliberately avoided. Number 12. He thinks there is some connection with this number. The captain illuminates the number 12 written in Roman symbols on the wall. The system says that he is worthy of the title of captain and that he quickly understands everything. She says that this is one stubborn boy who is nicknamed the 12th student, which is why he likes this number so much. In his mind, Bai Yu wonders who the 12th student is. He puts his hand to his chin as the captain surveys the room. Above their heads there is a huge hole in the ceiling. Bai Yu thinks that students are always like their teachers, so there is still a teacher. The system says that the ceiling is decrepit and you need to take care of your head. The guy turns back, looking up. Something heavy falls down from a hole in the ceiling. Gu Jingwu also turns his head to look at this. They turn in that direction to look at what has fallen. On the wall behind them are large Roman numerals 5 and 6. The captain says that something fell from the top floor and that this building is not as strong as it seems. Looking at the object, Bai Yu realizes that it is a door from the top floor. The metal door is bent and has the words 17-12 on it. The inscription appears on the system's 17th floor, number 12. After I absorb the Spider Woman from the 16th floor, I can control them using spider threads. Now I am not only the strongest of the full-fledged ones, but I also own 23 obedient slaves. They are my trump cards. Can you kill them all in seconds? If you can't catch me, I'll swallow the third whole key. Baiyu chuckles, putting his hand to his lips. He thinks that since he dared to open up like that, there is no need to doubt the obvious outcome of the battle. The guy looks up at the hole in the ceiling. There is a camera on the top floor and a doorway visible. He thinks that this is not just some information contained in the chamber, but the thoughts of the fallen who lived at that time. He remembers a photo of a teenager with red hair and gray skin. His eyes narrow as he realizes it's number 12. Baiyu closes his eyes and lowers his head, gathering his thoughts together. He stands in the middle of blue panels with different inscriptions, thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin. The guy says that according to the previously found diary, the incident in the psychiatric hospital took place in 2026. At that time, people must not have entered the tower yet. Blue flashes rush by, like a gust of wind with square fragments. Baiyu thinks that Gu Jinyu and many others do not know the history before the tower era. A door appeared from under the water. There were splashes of water around her in circles in the water. The system table showed a message, first floor, number 12. Most floors are both prisons and arenas. This place used to be full of monsters. Some of them were created here, and some were brought here by some unknown people. They fight fiercely and only the strongest have the right to go to the next floor. The red door floated completely out of the water, leaving a splash. There was a sign on the door -112. Baiyu stood on the water and took the door handle in his hand to open it. He thought that this hospital was like this a few years before the tower era. The guy opened the door and walked through it. The blue water took on a red tint, and two doors also appeared in other places. In the reflection of the water, monsters were visible fighting each other. An inscription appeared on the system, third floor, number 12. I ate Gru. His premonition of death was very useful for me. I'm going to go up to the 4th floor, and I hope to meet interesting guys. Baiyu thought that all these notes confirmed his guesses. A message appeared on the system again, 4th floor, number 12. I will not die. I will run away from death, but the food on this floor is not tasty at all. These guys are not worth it for me to eat them. The main character walked through water-colored red. He looked around, watching the other two doors emerge from the water. A message appeared on the system, 6th floor, number 12. Finally, I met an interesting opponent. Out of respect for him, his Ilya absorbed him completely. Above the doors, in the sky, a black shadow with red eyes brings to its mouth a piece of a small creature with the same red eyes. Baiyu looks at it. A message appears on the system, 9th floor, number 12. I feel that there are no more worthy opponents here. The director is afraid of me. The staff is afraid too. But I will pretend to obey them until I eat all the monsters. 10th floor, number 12. I'm the strongest, as expected. There is a black shadow of a monster on the door with the sign -1012. She has red eyes and a smile. She reaches her hand towards the door, leaving red scratches. Violet sparks come from it. The system appears, 13th floor, number 12. I am moving further and further from the light, but closer and closer to the truth that the teacher spoke about. Soon I will become full-fledged, and when I leave here, I will become the teacher's strongest weapon and destroy the tower. 14th floor, room 12. Impossible. How could I lose? Door numbered -1412. The shadow on the door opened its mouth as if in a scream. Blood is flowing from his mouth, and his red eyes seem to have widened. The system displays the inscription. It is just garbage that arrived from the first building. How can it be compared with a genius? I have to devour her. Baiyu looked down, indicating that the turning point occurred on the -14th floor. The guy put his hand on the door with a sign -1512, which slowly disappeared. The other door behind him disappeared almost completely. He thought that it seemed that the poor guy from the 11th floor of the first building had once been transferred to the second building. The shadows of two monsters fought. One of them looked in surprise at the black shoots that the second monster sent. Baiyu said that the hospital was trying to create a perfect monster, and this 12th student went all the way to the 14th floor. As a result, his path was interrupted by the poor thing, who was transferred from the first building. The 4th core ultimate boss once defeated the 2nd core little boss. Lost in thought, Baiyu lowered his head and closed his eyes. Suddenly he opened them, frowning. The guy looked at the door with the sign -1512. The system displayed a message, 15th floor, number 12. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5 hands, 6 hands, 7 hands, 8 hands. Okay, they don't end. The main character said that turning negative emotions into hands is one of the poor guy's tricks. The walls were not damaged. The battle probably ended very quickly. This little boss has been turned into an introvert. Turning away from the door, Baiyu smiled and closed his eyes. He thought about what an arrogant monster he was and what he became after meeting a terrifying opponent. Door with number -1012 on the sign. The monster's shadow smiles, showing sharp teeth. His clawed hand clenches. Something purple is visible on the chest. The system displayed the message 16th floor, number 12. It's not that I'm weak, but that I didn't eat enough food. There are so many delicacies on the 16th floor. By eating these guys, I can defeat her, because my suffering is greater than hers. Baiyu said that the monster is a narrow-minded sufferer, and that his thoughts exactly match his crazy face. He thinks that, judging by the records from the 17th floor, the poor guy defeated him the next time, after which his confidence completely collapsed. Baiyu walks on red water. Behind him are two silhouettes, one of them a silhouette of a spider guy. He sits on the water, lowering his head and holding onto it. A large silhouette of a girl rises above him. Long hair like shoots emanate from it. Baiyu says that in the end the monster was left in the second building, and the poor victor was possibly moved deeper. The guy smiled and closed his eyes. The stones were again visible behind him. He thought that not only did the poor fellow become an internal demon for him, which he could not overcome, he also failed to show the teacher what he was capable of. Gu Jingwu stood behind the protagonist, holding a lantern in his hands. The guy told the captain that he understood the meaning of the number 12. The number 12 indicates the number of the fallen one they just encountered. He asked if the captain remembered the photo and said that the guy became the fallen one they met now. A guy with gray skin and a spider body. His skin was gray, his violet eyes glowed brightly. Saliva dripped from his mouth, open in a smile. There was blood on the guy's body. Spikes like ribs were holding his body. The clawed spider legs were covered in blood. Baiyu said that such high-level fallen ones were studied and created in this hospital. The guy climbed onto a pile of stones, waving his hand to the side. The captain followed him, holding a lantern in his hand. Baiyu said that they fought and ate each other, which is why there are so many corpses on the higher floors. 2 Core is an arena for weeding out some of the fallen. Gu Jingwu glanced at him, asking if 12 fallen ones were created here. Baiyu looked to the side, saying that there were at least 12. The system said that it was better to say that the teacher that Ilya admired so much had at least 12 fallen. Moreover, this teacher is planning something terrible. Gu Jingwu tilted his head and said, "This is bad. A high-level fallen one is not something Wang Shi and the others can handle. They need to find a way to get back to them." He asked to see if there was a way up. The two stood on a pile of stones. A lantern shone brightly. Red particles swirled above them, making a sound. In the darkness, an eye with a purple shell and a yellow pupil opened wide. Gu Jingwu looked to the side and clicked, asking if the monster had already come out. He handed the lantern to Baiyu. The captain put his hand on the handle of the sword, holding the scabbard with his other hand, drawing the sword. The two stood on the rocks, the lantern shining brightly. In the darkness, one large red eye with a yellow pupil looked at them, and 4 more purple eyes of different sizes with red pupils. Gu Jingwu said that it seems that the return will have to be postponed. Gu Jingwu put his sword hand in front of Baiyu. He looked at him while holding a lamp, and the captain told him to be alert, not to get too close to him and not to go too far. Baiyu looked at him, and Gu Jingwu, without turning to him, said that the Medusa Gorgon lantern guy could use it to block the movements of the fallen, but let him not hope for it. It is not particularly effective against high-level fallen. The system laughed and said that Gu Jingwu really cares about his subordinates, and the lamp really does not work on high-level fallen ones. At best it is a final debuff. Moreover, these fallen ones are unusual. They cannot even be called fallen. The lantern in Baiyu's hands sparkled brightly. In front of the two stood a huge blue monster. Blue veins were visible on his arms. There was a kind of mask on the face, with a round green eye in the middle that glowed, and horns on the side of the face. Next to the huge monster there were 2 huge eyes that seemed to float in the air. A faint purple light emanated from them. The system said that they were fallen before. The huge monster clenched his fist. Blood prints were visible on it. The blue veins glowed. A message appeared in the system: attention, mutation, hardening. The huge monster quickly raised its hand over Baiyu and Gu Jingwu. A blue light followed the fist and the monster roared loudly. The monster's huge fist crashed onto the mountain of stones, making a loud sound. Many red lines appeared in the darkness. Gu Jingwu jumped high, holding the sword in his hand and cutting the monster's huge hand into pieces. They flew down. The monster raised his severed hand, blue blood oozing from the hole. Pieces of the severed hand scattered to the side. The captain pointed a red glowing sword towards the monster. An inscription appeared on the system, Talent, Ultimate Shadow. With great speed, Gu Jingwu launched many rapid strikes at the monster. The blows cut through the monster, lighting up red. The monster's head was separated from its body, and there were wounds all over its body, from which blue blood flowed. Many shadows cut the monster's body at high speed, leaving behind a red light. The system said that this is the ultimate shadow. In simple terms, this talent allows the captain to move so fast that he appears to split into two. Although the fallen one is of a high level, he cannot be called an equal opponent to the captain. She also said not to look at Gu Jingwu like that just because he has no emotions. Bai Yu stood on a pile of stones. The body of the huge monster was now falling. All the monster's limbs were separated from each other. They were bleeding blue blood. Limbs of different sizes flew next to his body. Even the blue bones of the monster were visible. A purple piece of monster flesh lay on the ground, blue blood flowing from it. The system said that now they are nothing more than the kids of that stupid guy, summoned animals. But in their reaction to a surge of emotions, they are more like an automatic doll with simple reflexes than a fallen one. Bai Yu looked at the monster's carcass and thought that they had dissolved. The system responded in the affirmative and said that after all, they shouldn't even have bodies. They were just monsters created by that guy. Bai Yu sat down on the ground. A large purple hand with green fingers came out from behind him. She reached out to the guy. The system said that there were 3 kids and suggested the guy avoid them. The guy looked sharply to the side. Bai Yu jumped aside sharply. The monster's hand loudly slammed the ground nearby. A monster with purple skin stood on all fours. Only his toes, head, and shoulder fur were turquoise green. The monster had a gray mask on its face and orange eyes glowed underneath. The main character sharply put the lantern of the Gorgon Medusa in front of him. The monkey-like monster did not react at all. Heading towards Bai Yu, the system displayed a panel on which it was written petrification, impossible, slow down, weak. The monster struck with its paw, but the guy quickly ducked, dodging. He realized that the flashlight did not work. The black sword struck quickly. The system showed an inscription, a rare mutation, a feeling of danger. The monster looked back. There was a shadow from the sword on his shoulder. Gu Jingwu slashed downward with his sword, which emitted a long white light. The monster jumped to the side. The blow hitting the ground appeared on the monster's mask, from which green blood flowed. He jumped onto the wall, disappearing into the shadows. The monster's long green tail glowed brightly and hit the wall. Bai Yu stood up, holding the lantern in front of him. The captain bent down on one knee, sword in hand. He said that it was a bit weak and he didn't expect that there was someone who could hide in the shadows. The main character told him that he would figure something out with this, and the rest was up to him. The captain raised his head and looked at the guy, asking if he was sure. Bai Yu replied in the affirmative and said that he already had some thoughts on this matter. The monster was sitting on the wall. His hands disappeared into her. The system showed the inscription, a rare mutation, secrecy. The captain said as for the other one, he was unarmed. A black and blue monster that resembles more of a mass. His body had purple eyes with a red pupil, and his whole body glowed with small lights that resembled stars. Above, violet energy swirled. Red sparks came from their upper eyes. The monster narrowed its eye above, which seemed to float in the air. The round mass under the eye resembled a cosmic system. The system showed an inscription, a rare mutation, space distortion. Bai Yu turned towards the monster. Gu Jingwu bowed his body, holding his sword at the ready. He said he couldn't handle it. The monster's purple eyes looked at them. The system told the main character that they were attacking from above. The captain raised his head. A large black hole appeared above their heads with a huge fist coming out of it. Gu Jingwu shouted to Bai Yu about the overhead strike. He grabbed the guy by the collar of his jacket and pulled him sharply. The main character jumped sharply to the side. A huge black fist, with blue veins and a purple glow, hit the place where he had stood before. He looked at his fist and thought that this was another nasty ability. 3 purple eyes were on the monster's mess. He opened 4 portals. 4 fists aimed at the running Gu Jingwu, quickly preparing to fall on him. The fists hit the floor, missing the running guy. He pushed himself off the floor. Jumping sharply, the captain cut the monster's body with strong blows. White and red sparks came from them. Gu Jingwu raised his hand and approached the monster's eye, which widened. He raised his hand back to strike. The man's eyes narrowed and he said that he would cut the monster open like those corpses above. The monster's body split into 2 pieces when Gu Jingwu cut it with his sword. The monster's eyes on different parts of its body looked angrily at the captain. The monster's eyes narrowed and black energy emanated from it. The 2 parts of the body are fused to each other. The system showed the inscription, mutation, liquid body, weakness, central eye. Bai Yu frowned as he looked ahead. He thought about the next monster and it looks like he is a coward. The guy stood in the middle of the rubble, illuminating the darkness around with a flashlight. Translucent green energy swirled around him. The system warned him of an attack from behind and recommended him to step aside. Baiyu looked back. Behind him, a monkey-like monster crawled out of the floor. The monster swung its long-fingered paw, trying to hit Baiyu. The guy jumped back, dodging. He thought that the monster seemed to be ignoring the captain and attacking him. Perhaps something was disturbing the monster in him. The system suggested that this was correct. The monster disappeared into the shadows, running away from Baiyu. His hands disappeared into the floor. The guy thought that there was simply no other option for what the monsters were afraid of. He held Medusa's lantern in front of him, holding it. The system asked how the main character was going to win. The guy looked to the side and grinned. He shouted to the captain. Baiyu stood on the ground, the lantern shining brightly. Gu Jingyu was high above the ground as he jumped up. He looked back at Baiyu, giving him a questioning look. The guy threw the lantern with a sharp wave of his hand. He shouted that the purple monster's weak point was its eyes. The lantern flew towards Gu Jingyu, who looked at it questioningly. Baiyu smiled as he watched the captain. Quickly, the man cut the lantern with his sword, leaving behind a white light. A yellow light illuminated everything around with a sharp flash. The light was in front of Gu Jingyu and the violet-eyed monster, illuminating everything around them. Baiyu covered his face with his hand from the bright light. He said that most of all such monsters are afraid of light, and the best place to hide is the shadow under a lantern. Standing in front of the bright light, Gu Jingyu cast a large and long shadow. 10 minutes ago, the red-tipped blade cut something, leaving sparks. Wang Shi blocked the blow with his fist, his face contorted with anger, his teeth clenched. He raised his head, looking at Shang Xiaoi and Yin Shan, who rushed forward and shouted to them. Wang Shi was holding the giant spider's leg, which was stained with blood. Yin Shuang and Shang Xiaoi rushed forward, holding their weapons at the ready, approaching the spider's head and the gray-skinned guy who was sitting in it. Shang Xiaoi raised his hands that were holding daggers high, swinging his arms. A guy with gray skin raised a black hand that was covered with chitinous scales. It opened up, creating a shield. Shang Xiaoi threw the blades and they spun, hitting the monster's hand, causing yellow sparks to pass through it. He raised his shield hand in front of his face and smiled, promising to catch them. Silhouette of a black spider with red eyes and a guy on top, which is blocked by a white web. Yin Shuang looked at the web in front of her in surprise. The whip wrapped around the girl's body. Lin Zhu pulled her in, holding a whip. The girl stood next to him. He told them to be careful and not to get caught in the web. Shang Xiaoi jumped away from the white web with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He shouted that Lin Zhu had failed to save him again. The guy replied that nothing would happen to him anyway. Purple spider eyes. There are drops of blood on the spider's white skin. The spider approached Lin Zhu from behind, reaching out with its clawed paws. Wang Shi blocked the spider's blow, shouting to the guy behind him, who turned around in fear. Wang Shi squeezed his hand, which had a golden spiked knuckle on it. His face contorted with anger, the vein on his forehead bulged. Wang Shi's fist hit the monster's paw sharply. Cracks ran along it. The silhouette guy looked at this angrily, gritting his teeth. His white hand began to shake and deform. He hit Wang Shi sharply with his hand, which lengthened. Wang Shi covered his chest with his fists, blocking the monster's blow. The monster shouted that they wanted to defeat him, who became full-fledged. Lin Zhu shouted at Wang Shi, turning towards him and throwing his whip forward. He understood everything. Wang Shi squeezed the monster's hand, holding it down. At that moment, Lin Zhu wrapped his friend's whip around part of the monster's arm. Shang Xiaoi and Yin Shuang sharply cut her in half. The blows left a yellow and blue reflection, and blue blood flowed from the severed hand. Lin Zhu glanced at them and shouted excellent. Suddenly the guy's eyes widened in fear. There was a stump in the monster's blue blood. Blue blood flowed down the spider's head, and a severed hand lay nearby, from which blue blood flowed. But the guy with gray skin has grown a new arm. Lin Zhu said that if you give him a little rest, he will immediately recover, and if this continues, it will last forever. The monster smiled. Pink saliva flowed over his lips and he said that this was not true. A web burst out from the monster's spider body. His spider-like back was spiked and there was a small depression in the middle from which came a red light. The red cavity opened, a web burst out of it, and the spider's body seemed to split into two parts. The guy with gray skin lowered his head. There were parts of something on the web. Suddenly the red-haired monster raised its head. Two purple dots shone in his black eyes, and saliva ran down his mouth. There was a web behind him and the monster said that he would finish them off right now. Lin Zhu's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. A huge cocoon hung on the web, from which blue liquid flowed. Lin Zhu said that at such a moment, the captain and Baiyu disappeared somewhere. not a human skull with a bright red eye and red fur. Behind him is a long body. There was a blue liquid on the ground that ran down it in the long flesh. The spider stood with its web up, on which hung many cocoons. 3 monsters had already emerged from them, one of which was flying in the air. The group stood in front of them. Real, a monkey-like monster crawled out of the black space. Gujingu turned around and his eyes widened. He stepped back. The captain stood in the middle of the 2 monsters. The monkey monster swung his arm. A long shadow was visible behind the man's back, and he said the name of the ultimate shadow skill. The captain's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He swung his sword, leaving a long white and red trail behind it and cutting through the monster monkey. A black shadow came from the captain's body. The captain's shadow fell on the purple monster's body and eye. The monster's eyes widened in fear as the man walked closer to the monster and said that he was aiming for the largest eye. Gujingu sharply pierced the purple monster's eye with his sword. Red veins appeared on it, and green blood sprayed from the eye. The system said the battle was over. The captain still held the sword in the purple monster's body. Without turning around and sheathing his sword, he called out to Baiyu. The man said that if he wasn't here, the other person wouldn't have been able to react in time. Baiyu smiled and said that he knew it, and it was precisely because the captain was here that he did so. Gujingu remained silent to this. He looked up. Only small particles remained from the purple monster's body and disappeared. The captain said that there is something wrong with these fallen ones, and after their death there is no trace left. The system said that the captain is very attentive. Baiyu's foot stepped on a white cobweb on the floor. He said that the monsters do not completely turn to dust and there are still traces like cobwebs left. A huge spider with a red web behind it and glowing purple eyes. A man with red hair grew into his head. Baiyu said that it might be the ability of the arachnid above. He highlights the web from which these monsters were formed, but they cannot be called true fallen ones. The captain looked at him and frowned. He said that if the summoned creatures had such power, then the rest of the group could not cope with the fallen one themselves, and that they must help them. The group stood on stone rubble, with a huge cobweb ahead. Baiwu looked up. Baiyu and Gujingu stood in the middle of the dark hall. There were Roman numerals on the walls, and lanterns glowed faintly on the floor. The main character's eyes widened. The system warned that a level 6 fallen one was approaching. A huge cobweb on the wall. 2 figures jumped down. The main character raised his head, looking up and saying that they had arrived. Shang Xiaoi looked down and smiled, shouting that they were downstairs. The group was in the air along with fragments of stones. A red-clawed paw reached out towards them, and everyone held their weapons at the ready. Wang Shi looked to the side and clenched his hand into a fist. He shouted to Shang Xiaoi that there were more fallen ones ahead and they needed to not relax. Gujingu suddenly jumped forward and a shadow rushed past Baiyu. He smiled, his hair flying in the wind. Quickly jumping forward, the man called out Lin Zhu and Wang Shi. Lan Wiruo looked at him and shouted that he understood. He gripped the whip with one hand, wrapping part of it around his wrist. 4 monsters flew down from the ceiling, with many stones scattering behind them. Lin Zhu swung his whip and, jumping, the captain pushed away from him. Wang Shi put his hand forward. Landing on it, Gujingu pushed against it. He jumped even higher, cutting through the air and reaching for the hilt of his sword. Yin Xuanj and Shang Xiaoi were already on the ground. Wang Shi and Lin Zhu landed on their knees. Lin Zhu raised his head and smiled at the captain. Wang Shi also raised his head, smiled widely and said that he would leave it to the captain. Gujingu pulled out his sword and a red light flashed from it. Ultimate Shadow. Gujingu's eyes glowed red as he unsheathed his sword. The red glow of the sword became brighter. 4 large black and red highlights from the cut of the sword. Each monster was hit by a large flash. Its beginning was black and its end ended in red. Gujingu's several figures cut down the skull-headed fallen and the huge green monster with green eyes. Blue blood came from their wounds. Gujingu's figures were surrounded by red light, his eyes glowing the same red color. Yin Xuan looked up at the captain in surprise. Shang Xiaoi raised his hands high, one of which held a dagger. He smiled and shouted that their captain was the strongest. Baiyu smiled and put his hand on his side, also looking up at the captain. The system said that this was his ideal technique and that the captain was cool, but then asked, "Are they cool too?" The hand grabbed the edge of the stone. Gujingu jumped onto the edge of the floor, next to the hole. A red shine emanated from his hand. He sat down on one knee. The captain looked around, talking about the web. There was a purple glow next to him. A fallen man with gray skin appeared behind Gujingu. He smiled widely, saying that the man was apparently their boss. Gujingu's eyes widened and sweat was visible on his cheek. Wang Shi shouted to the captain to be careful and that the fallen one was very strong. The spider shot a blue web at the captain, but he jumped to the side, dodging. Wang Shi raised his head, looking up at the battle, his face frowning. The man shouted that he thought the Fallen was on level 5. The red-haired Fallen put his hands in front of him. He stuck out his tongue, his violet eyes glowing. The monster said that weaklings like them are not his enemies. But the captain is another matter, but he is stronger. The 4 sharp legs of the spider rushed towards Gu Jingyu. He looked at them, holding a sword in his hand. The captain pushed away from the stones. His eyes widened. A shadow fell on his face. The system said, "Who would have thought that Ilya became so nasty?" The man cut the monster's sharp spider legs. Yellow sparks came from them. He cut off the fallen man's black hand. The monster's face was distorted in pain, and purple blood flowed from the wound. The system said that if the body of the fallen man was disassembled into pieces and given to the artists of the journey to the west, he could make a good profit. Gu Jingyu jumped higher away from the spider monster. Purple blood flowed profusely from the fallen man's severed hand. Ilya turned to the captain with a smile. The fallen man's whole hand grabbed the captain's leg. Smiling, he sharply threw it down. The man fell, hitting the rocks. An inscription appeared on the system: a mutation, iron cutting, acid corrosion, web entanglement, penetration of highly toxic substances, stretching of limbs, rapid reaction. Gu Jingyu collapsed on the rocks, blood dripping from his mouth. The spider's belly began to grow over itself. The black hand of the fallen one appeared again, quickly merging with the body. The system issued a message: rare mutations, monstrous strength, limb regeneration, blocking. Perfect mutation, a reaction between life and death. Gu Jingyu jumped up and put his hand on the hilt of the sword again. Red sparks formed around him. The system said that after all, Gu Jingyu is very strong. He fights with Ilya on equal terms. No, he's taking over. He's too strong. The captain exhaled. The fallen one stuck out his hand and laughed loudly, sticking out his tongue. The system asked the protagonist if they should rely on the captain's strength. Several figures of Gu Jingyu quickly approached the spider fallen. Ilya raised his hands up. The sharp legs of the spider stretched towards the captain. The system said that it should warn only if you kill the fallen in some other way. Without the help of the captain, Bai Yu will be able to force him to leave any of the talents that he likes. Bai Yu stood to the side, watching the fight. He calmly looked ahead, thinking about a new talent. There is a flash of bright yellow light. Only the shadow of a man and a spider is visible. Ilya laughed loudly. A couple of spider legs were cut off and they flew off to the side. Blue blood flowed from the severed limbs. The fallen one screamed about how happy he was and how long it had been since he had been so happy. Gu Jingyu landed on the ground with his hand on his sword. He walked across the ground, leaving behind yellow sparks. Lin Zhu and Wang Shi ran up to him, asking the captain if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, and Lin Zhu frowned and asked not to approach. The main character walked forward. He held a bag in his hand as he walked next to Wang Shi and called out to the captain. Gu Jingyu looked at him questioningly. Bai Yu gave the bag to Wang Shi and he looked at him in surprise as he took the bag. The guy smiled and said that he would deal with him himself. Stretching out his hand, the guy walked towards the huge spider. The team looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Lin Zhu began to shout at him. Did he imagine himself to be a hero, and whether the guy was overestimating himself? The spider's leg was still bleeding blue, but it quickly grew back. The fallen spider was holding his head. Gu Jingyu extended his sword hand and walked in front of Bai Yu. He said that Lin Zhu was right, told the team to prepare for battle and ordered the guy to step back. The main character touched the edge of the captain's sword and told him to leave it to him and he would know what to do. He looked back at the team and asked the others not to talk. He would try his best to pretend to be indifferent and cool. Lin Zhu spread his arms to the sides in shock. Wang Shi held Bai Yu's bag in his hands. He said to look at the captain's expression. Gu Jingyu frowned and asked what they were staring at. Wang Shi immediately shook his head, saying no matter what. Lin Zhu put his hand to his face, and Yin Shuang immediately turned away. Bai Yu calmly looked forward without turning towards them. He asked them not to attack until the fallen did so. The guy approached the huge spider. The fallen one just laughed, looking at him. He smiled, his eyes almost entirely violet. The fallen one asked, "Is his next opponent Bai Yu?" He said it doesn't matter who comes, they are all the same. The main character just smiled, his eyes hidden by his hair. Ilya said that everything from the tower is his food. The huge spider raised its legs and its mouth opened. Huge spider teeth were visible. Bai Yu stood calmly, his hands clenched into fists. The fallen one shouted that he would eat them all without a trace. Sharp spider legs sharply stuck into the floor on either side of Bai Yu. The fallen one laughed loudly and his arm extended forward. She wrapped her arms around the guy, but he stood calmly and did not try to escape. Suddenly Bai Yu smiled creepily. He laughed and said, "My dear child, I am not from the tower." The fallen man's eyes widened and he froze. He wanted to ask, but Baiyu interrupted him and said that Ilya was his most precious of all, a magnificent work of art. The most obedient of all children is Ilya. The guy raised his head to the fallen man. His body was wrapped in Ilya's hand, but he was smiling. The monster could not find words and stuttered. He let go of Baiyu. Ilya clenched his teeth and pointed his finger at the guy, still not saying anything intelligible. Baiyu laughed and said he was joking. He asked not to take it to heart and that the fallen one was just a loser. The guy was reflected in Ilya's big purple eyes. He called the main character a teacher and said that this was impossible. Baiyu smiled and closed his eyes, saying that it seems that over the years the fallen one has not become dull, and that this is one of its few advantages. Ilya covered his face with his hands while the guy stood calmly in front of him. The fallen one began to repeat loudly that this was impossible, and that he was not a teacher. Ilya covered his eyes with his hands. He clenched his sharp teeth and saliva flowed profusely from his mouth. He looked at Baiyu. He stood calmly in place. The monster asked if the teacher was alive, then why didn't he come to him? The rest of the team stood behind and looked at the main character. Lin Ju told the captain that he only said a few words and already made the fallen man go crazy. Gu Jingyu still had his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack. He turned to Lin Ju and said that this was not clear. He thinks that Baiyu gained valuable information in the room he was in. The captain's eyes narrowed and he thought about what happened to those black hands. Baiyu put his hand on the spider's huge leg and called it poor thing. He stood right in front of the spider's mouth. The spider's purple eyes looked at him. The guy said that Ilya thought he was dead, so he didn't come to him. Maybe he should have checked on him, but this would remind himself that he is an even bigger loser than the people in the hospital. Baiyu placed his foot on the spider's head, next to the eye. He said they created a flawless preparation. The guy's face was directly opposite the face of the fallen one. Ilya sobbed, clenching his teeth. His eyebrows furrowed and his teeth clenched. Baiyu said that he was a complete failure, worse than a blank. The guy approached the fallen even closer. His violet eyes glowed in the shadows. He told him that he couldn't accept the fact that he had such a shame in his life. The spider's jaws clenched, and its legs clattered on the floor and trembled. Ilya lowered his head and grabbed it, squeezing his hair. He shouted that it was not true, that it was his best work. Baiyu looked at him calmly. His eyes narrowed and he thought that the fallen had been successfully demoralized. The system said that the guy was just putting pressure on the patient, and he had a terrible character. He jumped from the spider's head to the floor. Baiyu asked if Ilya knew why he placed him here. He walked forward, not looking at Ilya. He said because there were those here who could improve it. The guy turned his head towards the fallen man, looking at him. He said that Ilya disappointed him, that he was afraid to meet with that little thing from the 4th building. The fallen was holding his head, tears flowing from his eyes, and his mouth was slightly open. A woman's silhouette rose above him and smiled. The main character said that in the end he has to deal with the consequences, and that Ilya is not only trash, but also causes problems. Lin Ju and Shang Xiaowei looked at them. Shang Xiaowei asked if it was Baiyu's first time exploring the area like them. The guy turned towards Lin Ju and said that he well understood the essence of this fallen one, and it felt like he saw right through everything. Lin Ju hit his forehead with his fist and clenched his teeth. He asked Shang Xiaowei to shut up, because there was already too much information. Baiyu turned his face, looking sternly at the fallen man. He said his failures had taken a toll on his reputation over the years. The tower still stands. He created many children similar to the fallen one. They are much better than Ilya and fulfilled his requirements. The fallen man held his head. Above his head on the wall was a large Roman numeral 12. Baiyu's face contorted with anger, his pink eyes glowing. He said that number 12, only him, is his only shame. The body of the spider and the fallen one leaned over as he cried and held his head. The main character looked at him, and Ilya begged him to forgive him and give the teacher another chance, saying that he was not a failure. Baiyu looked at him silently and calmly. The system told him to stop and the fallen child's heart was broken. But she is curious how the main character managed to imitate the character and tone of the so-called teacher so accurately. They didn't have any information about this teacher. The fallen one covered his head with his hands, sobbed and trembled. Baiyu mentally replied that he was simply imitating his father. The system apologized. Baiyu mentally replied that it was nothing. He turned away from the fallen. A large column and the Roman numeral 3 were visible. The guy thought that from the inscription on the previous door he learned that Ilya is arrogant by nature, has low self-esteem, is a devoted dog and suffers from a lack of love. In the notes on the 9th and 13th floors, Ilya mentioned hospital staff and teachers. Two silhouettes. One of them is wearing a medical mask and holding a folder in his hands. The second silhouette is in a long raincoat and glasses. Bai thought that the child pretended to obey the hospital, but fanatically idolized the teacher and directly said that he wanted to be his weapon. The system asked, that is, the guy felt that the fallen in this hospital were divided into two blocks. Silhouette of a teacher with glasses. Next to him is the silhouette of the fallen, with spider legs and red eyes. Bai replied in the affirmative. He thought that on one side there was the 9th psychiatric hospital, and on the other side Ilya's mysterious teacher. He arranged everything so that Ilya would be here, because he has certain abilities, thanks to which he can become stronger by absorbing other fallen ones. Bai's legs are visible. Ilya bowed down, covering his head with his hands. The guy thought that therefore the goal of the mysterious teacher was to pass off Ilya as a fallen one, subordinate to the hospital staff, and force him to evolve by eating the local fallen ones. But the hospital created an even more terrifying monster, the little girl from the 11th floor. The black silhouette of a girl smiled and looked at the fallen one with a spider body. Bai thought that Ilya was defeated 3 times. It seems that he himself admitted that he was a loser. The main character has a premonition that in one of the zones he will definitely meet Ilya's teacher. Bai and the teacher's silhouette stand with their backs to each other. The guy thought that this was a truly evil creature. He said it was time to finish. Bai took out an old wooden comb from his pocket. Ilya raised his head, looking at Bai holding a comb. The fallen one screamed that the teacher had really killed her. The main character grinned and looked at the fallen man, holding the comb with both hands. He said that the plan to create full-fledged ones failed because of the fallen one, but he never forgot him. Didn't he come to him? He hopes that Ilya will not let him down a second time. Ilya stretched his body, crawling towards Bai. Tears flowed from his eyes and he begged the guy to give him a chance. The fallen leaned on his hands and looked at the guy who was holding a comb. He shouted that he would definitely complete the task and would not let the teacher down again. The fallen man's body lengthened greatly. Bai walked towards him. He said that Ilya is an integral part of the plan to create a full-fledged one. He knows that half the value of works of art displayed in museums is in the craftsmanship, and the second half is in the history of this work. The guy crouched in front of the fallen man and extended his hand with a comb to his hair. He said that the latter can make him eternal, and he wants to give the fallen such eternity. Ilya raised his head, looking at Bai, tears streaming down the fallen man's face. The guy held a comb next to the monster's red hair. He said that they became part of the monster to bring it closer to fullness. He said that he hoped that the fallen one could also become a part of him and be with him forever. The body of the fallen will live with him forever, but before that it must be separated from his will. The monster smiled. Saliva flowed from his lips and he began to ask what he needed to do. Bai leaned towards his ear and whispered something to the monster. Ilya widened his eyes in surprise. Tears streamed from his eyes and snot from his nose as he listened. Bai put his hand on the fallen man's shoulder with a sly smile while whispering something to him. The monster's purple eyes widened and tears flowed from his eyes. The guy stood up. Ilya looked at him. The long body of the fallen was pulled back into the huge spider. The guy turned away from him, leaving. The fallen bowed his body. Red sparks passed through him. He spread his arms to the sides, and 4 huge arms, white and black, came out of the spider's back. Ilya looked up, screaming loudly. Tears, drool and snot streamed down his face. The huge arms from the spider's body struck quickly. The spider's huge arms tore apart its own body. Blue blood splashed from his body. The rest of the crew stood with shocked faces. The captain asked if it was suicide. The huge spider fell. Bai walked away from it. The system praised him with a successful kill. A system window popped up, on which it was written Acquired Talent 76, Tout. By absorbing an enemy, you will receive part of his characteristics. Behind the guy lay the dead body of a spider. Huge hands were where Ilya had been. The system said that the key is in the fallen, so the main character must get it before going into Building 3. Bai approached the team. Lin Zhu put his hand to his forehead in shock and put his other hand in front of the guy. He asked what was happening and why the fallen one committed suicide. What is the full-fledged plan and who is the teacher? Gu Qingyu knitted his eyebrows, frowning. He asked when Bai received the information he needed. The guy spread his arms to the sides, shook his head and said that he had already said that he was explaining only once. In the future, they should just believe what he says and not ask anything. Since they are teammates, they must trust each other. Wang Shi smiled, laughing and holding the main character's bag. He said that this is the first time he has seen a fallen person commit suicide and this is something new. Shang Xiaoi looked back at him and asked if it was because the fallen they had encountered before were common predators. Bai Yu took his bag, hanging it over his shoulder. He glanced at Lin Ju as he said not to treat the fallen as a human. After all, this is the lesson of the countless investigations carried out into the towers over 700 years. Bai Wu thought about his words. He pointed his thumb at the corpse of a huge spider and said that the key was in the fallen one's stomach, and he thought that only Wang Shi was suitable for this job. Wang Shi smiled and placed his hands on Lin Ju's shoulders. He happily said that Bai Yu is new here and doesn't know anything. This work is just for Lin Ju. He reached into his pocket. The guy with long purple hair pulled out a long cloth from his pocket that had many knives and blades attached to it. The system was surprised by so many dismemberment knives. She said that dismemberment is an art, and there is no need to think that a chainsaw will be enough. Lin Ju took the knife in his hand. The system said that these knives allow you to delicately dismember a corpse, as if in a professional's kitchen. A guy with long hair climbed onto the spider's body, cutting its flesh. The system said that Lin Ju was unlucky. These knives are not jiling. She said, let's go back to the key that will help you get to the next level. The main character must be curious whether in this world all doors really need keys. The knife in Lin Ju's hands cut through the monster's flesh, revealing purple entrails. The team stood back, watching. The system said that what happened in the hospital happened before the Tower era. Bai Yu put his hand to his face, looked away and thought. He thought that before the Tower era, the outside world was different. Before this era, the hospital was still a hospital, but now it is just another location outside the tower. The guy looked back at the rest of the team and thought that Gu Qingyu once said that locations could not be destroyed. It seems to him that the world outside the tower is limited by some serious rules. Therefore, after 700 years, all the structures and sewers are still preserved in the city. Bai Yu looked up where the collapsed ceiling was. He thought that was why even after 700 years, the fallen in this hospital had not destroyed it. Therefore, some doors in this world cannot be opened by force, you need a key. Lin Ju wiped the knife with a white cloth and said that everything was ready. He stood near the monster's body. The white and black arms were severed and lay next to each other, as were the monster's organs. The system said that this is exactly the same as the murder of the artist that Bai Yu saw before. Manhwa held a golden key on his index finger and smiled. He said he found it and they could go. Air corridor of building number 2. 2 buildings connected by a corridor. Bai Yu walked behind the team, thinking that according to what Liu Mu said, the owner of the 75 talent had not been heard from since he was taken to the 6th floor. The tout he recently acquired is 76 talents. He has 24 more. He looked at the team in front and thought that it was better not to tell anyone about this. Gu Qingyu looked back at him and asked what happened and what he was thinking about. The guy raised his hand and smilingly replied that he was interested in why the fallen did not leave this building. Since they can come in whenever they want, then there should be no problem getting out. The captain turned away, looking to the side, and said that no one knows the answer to this question. At least, modern studies do not mention large-scale migrations of the fallen from one zone to another. You can temporarily view this as a kind of binding. Bai Yu put his hand to his chin and thought that the binding explained why Ilya did not leave. This means that the location cannot be destroyed, and the creatures inside cannot change location. The team stood in front of the double doors. Gu Qingyu said that since this binding is not supported by evidence, it cannot be considered a strict law. When investigating outside the tower, they must be very careful with this. Shang Xiaoi's eye looked out from under his bangs, and he said that he felt that there were no fallen in the 3rd building and he could move on calmly. The captain looked back at Bai Yu, who lowered his head thoughtfully and asked what he thought. The guy looked at the door, and the system said that of all the hospital buildings, only here were people. But they all died. They left a lot of boring notes, but the system warned that the poor guy had paid attention to the main character, and she left several clues in the 3rd building. Bai Yu smiled, and the system said that he had already obtained the talent and he could leave, so at least he wouldn't die. A system window popped up asking if Bai Yu planned to go even further. In parentheses there was an inscription, "Do not select this." The guy smiled and closed his eyes and said to open the door. Lin Ju took the door handle and turned it. He opened the door, the group standing behind him. They walked past a sign that said no entry. The system said that it said not to choose this. And as adults and decent people, she hopes that they will follow the rules. But it seems Bai Yu was firmly convinced of what he was doing. The system asked for help. The group found themselves in a bright room. There was a long white table with many chairs. Bai Yu looked up. The system said that the first choice left to him by this poor thing here is that this building is filled with her grievances, and so that the main character does not think that this is the same nonsense as in building 1. She gave him a hint to first go to the 3rd floor. The group stood in front of the elevator. The elevator panel showed 19. The elevator was working. The system told Baiyu to keep an eye on his friends, and if they get lost on this floor, they will not be able to return. Baiyu looked at Gu Qingyu. He thought that he was strong enough, but to return they needed a teleportation disc. If he is not there, they will not be able to return. Now the poor fellow will not be able to get out of building 4. The main character guessed about her techniques. Guy pressed the button for the 3rd floor on the elevator. The group stood in a circle in the elevator. Lin Ju asked why the 3rd floor. Baiyu said that the clues are on the 3rd floor. Gu Qingyu looked back at him and said that this is not a conclusion that can be reached through reasoning. It seems that the main character has already been here. The captain asked for an explanation. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, lowering his head. He said he didn't like explanations. Raising his head and looking at the captain with a neutral expression, he said that he would tell him since the captain asked sincerely. When they were on the 11th floor of Building 1, they heard the call of the Fallen One, which affected their emotions. Baiyu remembered a door with a red lamp on top and black tendrils. He said he went to look for the source and entered that room. Gu Qingyu asked why he thought that room was the source. Baiyu pointed to his watch on his wrist and replied that it was possible because his emotions were at 0. He heard a voice unlike the one they had heard. The entire team, except for Gu Qingyu, looked at him in surprise, asking about the 0 on the clock. The captain crossed his arms over his chest, asking what Baiyu found there. The guy smiled and showed the number 3 on his fingers. He said that the task had 3 possible answers: a key, a diary, and a comb. He heard the voice of the fallen, and he had to choose 2 things out of 3. He chose a diary and a comb. Lin Ju frowned and asked why not the key and why couldn't you select everything. The main character moved his finger and closed his eyes, saying that it wouldn't work out, because as soon as he made a choice, the others disappear. The reason he didn't choose, the key fits a certain lock. Anything locked outside the tower, whether it's good or not, is a threat. Gu Qingyu looked at him with his arms crossed and asked that everything he later learned was written in the diary. Baiyu answered in the affirmative and said that there was a lot of stuff written there. Layout of Building 2 and some points about Building 3. Therefore, he knew what to talk about with Ilya from the diary. Lin Ju opened his mouth and asked what about the diary. The main character raised his hand and blew on it, saying that he disappeared after he finished reading it. He said that only the comb remained, but that too would disappear after completing the mission. Lin Ju approached him, his eyes widening in surprise. He said that he had not been in the room for long. Did he really remember everything? Baiyu smiled stupidly and bowed his head, saying that yes, because if he remembers, their team is considered elite. He asked if photographic memory wasn't common among them. The team looked at Baiyu in nervousness and shock. The panel with the elevator buttons, button 3 is lit. The team exits the elevator and Gu Qingyu asks what else was in that diary. Baiyu looks away and says that the clue is on the 3rd floor, so we need to start there. He told them to follow him and keep up. Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes at the guy and asked if that was all. The team stood at the beginning of a long corridor. The white walls were shabby, the lamps on the ceiling burned dimly. Baiyu said that there is other information, but he will tell you about it when he needs to use it. The guy turned behind his back at the team. The group stood in front of the open elevator doors and looked at him. Baiyu said that everyone on the team should have their own positions. Everyone should fulfill their responsibilities. He pointed to his eye and said that his position is the eyes. That is, the observer. So they should not doubt his words. The habit of explaining everything is great, but it doesn't apply to a team where everyone trusts each other. Baiyu stood opposite the rest of the team with his hand outstretched. He said if they eliminated doubts, they would improve the team's performance. Yin Shuang was looking at Baiyu when suddenly a voice sounded saying that the girl had come to him. She immediately turned around sharply, asking who it was. A voice said behind her, he called Yin Shuang's sister and said that he missed her. She looked at the closed elevator doors. The white number 3 was burning on the panel. The girl shook her head and closed her eyes, asking if it was an illusion. Yin Shuang's eyes widened in fear, and a bead of sweat ran down her face. She was alone in the middle of a long corridor. Black shadows swirled over the girl. She frighteningly called the captain and asked where everyone was. While she looked around, black liquid swirled under the girl's feet. The liquid splashed towards Yin Shuang and he tried to cover himself with his hand. The voice asked if the girl had come to play with him. The girl grabbed her throat. Her eyes widened in horror. Black liquid enveloped the girl, and she realized that she could not breathe. The black liquid almost completely absorbed Yin Shuang. Only the girl's green eye was visible. She asked for salvation. A hand reached through the black liquid, reaching for the girl's shoulder. Gu Qingyu put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to calm down. The girl looked ahead in fear and breathed heavily. She turned to the captain and put her hand to her chest, trying to say what she heard. The captain told her to take a deep breath, there was no sound, and told Yin Shuang to suppress her emotions. Lin Zhu and Wang Shi held their heads and were also breathing heavily. The captain said that if they heard any voice, that very second they should immediately speak about it, and that perhaps this is some kind of spiritual attack. Bai Yu looked calm. He looked to the side and said that the captain was right. This place is close to the lair of the fallen, and that her arsenal includes many techniques, not just her hands, as in the first body. A slightly open door into a bright room. The yellow sign next to it says archive, and you can see shelves with folders and books in the room. Bai Yu said that although there is an archive room here, don't read anything, otherwise the patient's data will be downloaded into your memory, and you will feel their experiences. The guy went into the archive. The whole group followed him. Wang Shi opened the door wide and said, "This means this building is the most dangerous, and that if they didn't have the information that Bai Yu read, they would start reading everything." The system said that many experiments on the fallen are listed here, but it's better not to open them, because the poor thing added some material to these books. Bai Wu glanced at the large shelf. There were many different folders and books on it. The system said that by looking through the archives, you will feel the pain of the test subjects. And doesn't it seem to him that the poor thing used her powers in the wrong place? Books written in human blood. Japanese films could use this. Gu Qingyu stood behind the guy and asked him if it was worth reading these documents. He replied that this is also part of history. Although this is a micro-study, the hospital studied the fallen. Bai Yu walked over to one of the bookcases, which was filled with red folders. He said that even if it does not say where the fallen came from, research on some features can be found in these records. Shang Xiaoe asked what they should do, because the diary says that the clue can be found on the 3rd floor, but nothing can be read. Lin Zhu leaned on his shoulder and smiled, saying that only the bravest, the most heartless, and the most spineless can read these medical records. And it seems that just recently someone was bragging that his indicator was 0. Bai Yu took the blue folder with notes. He told the others to just stand there and not move. He turned to the rest of the team and said that he would read the archives, and if they hear any noise, they should be prepared to remain as calm as possible. A guy opened a blue folder, on the edge of which there was a blood stain. He began to read. July 7, 2025. A small problem arose in the experiment of exchanging Ding Ju's serum with Bai Lu. Dr. Liu and I decided to secretly seek help. Bai Yu was reading the blue archive folder. Above his head there was a red mist interspersed with stars, and sheets of paper were also visible there. Red smoke was thickening above the guy. A round medical lamp was visible there. Although the director strictly forbade turning to that person for help, we all know that his progress in studying the fallen is far ahead of ours. Large round medical lamp in a bright office. Caption. But before that, I have to strengthen Ding Ju a little so that that person will look at me with admiration. A young guy with shoulder-length brown hair lies on a medical couch. Next to him stands a doctor in a medical mask, glasses and a gown, shaking a flask with a yellow substance, holding a syringe in his other hand. Jin Q turns his head towards the doctor, who is holding a syringe with yellow liquid in his hands. The doctor takes the guy by the hand and injects the drug into the vein. The doctor shines a flashlight on the subject while standing over him. He mentally asks, is this the subject's memory? What a pity that he cannot feel the emotions of the fallen. Ding Ju's eyes are purple. The doctor holds his eye open. Bai Yu, in Ding Ju's body, thought that the information he could get without the guy's emotions was very limited. April 9, 2025. The grill in a black panel with a red and white light bulb on it. Recording. Before meeting this person, I want to use it so that Ding Ju has Bing Si's sense of smell. A guy with brown hair was sitting in an iron cage. A doctor in a mask and glasses stood in front of the cage, writing something down. Record. But the blood serum contributed to the growth of scales. This means all my conclusions are wrong. In some places on Ding Ju's hands, small black scales are visible. The guy rips them off, some of them bleed. Recording. Mutations of the fallen. Has no rules. They are uncontrollable, and it is unclear what kind of force makes them turn into fallen ones. The doctor turns away from the cell where Ding Ju was sitting. He says that Ilya's similar mutations were caused by the same thing that caused these scales. Ding Ju abruptly tore off one of the scales, causing blood to spurt out. The doctor shouted at him not to do this. Ding Ju's face, scales visible on his cheek. Behind him is the translucent image of Bai Yu, who opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The doctor said that in their country they are proud of having scales. Without her, he won't be able to find a mate. The guy continued to tear off the black scales. His hands were covered in blood. The doctor realized that it was useless to dissuade. Ding Ju lowered his gaze. Bai Yu and his body realized that it seemed his voice could not be heard in this space. Bai Yu stood in the archive with a blank look, eyes downcast. They snapped their fingers in front of him. Wang Shi spread his arms to the sides and told the captain that he really couldn't hear. Lin Ju crossed his arms and said that this new guy is interesting, and where did the captain find him? Bai Yu held an open notebook in his hands. Black energy oozed from the notebook. The captain asked if they remembered the slave from the case about the survival game. Lan Wuzhu asked, "Is this the one that the aristocrats organized without permission?" And the fact that the interrogation group was investigating this case then. The watch on the protagonist's wrist showed 0. Gu Qingyu answered in the affirmative and said that Bai Yu was that slave. Black smoke thickened more and more around the guy who was reading the blue notebook as he stood motionless. The group stood around the captain and asked him again in surprise. He replied that moreover, this was the first time that Bai Yu went outside the tower. This is his second time. A desert in which the sun shone brightly and the ruins of buildings were visible. The captain continued that he survived alone in the blue zone, staying there for 2 hours. It was an area of extreme temperatures. Wang Shi's eyes widened in surprise. He frowned and asked, "The first time Bai Yu stayed there for 2 hours." The captain's eyes narrowed and he looked away, saying that moreover, so that he would die quickly and the game would seem more interesting. A killer was sent there to kill Bai Yu, but the killer was hurt by Bai Yu's words. The huge, long, snake-like fallen one opened his mouth wide, holding a knight in a blue cloak inside it. Gu Qingyu said that this is how he was killed, by a fallen one who smelled his scent. Then Bai Yu found a teleportation disc and returned to the tower where the captain found him. Bai Yu holds the teleportation disc with a smile. A yellow light surrounded his body. Lin Ju pointed his finger at the guy and shouted that before killing the killer, the fallen one did not feel the main character. He said this is an extreme temperature zone, and that it's not the same as this hospital. How can a normal person survive? Yin Shuang looked to the side and said to survive in such an environment and maintain absolute composure, and that Bai Yu must be missing certain emotions. Bai Yu's eyes remained completely blank. Yin Shuang said that this is the most reasonable explanation. Lin Ju bowed his head and said with a smile that it doesn't matter as long as it is not antisocial behavior. He can become their weapon. Wang Shi thoughtfully put his finger to his chin, frowning and saying that means aristocrats won't cause problems. He asked how the captain knew the place of his return. As far as he remembers, they searched for the gambling house from the 4th floor for a very long time, but they never found any clues. The captain looked away and said that then a woman called him and told him something. The group looked back at the protagonist, who was holding a blue magazine. The captain said that she ordered to get ahead of the people from the gambling house and save Bai Yu first. Lights appeared in the protagonist's pink eyes and he squinted. He thought about his consciousness returning again. The team did not notice that the guy's consciousness had returned. The captain continued to say that this case is still under investigation. They don't know the main thing yet, but they are only sure that the woman from the 3rd floor is at least an aristocrat. When they return to the tower, he will ask Bai Yu about it. Lin Ju indignantly asked what could he know. The main character glanced sideways at the group and realized that they were discussing him. The captain looked at the guy as he stood with his back to him, still holding the magazine. He said it's not just a lack of emotion. It's not enough to survive in extreme temperatures. You need to be able to use the environment, find a way to fight for yourself. This is what attracted the captain to Bai Yu. Shang Xiaoi smiled happily and crossed his arms over his chest, raising his head. He said that he also realized that Bai Yu, like him, was more interested in the fallen. Lin Ju pointed his finger at him and shouted that no, Shang Xiaoi is a complete scoundrel who only wants to kill. He also uses inspiration to suppress fear. The guy with white hair did not look up from the magazine, and Lin Ju said that Bai Yu basically does not feel fear, he only feels interest. Wang Shi put his hand to his chin and warily asked what if that woman came back? And what if she demands that Bai Yu be handed over to her? What should they do? Gu Qingyu tusked at this and crossed his arms over his chest, immediately saying that no one can take his people. Bai Yu smiled. The system laughed and said that he was shameless. He had already woken up, and now he was eavesdropping. And that although this team is not entirely normal, there is something about them too. Bai Yu stood calmly with a notebook in his hands. Gu Qingyu stood next to him. The guy abruptly slammed the blue folder shut. He turned to the crew and asked the captain how much time had passed. Wang Shi greeted Bai Yu by raising his hand, and Lin Ju turned away displeased. The captain said 40 minutes had passed, and did the guy find out anything? He answered in the affirmative, raising the blue folder above him. Bai Yu put down the blue folder as he turned towards the large shelf of archives. He said that he had learned unimportant details and key information was not yet available. He would continue reading and asked everyone to wait a little longer. The red fog descended over Baiyu again. Entry, February 6, 2027 Chinese New Year. The plan for converting tentacle fingers is almost complete. Very soon we will move to the experimentation stage. There was a man sitting in a large white room. There were 4 long chains reaching towards him from different angles. Baiyu thought that the hospital records were from 2023 to the Tower era. At this time, the Fallen appeared in the city and beyond. The hospital researched the Fallen and their mutations in order to create a Fallen one that could be controlled. Record: the monsters around the city are mutating more and more, we need to hurry up. If that man is right, then we have another year before this world is finally overrun by monsters. A guy with brown hair was sitting in a room, shackled with huge chains. There was something black wrapped around his hands. Baiyu thought that several hospital records mentioned a mysterious creature. This person probably has deep knowledge, thanks to which he resolved many of the difficulties of the hospital staff. Black skin like scales was wrapped around the guy's hands. Baiyu wondered if it was Ilya's teacher. Record: but that tower? I've never seen the tower he's talking about. The main character thought that the high tower had not yet appeared. But Ilya had already mentioned the tower earlier. So, we are talking about different things. He lowered his head, the veins in his cheeks bulging, and his violet eyes stared lifelessly ahead. Baiyu thought that the tower where people were surviving today was huge. It couldn't just appear out of thin air. Where did the Fallen come from? The figure of the guy was hunched over, sitting on the floor. There was a huge iron collar around his neck, with thick chains coming from it. Behind him was the silhouette of a huge monster with red eyes, which opened its mouth wide. Baiyu thought about how people got into the tower. All this is still a mystery. Baiyu straightened up, looking at the narrow window ahead. He thought that there was no useful information in this document and he wanted to look at the next one. Bare feet walked on the gray floor. Behind the guy's back was the silhouette of a female figure. His eyes widened. He looked ahead, thinking about the fact that he couldn't return and whether he had been tracked. He looked down and looked at his hands. They were purple, surrounded by scales. There was a collar on the guy's neck and he thought that he was now completely immobilized. A girl with black hair and a smile on her face asked why the man made of scales couldn't find a girlfriend. The girl in the red dress emanated black energy. As she stood behind Baiyu, he smiled, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He said that he lied and only thought that he shouldn't suffer so much just because the scales grew. The girl stood behind the guy and he thought that it seemed like she heard everything he said in the memories of other fallen ones. The girl opened her mouth and said displeasedly that Baiyu was lying. Baiyu turned his head slightly and glanced sideways at the girl. He asked if he would lie in such a disadvantageous situation for himself. The guy introduced himself and asked what the girl's name was. The girl's face was distorted with anger and she screamed that the guy was lying. He thought that at first glance she was a harmless little girl, but inside she had so much anger and resentment. Baiyu looked at the girl. There was a huge chain around his neck to hold the guy. He thought that he should find the reason for the girl's anger, and that maybe he should pretend to be weak. Baiyu raised his trembling purple hand over the chain and said that he was not lying. Although this did not at all meet the doctor's expectations. When Zhao encounters danger, thanks to these scales, he may live longer than others. Since turning into a freak is irreversible, then at least not into the weakest. The guy thought that if he wants to find the reason for the poor guy's anger, he himself needs to become like that. The girl stood behind Baiyu, her bare feet on the floor. The guy thought that she was just a little girl who was often tortured by people. And in the end, she turned into a fallen one with so much resentment. The girl clenched her fists, her red dress and black hair fluttered slightly, her face hidden in shadow. Baiyu thought that he shouldn't be fooled by her appearance. Perhaps she is one of those high-level fallen that even a captain would have to fight with his full strength. White filing cabinets with lots of red and blue folders on them. The guy thought that in the archive of 3 buildings all these records were drawn into memories, because she wanted to make the readers feel all the pain of the experimental subjects. The guy looked to the side. 3 objects, a key, a diary and a comb, had red energy around them. Baiyu said that she left him a task with a choice, a key, a diary and a comb. He chose the latter, dark silhouette with a big red eye. The black pupil looks at an old wooden comb that burns in a red flame. Baiyu asks, because in reality the comb never existed. A trembling ran through the spacious hall. The girl looked at Baiyu's back. Chains stretched from his collar. In the archive, where Baiyu was reading the blue folder, black and red energy formed around his body. A vibration ran through the room. They ran to him, asking what happened. The captain looked at the guy who was calmly holding the archive and said that it seemed that he had gotten to the essence of the document. The girl walked along the gray floor and asked why the guy chose a comb. The main character calmly looked forward and said that it was just a feeling. The key may have been from the cage in which the girl was kept. The diary may have belonged to a hospital employee. A girl with black hair stood among the key and diary burning in black energy. You said that those who caused you all this suffering, all of them evoke not the most pleasant memories. Of course, it was not only the elimination method that helped. The girl stood behind the guy, and he looked to the side and said that the comb is not an instrument of torture. It is impossible to cause pain with it. You stood in a room with a huge cage. There were many empty syringes on the floor. There was a camera hanging on the wall of the room in the corner. There was a huge chain in the cage. There was an old wooden comb on the table. Yu listed all the items and said that the comb clearly did not fit there. He looked down and said that she emanated rather tenderness and that perhaps she did not exist in that particular room. Someone was combing the girl's long black hair with a wooden comb. The guy said that maybe in the girl's childhood there was a person who loved her. She gently combed the girl and took care of her all the time. A girl in a red dress was sitting on a chair in front of the window. A woman with gray hair was combing her hair. The sun was shining from the window. On the sides of the window there were curtains with painted flowers. A girl in a red dress and red eyes smiled while the old woman combed her hair with a gentle smile. Yu said that perhaps there was someone who cared for her and loved her all the time. Yu and the girl stood in the apartment and looked at the girl's memory of an old woman combing her hair. The guy said that when people are faced with something that they can neither hide nor run from, they return to fond memories. So he thought it could be a symbol of her perseverance. The girl lowered her head, and Yu said that he does not know what she went through, but after going through the memories of the patients from those hospital records, he is sure that it was inhuman torment. The girl clenched her red dress in her fist. The old woman smiled, looking down with a soft smile. The guy continued that she was probably desperate then. He missed the person who combed her hair, but she didn't show up. There were no such people in this hospital. There were only monsters and people even more cruel than monsters. The girl's lips trembled and she whispered that the guy was lying. The girl from the memory sat in front of the mirror while the old woman combed her hair. Yu looked at this and said that she thinks that he only wants to survive and is afraid of her. He asked if she thought everything she said now was a lie. He raised his head and said that it is unlikely that people treat the fallen the same way as he does now. The girl was silent, turning away from him, and Yu continued that he is not afraid of her and does not hate her. He didn't come here to kill her, but to find out the truth about what happened in the past. The girl turned and looked sideways at him. The main character said that she herself could feel that he was not afraid of her. Perhaps she doesn't know that people now live in the tower, and outside of it it is extremely difficult to survive. The girl took a step forward, red energy flowing across the floor from her steps. Yu said that he was recently thrown outside the tower. The girl walked past him, her hair framed by red and black sparks. The guy continued that the temperature there reached 70 degrees, and he almost died. He said that maybe if he died, he would become like her. The girl stood in front of the memory, which was dissolving. The red cosmic sky surrounded everything. Yu said that if she thinks he is like the others and wants to kill, he will not resist, but at least let him die in clarity. The room dissolved into red outer space. In the girl's place there was red and black energy. The main character introduced himself, and in the place of the black energy now stood an adult girl. She was in a red dress, there were white gloves on her hands, and a turquoise pattern on the back of her head. Yu asked if he could ask her a few questions. The girl turned to the guy and introduced herself as Hongyin. He smiled, thinking that she was gradually beginning to trust him and at least would not kill him on the spot. There was a bright blue pattern behind the girl's hair at the back of her head. Yu asked where she got it from. He raised his hand and remembered Ilya, saying that in the second building he saw a man with the same pattern. Hongyin smiled, turned to the guy and said if he wanted to know why she didn't kill him and what happened to the others. Yu silently nodded to the girl. She lowered her head and a shadow fell on her face when she said that the guy would be scared of her. She knitted her eyebrows and looked away, shouting that she would prove that all the guy's words were lies, that he was lying to her, and that he is not afraid only because he has not seen the real her yet. Yu smiled and told them to try it. The guy and Hongyin stood opposite each other. Nothing was visible except red outer space. He said that if she was right, then he was ready to die. The girl looked at him. She closed her eyes and a shadow fell on her face. Hongyin stretched out her white gloved hand in front of her and closed her eyes. Black and red energy swirled around her. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, energy swirling around him. Suddenly he found himself in a room with shabby walls, particles of energy dissolving around him. He thought it was the 11th floor of Building 1 and they returned here. Yu looked at the black and red energy particles floating in the air and thought that it looked like some other place. He walked up to a white table. There was a white folder on it. Particles of energy were flying around it. He thought that the diary, the key and the comb had disappeared. The guy looked at the folder, which had the inscription medical card and a red glow emanating from it. He put his hand on the edge of the medical chart and thought that it looked like the answer to the 4 riddles from the poor guy was here. Opening the medical record, a lot of black spirits with red eyes came out on Bai Yu. His eyes opened wide. Someone screamed loudly. 2 doctors held the man down on a hospital bed, his neck secured with a thick metal collar. Diary entry 25.09. The man lay on the medical couch, screaming loudly. 2 doctors held him down and he had a metal collar around his neck. The diary said that Uncle Kaio was screaming again. She asked the doctor not to torture him. The doctor asked the girl who Uncle Kaio was. The man's tongue stuck out as he screamed. There was drool running down his chin. It was written in the diary that she then remembered that Uncle Kaio was not there. Little Hongyin looked at this from the doorway and cried. It was written in the diary that for them the name of Uncle Kaio had not existed for a long time and now they call him Wu. The hand held the girl's red dress. He was lying on a medical bed and the girl was standing next to him. She wrote in her diary that he began to beg for help. Even though his voice was getting weaker, she clearly heard that Uncle Kaio was asking to be taken away from here. The girl looked down sadly. Behind her was the translucent figure of Bai Yu. The girl wrote that she was very sorry for him. She lowered her head, her eyes shining with tears. Little Hongyin sat looking out the windows. There were 2 silhouettes. She wrote 27.09. Today she heard some news. The patient from the 3rd floor of the 2nd building lost control and eventually turned into a fallen one. She wrote that now Uncle Kaio doesn't even have the name Wu. The girl sat on the hospital bed, burying her face in her hands and tucking her knees to her. The diary said that he was now fallen. A black spot appeared on her arm, and a tiny crack appeared on her forehead. The girl raised her hand and looked at her wrist. There was a black spot there. The diary said that the doctor didn't know why and she didn't know why either. She is just very sad that Uncle Kaio is no more. The girl buried her head in her hand again, lowering her head. Bai Yu's translucent figure stood next to the bed, looking at her. The diary said that he would no longer be able to tell her stories about his daughter. 4.10. In the dark room there was a slightly open door from which light could be seen. It was written in the diary that she saw Xiaoen again. He hid in a corner. In that black room that she prepared for him, Hongyin stood in a dark room. The boy with green hair hid in a corner, pulling his knees towards him. Bai Yu's translucent figure looked at them. It was written in the diary that she promised to leave him a colored room, but she's about to forget. There was no sparkle in the girl's red eyes. She calmly looked at Xiaoen. The diary said that it seemed like there were only 3 colors left in her world: black, white, red. In Hongyin's eyes, the boy was sitting in a red room. Red spikes were visible from his back through his white t-shirt. The diary said that Xiaoen told her that his bones, like thorns, pierced his body, and that he, too, is now a monster. Bai Yu's translucent figure and the girl looked at the boy. There were tears in Hongyin's eyes. It was written in the diary that she no longer sees old Xiaoen. She wants to tell him, "Don't be afraid, don't, sister will protect you." 5.10. It was written in the diary that she saw Xiaoen again. A girl and a boy with green hair stood opposite each other. It was written that Xiaoen came to say goodbye and also begged to be taken away, and that he smiled so beautifully in the black room. Under the red light, Xiaoen smiled happily. Little Hongyin cried and trembled. Doctors crowded over her. There was a bandage around her neck. It was written in the diary that she felt very bad, and she began to cry non-stop. A doctor's hand in a white glove injects a yellow liquid into the girl's hand. The diary said that the doctor decided that she was overexcited and injected her with a tranquilizer. Hongyin was sitting on the hospital bed. Her neck, wrist, and forehead were wrapped in bandages. The diary said that after lunch she heard doctors talking. Ding Shi turned into a fallen one and lost his human mind. The girl looked sadly in front of her. On her arms, under the bandages, a black spot spread. The diary said that the black spots on her hands had increased, and another crack had appeared on her forehead. 14.10. Hongyin and a boy with blue hair and a white t-shirt are sitting on the grass and looking at the sky. It was written in the diary that Jai Liu also did not want to stay here anymore. Even though they see each other, he can no longer talk. The girl looked at the boy with blue hair. His face was scarred, his clothes were tattered, and he had animal ears on his head. It was written in the diary that he must fight the fallen from above every day. Hongyin's hand stroked Jai Liu's hair. The black spot on her wrist extended beyond the bandages. It was written in the diary that every time she met, she saw new scars on him, and he asked to let her take him away from here. She pulled him towards her and pressed her forehead to his hair, hugging him. There were tears in the girl's eyes. Bai Yu's translucent figure looked at them. It was written in the diary that if they never saw each other again, she would miss her very much. 15.10. Several pairs of feet walked quickly along the corridor. It was written in the diary that the doctors were in chaos. I don't know why more and more test subjects suddenly began to lose their minds. Little Hongyin sat on the hospital bed, black spots filling her entire wrist. Outside the window you could see many silhouettes of people walking somewhere. It was written in the diary that doctors called Jai Liu Jia and that he has already turned into a fallen one. It was written that although Jai Liu has always considered himself useless, she knows that he is the strongest in the second corps. She wrote that she missed him very much and whether she would dream about him. The girl fell back onto the bed and put her hand on her forehead. It was written that the spots on the hands continued to grow. The hands turned half black. She clenched her teeth, the blackness on her wrists spreading further. She wrote that her forehead was very painful. The translucent figure of Bai Yu, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the memory. The girl was crying, holding her forehead. She took off her bandages and on her forehead under her bangs was a black eye with a red pupil. The diary listed the dates, 10/19th, 10/20th, 10/22nd. Bai Yu stood among the flying sheets of paper. Behind him were two silhouettes of a mosquito monster with a red eye and a Jai Liu with purple eyes. He thought that it seemed that all the experimental subjects, who had become half human, half fallen, had lost their minds en masse and turned into fallen ones, driven only by their desires. Bai Yu raised his head and looked around. Little Hongyin sat in the corner, covering her face with her hands. Bai Yu thought that all of this was ultimately related to her. Three translucent silhouettes appeared in front of the girl. Uncle Kaio, Zio and Jai Liu. A yellow light emanated from them. Bai Yu thought that every test subject, before completely turning into a fallen one, met her in a dream. Or more precisely, they already knew Hongyin before. The girl removed her hands from her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ruled. The guy thought that in the dream she used her abilities to create a shelter for these experimental subjects, and the only calm place in their miserable life. The girl extended her hand, and a yellow light began to emanate from it. The main character thought that her abilities were limited. The consolation she gave was completely insufficient to save their lives. Life without hope is like an endless existence. The figures of three people began to dissolve, leaving behind a yellow light. The guy thought that these test subjects were starting to give up, and at this time she began to take them away. Hongyin smiled and extended her hand. Yellow lights flew towards her open palm. Bai Yu thought that she began to absorb their grievances, accept their suffering. But the price was that the test subjects eventually lost their will. The girl, sitting in the corner, pressed her hands to her chest. A yellow light streamed towards her. Bai Yu looked at the medical record he was holding with a smile and thought that she had recorded all the suffering of the test subjects before they stopped fighting. She captured them. The girl lowered her head. A yellow light shone on her face. Small yellow particles were flying in the air. CCTV camera in the corner of the office. 9.08. There was a black spot on the girl's face that looked like outer space. It occupied almost the entire right side of the girl's face. The diary said that she could not look in the mirror because she had already turned into a black monster with eyes all over her body. She has no regrets, she just wants to protect them. The girl was sitting in a cage. Her whole body was a black and purple mass. Only her hands and the left side of her face were human. There were red eyes all over the girl's body, looking in different directions. It was written in the diary that she, it seemed, would not last either, and who would take her home. The girl leans on the floor with her hand. Black and purple drops in fallen hair are visible next to her. In the diary it was written that the fallen were going crazy. Her hair was also starting to fall out. And would she become one of them? The girl looked more like a mass with many eyes. Doctors stood behind the bars of the cage, writing something down. It was written in the diary that even though she asked the doctors 100 times to comb her hair like a grandmother, they all ignored her, looking at her like a monster. The girl lies on the floor and cries. The black and red cosmic mass has swallowed up almost her entire body. The diary says that yes, she is a monster. The red eye on the cosmic body is crying. It is written that she is a monster that no one loves. 10.08. A monster of black and red purple mass screams. She is locked in a cage, with a collar around her neck. Red eyes fly off the monster and she says that no one will leave here. Countless voices in her head scream furiously. They tell her to lock this place down. They tell her to kill them. The chain breaks on the bars. Hongyin shouts that she is a monster. They are all monsters. Those who created them. Who are they? A huge monster gets out of the cage. His body is made of mass. Red eyes float nearby. 11.08. Doctors run down the corridor. Sheets of documents fly to the side. The diary says that the doctors are calling for help, constantly trying to contact someone outside. Only people from outside cannot enter here, and no one can leave here. The black and red cosmic mass moves along the corridor. Behind her, someone's hand is visible, drowned in the mass. The diary says that the cages and chains can no longer hold her, so she goes to have fun with them. She wants to play a game with the doctors. The mass fills almost the entire space. It penetrates the ceiling, flowing out of it. The diary says that she used to love to play hide and seek with her grandmother, but now they all hid. She writes that it's great. She felt interaction with doctors for the first time and asked them to come out and play. The translucent figure of Baiyu is reflected in the cosmic mass. 15.08. The doctor sits in front of a closed elevator and screams. A purple mass rushes towards him. In the diary, she asks what she has become. Why does everyone who sees her begin to scream and sob convulsively? The dark mass looked at the doctor with red eyes. A smile was visible on the masses. It was written in the diary that when they cry, an unusual aroma emanates from their bodies. The tongue stuck out of the mouth and licked itself, saliva running down it. The diary wrote how she wanted to eat them. 16.08. Record that she met Ilya again. The black and red mass and Ilya are fighting. Hong Yin extends her tendrils towards him, her eyes flying around her. The record is that he is very cool, even though he loses to her every time, but he never wanted to escape from the hospital. Ilya clenched his teeth. Looking up, the black mass was around him. The diary says that he does not want her to take him. He is waiting for his teacher. To see the teacher again, he told her that he would endure it even if it got worse. She is jealous of Ilya. She also wanted to have a person outside who would be waiting for her. Only her grandmother loves her. Hong Yin remembers her and grandma standing next to each other. The little girl smiles looking at her. The entry is in a diary, but she knows that her grandmother died a long time ago. She hopes that Ilya can wait. Black and red tentacles from the monster's body grip the fallen spider's wrist and body as it tries to escape. The diary says that she shared part of her power with him. Even though he is so persistent, it seems that because of her, his teacher abandoned him. The monster lowers its body. Tears flow from the center of the eye. She apologizes in the diary to Ilya. 20.08. A mass with many eyes engulfs the doctor. Eyes fly around him. The diary says that more and more doctors are emitting an increasingly stronger scent out of desperation. Some of them die, and some become part of us. She writes that she must eat them. The voices in her head continue to scream. The cosmic mass stands in the middle of the corridor, a hole in its body like a smile. Behind her stand various fallen ones. Some look like normal children, some look like monsters. The diary says that Uncle Kaio, Zio, and Jailu, they roar in her head, causing her to tear the doctors to pieces. But she doesn't want to, she just wants to play with them. She doesn't want them to die. The girl floats inside outer space, pulling her knees towards her and burying herself in them. There is a bright yellow light around her. Red eyes watch her. The diary says that they are all afraid of her because she is an ugly monster. Hong Yin moves along the bright hospital corridor. Entry from the diary that yes, everyone hates a monster like her, but she doesn't hate them. The same black mass flows from the ceiling. The monster stops in the middle of the corridor. The diary says that she just wants to play with them. Baiyu closes the medical record. Standing next to him is Hong Yin, which is a mass of black and red space. Baiyu thinks that he now understands why Praise Eye called Hong Yin poor. This poor child experienced the hurt and suffering of every test subject and every employee of this hospital. The mass of the monster slightly resembles a girl. Her red eyes look carefully at Baiyu. The guy thinks that even having mutated to such a state, she remained a kind child. Even when meeting the doctors who caused her so much suffering, her main desire was not to kill them. Baiyu closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that it was a pity that Praise Eye was not able to see this. Suddenly Praise Eye gave a voice and the guy opened his eyes in surprise. The system said that the poor thing's thought suppression was too strong and he would soon disappear again. So let the guy take the opportunity and observe. Baiyu narrowed his eyes at Hong Yin. A blue glint was visible in his eyes. The system issued an inscription, Fallen Level 9. Mutation, Mental Power X12. Rare mutations, Seal of Hatred, Change of Hatred. Perfect mutation, increased hatred. Hong Yin stood opposite the guy and looked at him calmly. Praise Eye said congratulations. He saw the poor fellow, but she cannot explain to Baiyu who the level 9 fallen is, especially since he is already within the radius of her attacks. The system said not to try to beat her. She, like Gu Qingwu, loves to compete. The system table began to disappear, but she managed to flash a message that Baiyu could offer 3 options. Fall to his knees, throw himself on his knees, or bow. The guy looked at the crumbling system window and realized that she had suppressed it again. The main character stood calmly, holding a white magazine in his hands. The sparkle disappeared from his eyes. Lin Zhu looked towards the main character and asked how much time had passed and what he was doing there, why he still didn't react. Gu Qingyu looked at his watch on his wrist and said to watch his emotions. Gu Qingyu frowned and said that it would soon be 4 o'clock since they left the tower, and that there was only 1 minute left. The group looked at the captain. Standing next to him, someone shouted. Wang Shi started checking his watch. The clock showed 4 o'clock. Yin Shuang looked down at her legs and said that her legs felt like they had become lead. The inscription on the sign is interference outside the tower, slow down. Wang Shi looked at his hands, which were shaking, and said that they were completely weak. The sign showed the inscription, interference outside the tower, reduce attack. Lin Zhu fell on all fours and lowered his head, saying something about the river of sorrow. The sign showed an obstacle outside the tower, negative thinking. Shang Xiaoi put one hand to his face and waved the other in front of him, stammering to tell the captain that he couldn't see anything. The sign showed the inscription, interference outside the tower, loss of vision. Gu Qingyu looked at Lin Zhu, who was on all fours. He was shaking and sobbing, his long purple hair completely covering his face. The captain thought that outside the tower he received 1 negative effect every 4 hours, but grief and blindness usually appear only on the 3rd or even 4th day. He thought they were very lucky. Gu Qingyu looked at his watch and thought that his interference outside the tower was an outburst of anger. The interference with the increase in attack and speed of the fallen around does not seem to be something serious. It will be easy to solve. He told Lin Zhu and Shang Xiaoi that they were now a burden and should return to the tower. Lin Zhu raised his head. There were tears in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice that he had been in this unit for a long time, but he had to leave before the newcomers, and that perhaps he really is not suitable for this job. The group stood and looked at him while he cried and said that now he was thinking about the huge difference between people and was drowning in it, as if in ice water. He apologized for being born this way. Gu Qingyu frowned and looked at him silently. He angrily told him to get out of here, quickly. Shang Xiaoi knelt down on one knee next to Lin Zhu and patted his back. He reached into his inside pocket and told the captain to be careful. Taking out the teleportation disc, Shang Xiaoi turned it and said that he and Lin Zhu were returning. There was a yellow flash of light where the 2 guys had stood before. Wang Shi looked at Gu Qingyu, holding his hand, and said that they would manage somehow. But what about Bai Yu? Yin Shuang stood behind them and looked behind them. Wang Shi said that while Bai Yu is stuck there, no one knows what his current limit is. Red energy passed near the archive shelf. It flew up, spreading throughout the entire room. The remaining group looked at her. The captain shouted that something was wrong with the documents in the closet. Gu Qingyu shouted for everyone to close around Bai Yu as he ran towards him. The group stood around the guy, holding their weapons at the ready. The captain shouted, getting ready for battle. Red energy swirled above them, bursting out from the archive that Bai Yu was holding. A cosmic mass passed around the team. Wang Shi waved his fists, and the captain shouted to look around and protect Bai Yu. A mosquito creature with a red eye and a body made of the same mass rushed forward. Wang Shi quickly hit him, screaming. He lowered his gaze, looking down questioningly. The fallen mosquito man stood. Now his body consisted of black and purple cosmic mass. There was a red light coming from it. She said that this is the fallen one that the captain dealt with earlier. From the same mass could be seen the other fallen they had recently killed. The captain said that it's not just this one. They saw the others too. He is afraid that there is a high-level type who is imitating those fallen ones. Wang Shi looked back at Gu Qingyu and said that even if this is just an imitation, it is somehow too fast. And he told the captain that it was all because of his outburst. Gu Qingyu remained silent. There was a white flash of light. He walked over all the fallen monsters, cutting them apart. One of the monsters had his hand cut off. Gu Qingyu walked away from the monsters he dismembered, holding a sword in his hand. Wang Shi turned around, looking at this with a shocked look, sweat running down his face. He said that although he knew that the captain was very strong, it was somehow. He asked. The captain didn't think that he was just hiding behind his hindrance. Gu Qingyu suddenly stepped on the black and red mass on the floor. The mass disappeared. Gu Qingyu stood in the middle of it, holding a sword in his hand, and said to protect Bai Yu, and he would deal with these fallen ones. Black and red energy gathered into a huge hand. A huge monster with a big eye on its chest appeared in front of Gu Qingyu. The captain held the sword in his hands and said that it looks like Bai Yu really found something incredible. Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In the red space there were many doors that were flying around the guy who was in the center of it. Bai Yu turned in the air, looking at the many doors, shocked by this. He looked over and suddenly a system window popped up, saying that it was finally able to appear, but it wouldn't last long. The system said that this is the so-called main hall. Each door is connected to the memory space from the documents. From the slightly open door, all that was visible was darkness and red eyes looking out of it. Bai absent-mindedly shook his hand and the system issued a message that 4 hours had passed. Interference outside the tower. Confusion. Bai looked at his hand and moved his fingers. The system issued a message that the orientation was distorted by 65 degrees. Such a negative effect would be quite disturbing. Bai looked at the door, from the opening of which red eyes were peeking out. He thought that this was not a problem. He only needed to find the relation of correspondence to the previous direction. The system said that there is a task. There are more than 100 doors, but only one will return you to reality. Many doors flew around Bai from all sides, encasing the guy in a ring. The guy looked around. The system began to dissolve again, but managed to display a message that they were finished and let him remember, fall to his knees, throw himself on his knees or bow. Bai chuckled and looked towards the door, where glowing red eyes were visible in the darkness. He thought it was time to break the impasse. Bai's foot touched the ground. The guy walked into the room. The dark cosmic mass looked at him with many eyes. She filled almost the entire space of the room. He handed her a comb. Small balls with eyes flying around Bai. He smiled and said that he had not deceived her. A black mass from Hong Yin's body flowed onto the outstretched comb in Bai's hands. The guy said that he came to this world recently and treats the fallen differently than other people. Standing in front of the monster, he told him that even now he did not hate her and was not afraid of her. Tears flowed from the large eye in the middle of the monster's body. The mass flowed over Bai. Red eyes looked at him and Hong Yin asked if he was really not afraid of her. Bai looked to the side and said that it was true, and that it was a pity that there was no one to comb it and there was no one to pick it up. She was in this hospital for a very, very long time. It is only natural that she would think so. But the world is not limited to the 4 buildings of the hospital. And people are much more multifaceted than just the doctors and patients here. Overgrown hospital building with 4 buildings. Bai asked her if she knew why the people from the tower hate and fear the fallen. The eye looked down at Bai, and he continued to say that there is still no research confirming that humans are superior to the fallen in their bloodthirstiness. Ilya stands with his arms out to the sides and smiles. Bai says that Elijah was one of those who were led by people using his almost religious devotion. Hong Yin took the comb with her tentacles. She looked at the guy with many eyes, with an open toothy mouth on the side. The guy said she was different. She accepted most of the test subjects at this hospital and considered them friends. He could not imagine how she suffered from all the grievances that were collected in her body. Hong Yin pulled the comb towards her and looked at it with a sad look. Bai said that since she is still able to retain her will, then she is still a person and not a monster that people hate. Gu Qingyu sharply cut through the cosmic liquid mass of the monster's body. Around them was the liquid body of a monster. Wang Shi sat down and told the captain that the hatred of the fallen had dissolved. The captain glanced sideways at Bai, who was standing calmly, and said that he seemed to have managed it. The main character looked up and told Hong Yin not to let himself be turned into a monster. The world is huge. There are still many places outside the hospital where she has never been. Bai was reflected in the monster's red eyes. He continued that there were still many things she didn't do and called Hong Yin a good girl. The girl with black hair opened her mouth. She sat in front of Bai. There was darkness around them. She said she couldn't leave this place. The guy crouched in front of the little girl and put his hand on her head, saying that even though it wouldn't work out now, he would find a way to free her. He stroked her hair and told her that if she was ready to trust him, wait for him. There were tears in the girl's eyes. Bai's face was hidden in shadow. She heard voices in her head that said he was lying. He wanted to hurt her so that she would kill him. Hong Yin grabbed her head and screamed that everything was wrong and maybe she could be trusted. Bai looked at her with a calm face, and the girl shouted that he was not afraid of her at all. The guy stood up and said that perhaps in some ways they were similar to her. The girl was sitting on the floor with her head down. Bai looked up and said that they were abandoned in this alien world and they knew nothing about it. If every journey has its own mission, then revealing all the secrets of the world outside the tower is its mission. They found themselves in the middle of a desert with a destroyed city. The guy found himself in a huge thick collar and shackles that were on him when he first woke up in this world. He asked where the fallen came from, how the tall tower appeared, how many floors it had, and what was on top. He continued to ask why the fallen could not leave certain areas, where the talents and accompanying power came from. In his opinion, all these are secrets that will be very interesting to uncover. All this is the meaning of his journey. The girl looked at the guy with wide open eyes in surprise. He said that when he found the answers to these questions, he could find a way to take her. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks and she asked why he was doing this. Bai Yu smiled and said that she was not alone at all, at least from today. The main character now looks like a child. He smiles and extends his hand to Hong Yin, with a bright blue sky visible above him. The boy says that she has a friend who is willing to play with her, and he comes from the world outside the 9th mental hospital. The girl looked back at him and asked about her friend, tears flowing down her cheeks. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, smiling. She stood in front of the boy and thanked him, but told him not to go to Building 4. She said that he and his partners, if they got too close to her, they would be in danger. Little Bai Yu looked at the girl, who lowered her head and said that the next time he saw her, she might not be in such a clear state. Therefore, he needs to become even stronger, like that person with her height. Hong Yin smiled with trembling lips and closed her eyes, crying. She said that then Bai Yu is looking to visit her. The boy smiled. His cheeks turned slightly red and he agreed. They stood in the middle of empty space. The boy put his hand to his chest and told her to wait for him, and he would definitely wake her up, and he will play with her again. Bai Yu stood in the office again in front of the huge liquid mass of the monster and continued that no matter what it becomes. Bai Yu looked up at Hong Yin. She said that she almost forgot. The old comb in front of the monster's eye turned golden. She told him to look into the first building before leaving, and that 2 days ago a man came here. He left the same thing in Building 1. Bai Yu looked to the side, thinking about one body. He remembered the corridor of Building 1 and the walls on which there were drawings made in blood. The guy thought that when they were in the first building. In fact, the notice about the bloody traces and medical records scattered on the floor said that they had been left here 2 days ago. Black silhouette of a man in a long raincoat. Bai Yu put his hand to his face and wondered if it was the teacher Ilya mentioned. He removed his hand from his face and raised his head again to look at Hong Yin and asked what else that person did and what impression he made on her. The monster pointed a hand like mass at Bai Yu and said that she was not sure, but that thing was very similar to your device for returning to the tower. Bai Yu rubbed his chin, thinking about the teleportation disc. He thought, why would he leave a teleportation disc in this hospital? Or could it just be a disc-like thing? Hong Yin closed her eyes and Bai Yu asked if she could take him to him. She agreed. The cosmic mass flowed down. The guy's eyes opened sharply, black particles flying around him. Gu Qingyu sheathed his sword and turned to Bai Yu, saying that he had been studying the document for a long time. Bai Yu looked around. The team was standing in a completely empty white room. The captain said that not only the black fog and the fallen, but also all the documents had disappeared. He turned to Bai Yu and asked what was going on and what he had discovered. The guy looked at the captain and said that he had found a card of a test subject from the 4th Corps. The process was a little more complicated, so it took more time. But it's better not to go to Building 4. It is very dangerous there. Perhaps even the captain will not be able to cope with that experimental subject. Wang Shi looked at Bai Yu with displeasure and put his hands on his hips, saying that he should not underestimate the captain. He pointed with both hands at the captain, who simply remained silent. Wang Shi said that the captain of the 13th Division was nicknamed the Shield of the Survey Corps, and their captain is obviously a peerless sword. There is no fallen he can't handle. Bai Yu remembered various monsters. Behind him were the silhouettes of Hong Yin and other fallen ones. He said that he just wanted to make it clear that the 4th building is much more dangerous than the previous 3. It seems that the entire 9th mental hospital was an incubator for the fallen. There were many strong fallen here, but even taken together they were no comparison to the fallen from the 4th Corps. Gu Qingyu glanced sideways at him and asked the guy what happened in that document. Bai Yu passed by the captain and said that it was a memory and he would tell it along the way. He opened the door, about to go out, but turned to the others and asked where Lin Zhu and Shang Xiaoyi were. Wang Shi raised his hand and closed his eyes, saying that they were unlucky with negative effects. Their interference would greatly affect them. So the captain sent them back to the tower. Yin Shuang looked at the guy and asked him what handicap he had. Bai Yu walked forward on the white floor and said that he seemed lucky, and that confusion was not a particularly problematic obstacle. They walked along a dimly lit corridor, the walls of which were painted with different designs. Gu Qingyu said that it seemed like Bai Yu had already adapted and asked how long it took him. The guy answered him, "Do you really need to adapt to this? He just slightly changed his habit and that's it." Wang Shi looked at him awkwardly, but the captain remained silent. Yin Shuang looked at the guy in surprise and asked, "If they don't go to the 4th building, then where then?" Bai Yu raised his index finger and said that they are going to the 1st. There is one thing to pick up. He said that the medical records mentioned that a person came here and left an object that looked very similar to a teleportation disc. He suggests they go check it out and then they can head back. Wang Shi looked down at the captain and asked if they really wouldn't go to the 4th Corps. 2 buildings connected by an air corridor. The captain replies that they will not go. The group walks down the corridor. The tiles on the floor have fallen off in some places. Baiyu leads the way and explains that before the Tower Age, fallen ones were already appearing all over the world. To find the reason for the emergence of the fallen and their weaknesses, many authorities began to examine the fallen. On the wall there is an inscription: Psychiatric Hospital. A high mesh fence is visible. Baiyu continued that the mission of this hospital was to inject people with the blood serum of the fallen, thereby creating fallen ones who could torture people to death. Wang Shi knitted his eyebrows and asked in surprise about the creation of the fallen. He said, shouldn't they have studied the weaknesses of the fallen? Baiyu turned to the group and said that perhaps this was also part of the research, or maybe there were some other reasons. Nothing was said about this in the records. He said that in any case, apparently, there was one test subject who almost succeeded, and another test subject who achieved success. Gu Qingyu looked at Baiyu with a gloomy face and said that arachnid was probably one of them. The guy answered in the affirmative. He remembered a monster made of black fog, with bright red eyes. Baiyu said that the successful one is the arachnid Ilya from the 2nd building, and half successful is Hong Yin from 4th building. The group exited the elevator, which had a red light on. The captain asked about Hong Yin and whether that black fog was an imitation of those who had fallen. He said that she is stronger than a spider, then why is she a half-successful test subject? A huge black cloud of fog, with red eyes. A girl in a red dress and black hair sat under it, her head buried in her knees. A red glow emanated from her. Baiyu said that Hong Yin is an unforeseen event. To reduce the suffering of other people in this hospital, she absorbed their hatred, and because of this, she eventually turned into a fallen one. Baiyu sadly lowered his gaze and said that although she had become a fallen person, her kindness had not disappeared. Gu Qingyu looked at the guy's back and told him to remember that the fallen are the fallen. The captain knitted his eyebrows, his face distorted with anger. He said that the nature of fallen people is to eat people. It doesn't matter how unhappy they seem, and how kind and naive they were. As long as they have even a drop of the fallen in them, they will be the eternal enemies of humanity. Baiyu smiled and turned to the captain, saying that he was right, and he would remember these words well. He thought that since there is no way to completely separate the poor thing from bloodlust, then we cannot be considered one of us, and we cannot let our guard down around her. Baiyu's eyes widened when something caught his attention. Hong Yin stood in front of the group in her human form, with a red glow around her and swirls of black mist swirling around her. The captain asked what it was. Baiyu looked in front of him in surprise, his mouth open, and replied that it was nothing. He realized that he seemed to be able to see her. The system said that the double created by the change in hatred is very dangerous. The system offered 3 options: fall to your knees, throw yourself on your knees, or bow down. She suddenly realized that Baiyu had already fawned over her, so it was okay. Hong Yin turned away, her body translucent. Baiyu wondered if she seemed to be a little angry and whether it was because of her conversation with Gu Qingyu. Baiyu followed the girls double down the corridor. The rest of the group followed. The guy thought that it seemed like the whole hospital was part of her, and he should watch his words. The girl extended her hand and pointed with her finger. She stood with her back to Baiyu, pointing to the slightly open door. Above the dais there was a blue sign. Baiyu looked at the room, realizing that it was a recovery room. He opened the door to the room and walked into it. There was a round object on the table in the room. Baiyu thought that they had left it so carelessly. Apparently they really wanted someone to find it. The whole group walked into the room. The disc on the table was blue, with a gold pattern. The captain said that this was not a teleportation disc and he had not seen such a thing. Baiyu took the item in his hand. It had a gold 3-dimensional design of a quadrangular star on it. The system said that the movement disc, like the teleportation disc, is difficult to explain everything in 2 words. The system said that the method of making displacement discs had long been lost, and there were only 7 such discs. With its help, you can return to one of the locations or special locations that the main character visited within 3 days. Baiyu looked at the disc in his hand, which began to glow green. The system said he could view it as an invitation from a stranger. Praise Eye also suggested looking at the notes under his feet. Baiyu stood with his foot on a bloody piece of paper. The system said this piece of paper would give him a better explanation. Baiyu turned his gaze to the piece of paper, looking at it in surprise. The following text was written on a bloody piece of paper under Baiyu's foot. Hello researcher. I want to play a game with you. And sure, you already know about the past of this hospital. But as far as I know, people have not yet set foot in the red zone, which means you still do not know the truth about the sources of the fallen in the high tower. I want to invite you to play a game with me. If you can complete all the zones that I have prepared for you, I will answer any questions you have about this world. Take this disc, but don't let the people on the 6th floor suspect anything. Bai realized that the owner of the disc had left him a chain of documents. The poor guy's hospital is just the beginning. Bai smiled as he looked at the disc in his hand. He grinned and said this was getting really interesting. Gu Qingyu, standing behind him, asked the guy why he was smiling. He turned to the captain and raised the disc in front of him. He said he was just glad they could come back, and since this thing is not a teleportation disc, he will keep it as a souvenir. After all, this is his first time on a mission. Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes and remained silent, but eventually agreed. He pulled out a teleportation disc and handed it to him, saying that since there was nothing more to explore, they were returning. Hongyin in the form of a little girl was looking at them. The teleportation disc began to emit a yellow glow. The captain's hair became disheveled and he said that they were coming. 4 figures were surrounded by yellow light. The rest had already disappeared into it. Only the figure of Bai was visible. Hongyin looked at this, opening his mouth. Bai noticed her and tilted his head. He smiled affectionately at the girl and said that they would see each other again. The system displayed statistics. The degree of exploration of the territory is 61%. The remaining fallen are 1. Pieces of the Doomsday puzzle in this zone have been moved. It is impossible to obtain them. System rating, so-so. Hongyin waved goodbye to Bai and smiled. But despite this, there were tears in her eyes. The system said that the guy was lucky to meet her, but every time words alone won't save him, and it's better for him to become more capable of fighting. In the place of the guy there was only a yellow light. A girl with black hair and a red dress sat on a chair in front of a mirror. The window was open. The room was colored orange from the light of the setting sun. The sheer curtains were blown by the wind. The girl smiled and pressed a wooden comb to her chest. Morning, 2 high steels stood on a round platform. A glow emanates from the blue steel. The table showed interference outside the tower, loss of vision eliminated. Interference outside the tower, negative thinking, eliminated. Shang Xiaoi patted Lin Zhu on the back, who was hunched over and complaining that he was the one who received such a shameful hindrance. Blue light emanated from their bodies. The worker smiled at them while holding pieces of paper and said that they were from the 7th Division and asked why they returned from the blue steel. The records clearly stated that they went through the white steel. The 2 turned to the blue steel towering above them. Lai Wuzhu said that it looks like Bai was right, and starting from the 2nd core they entered the blue zone. Both turned to the glowing blue steel. The worker said that although they already know, he must warn again. The human body cannot withstand more than 1 departure through the steel within 12 hours. So if they want to go out again, they will have to wait 12 hours. Lin Zhu turned to him and said that they know, they are just waiting for the captain. Bai's voice was heard and said, "Isn't it the little sister who stays out of the way?" Speaking to Lin Zhu. The main character smiled. The steel behind him glowed, and said that the elders really did not get in the way, because they retreated earlier. The rest of the team, led by the captain, appeared from the blue light of the steel. Bai tilted his head and said sarcastically that it was probably a tactical retreat. Lin Zhu just hissed and turned away from the smiling Bai. The worker looked at the guy with white hair and a bag on his shoulder. He thought that it was his first time on a mission and he had been outside the tower for more than 4 hours, and that people like him in the entire intelligence corps can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Gu Qingyu crossed his arms and said that there would be no tasks for Bai in the coming week. He said that a little later they would go together to the intelligence corps, and as soon as one matter was settled, he could be free. Bai approached him, asking why there would be no tasks. The captain turned to the guy and said that today's task was just an entrance test and he passed. Next, you need to resolve some formalities. The entire group walked forward. Wang Shi looked at the guy with a smile and crossed his arms over his chest. The captain continued that only then would he officially become a member of the Survey Corps, and then he would receive his next assignment. Bai tilted his head, squinting his eyes at the captain, and thought that he just needed to do a lot of things in the tower. After all, the tower is an existence zone. Bai smiled and thought that the most urgent matter now was to figure out a way to get money. Late evening. Gu Qingyu was sitting in a chair at the table. The lights of the night city were visible through the window. He was fiddling with a pen in his hands. There were a lot of papers on the table and he was holding one of them. The 2 papers contained analytical reports on the fighting abilities of Lin Zhu and Wang Shi. The captain quickly twirled the red fountain pen between his fingers. His gray eyes dropped. He looked at Bai's report. His survival ability and combat ability were at 0, but analytical abilities, adaptability and mental state were at the highest level. The captain thought that his mental state was too calm. It was not like ordinary people. He thought that he had worked with so many soldiers, but this was the first time he had seen such a person. Gu Qingyu leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. He thought that if he could always maintain this state, then perhaps within a few years there would be a second rank 8 professional in the intelligence corps. Memory. Bai Yu smiles, while the captain frowns, crossing his arms over his chest. The captain thought that he was sure that the gambling house associated with Bao Wu was also not so simple. A match was lit and the captain held it between his fingers. He held up the burning Bai Yu ability analytics sheet and said that it looked like he needed to get ready. The captain placed a blank combat ability report and a fountain pen on the table with a loud bang. He narrowed his eyes as he began to write with a fountain pen on the form, thinking that now he needed to hide Bai Yu's real abilities as much as possible. Gu Qingyu was hunched over the table. It was dark outside the window. A lamp was shining on the table. He finished writing and put his hand to his face, thinking that this would do for now. A new completed Bai Yu form lay on the table in front of him. The captain pressed a button on the earpiece in his ear. He walked up to the window, looking out of it. A beep was heard from the earpiece, and then he was answered. A voice greeted the captain and said that this was a service bureau. The captain's face frowned and, holding his fingers on the earpiece, he introduced himself. The voice called the captain illustrious and Gu Qingyu asked him to shut up. The man on the other end of the line complained that when the captain needed something, he called it a treasure, but when he didn't need it, he immediately asked him to shut up. Gu Qingyu opened the window and put his hand on the sash, saying that he had a long-term assignment and wanted help to protect one person. The voice asked if Gu Qingyu was dating someone. The captain replied that this was a member of his crew, and he would send information about him later. The bureau man hummed. The captain put his hand on the windowsill, looking out the window at the city. He said that this man was still very attentive and quick-witted, so he asked to choose smarter people. Bai Yu walked among people along the city street. The man in the earpiece asked why Gu Qingyu didn't entrust this to the core people. The captain looked down at the street. He said that this was a special case and intelligence people were not suitable for this. The man fell silent and Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes, glancing sideways at the earpiece. The voice asked what in exchange. The captain looked back at the table where the report forms lay and said that every time he left the tower, he would bring them something. The voice happily agreed, saying that such wonderful conditions on the part of the captain were simply a miracle. The man smiled joyfully. He had blue hair and a golden crescent moon earring. The voice said that now she was even more interested. On the table lay the Bai Yu form filled out by the captain, on which a shadow fell. The voice asked who the man was that the captain wanted to protect. Port of Jianluo. Bai Yu stood and looked ahead with a confused look. Baby Chengzi's shop. A guy stood in front of a store with a bright yellow sign and transparent doors. Two voices were heard from the store, someone asking what was going on here and who this guy was. The system asked if this was the famous battle scene between two lovers. A girl with long red hair braided in ponytails. She put her hands to her chest and blushed, tears visible in her eyes through her glasses. She told Zheng to listen to her and that everything was wrong. The girl assured that only he was in her heart. Two guys stood in front of the red-haired girl with confused faces and tears in their eyes. The guy with gray hair said that she herself said that she loves him, and that only he is in her heart. And who is this guy then? Another guy in a red hoodie asked to tell Liu Chengzi that this was not true. The guy with gray hair covered his face with his hand and said that he saves every month, works outside the tower, all so that the girl can live a better life. The guy in the red sweatshirt clasped his hand on his chest and loudly asked why, crying. The girl awkwardly looked away, a bead of sweat running down her cheek as the two boys screamed. One asked why the other guy said that he was her boyfriend. The second said that these were his words and their feelings were always sincere. The girl screamed and stumbled away while the two guys looked at her. She fell to the floor and wiped a tear from her cheek. A dramatic light fell on her. Liu Chengzi began to apologize to them and said that they were both so outstanding and it was her fault. She said she loved them both. Both boys blushed and grabbed their chests. One arrow pierced two hearts. The girl continued that she just didn't want to hurt them, so she hid it all the time. The girl took both guys by the hands and said that she did not want to part with them. She stood up, holding both boys' hands. The two guys also held hands and a yellow light shone around them. The girl said that they were like her two wings. A shadow fell on Bai Yu's face as he looked on in shock. The system laughed, and then offered to come in to clean up the mess there. The store's sliding doors opened. Two joyful guys came out from there, holding each other by the shoulders. The system asked if this happens. Bai Yu walked into a store where a red-haired girl was sitting, powdering her face with a satisfied smile. The guy smiled and asked if he had come at the wrong time. The girl greeted him joyfully. He sat on the table with a satisfied smile, legs crossed in white stockings. Liu Chengzi, the shop owner, said that he arrived earlier than she expected. She laughed, saying that she had made herself a laughingstock. Bai Yu asked what happened and if she screwed up. The girl jumped off the counter and said no, it's just that these two have crossed the line and they both keep thinking about moving on to the next stage. She waved her hand and said with a satisfied smile, let them just court and nothing more. Liu Chengzi looked up with turquoise eyes from under her glasses. She smiled joyfully and showed the number 2 on her fingers, saying that lately she had stopped liking guys of this type, so she called them to get rid of both of them at once. The girl smiled happily, her cheeks slightly red. 2 white bows were visible on the girl's hair. The system said that in 1 second it made her think that the heartbreaking scene had just not happened at all. The system said that it takes back its words, and it was not a quarrel scene, but a recycling scene. Liu Chengzi approached Bai Yu and asked why he came to her. She told him not to pay attention to him, that she behaved this way. It was all because lately she liked guys who looked like him. Bai Yu stuffed his pocket into his bag, saying that there is good news. The guy pulled out a black and yellow camera with a smile, holding it in front of him. He said that he became Jiling last night, port of Jianglu, after saying goodbye to Zhu Sai. Bai Yu stood in front of the transparent doors of little Chengzi's shop. The transparent doors opened. Bai Yu entered the shop. He was greeted by a red-haired girl. The cleavage of her black t-shirt was visible through her translucent jacket. The girl rested her head on her hand while sitting on a chair. She smiled and said that the guy could look around. The system admired the girls and said that she had been in relationships 19 times, and she had more than 100 more in stock. And now she is dating 2 at once, and lately she likes inexperienced people. Bai Yu looked to the side, looking around the store while the girl sat at the counter. The system said that this girl is a seductress and how good it is that she understood this right away. Otherwise she, naive, would have already fallen into its trap. A shelf with goods, there was a yellow rice cooker and an ordinary white mug. Praise I said to quickly buy something and leave quickly. He scanned the mug and said it was Jiling level, 2.5 hours. It can boil water in a moment. Perhaps it can evolve into a water purifier. As for the rice cooker, it barely has the potential to Jiling. The system said that the fallen are not evil spirits that need to be sealed with electric waves, and that at a price of 139 tash it is definitely junk. Simple drawing of a man holding rice from a rice cooker. Inscription rice Jilin 200 per bowl. The system said that if she became Jilin, she would be able to transform ingredients into delicious food, and would definitely pay for herself. The girl with red hair tilted her head and asked the guy if he had already looked at something. Bai Yu knocked on the display case behind which there was a rice cooker and said that he would take the rice cooker and the mug next to it. The girl got up from the chair and leaned on the table, bending over. She said that the mug is a really good thing, but the rice cooker is useless, and that it's worth it to all sorts of fools, so she doesn't recommend buying it. The girl spread her arms to the sides and said with a smile that Bai Yu is not stupid, and she would not want him to be stupid. She also introduced herself by saying that her name was Liu Chengzi. Ignoring her, the guy said that he was taking both goods. The girl looked at him and asked if he was leaving the tower. The guy looked at her, realizing that she was smart, and asked how much he charged. Liu Chengzi chuckled and narrowed her eyes. She said that she wanted to give a 50% discount, but now she changed her mind. The girl offered 1,000 taps or free. She also said that in the entire lower floor, he could only buy a rice cooker from her. The system laughed and said that it seemed to immediately understand that he needed a rice cooker. The guy sighed and closed his eyes, asking if it was possible at the same price. He is just an ordinary person and asked for a discount. The girl put her hand to the display case and looked at the rice cooker. She said that would an ordinary person buy it and even ask for a discount after she said it was rubbish. She said that no matter what century they live in, no one uses rice cookers anymore, and no one needs them. Liu Chengzi approached the guy and smiled, raising her index finger. She said only if they don't turn into Jiling. And this mug in the tower is also useless, only if he is not going to leave the tower. Bai Yu sighed again and closed his eyes, realizing that the girl had a sharp look. He said he was choosing the free option. The girl immediately smiled and clapped her hands, saying that she would pack everything. Bai Yu thought that free things are always the most expensive. The rice cooker and mug were in the bag, but the girl also put a black and orange camera with them. The guy asked what it was. The girl laughed, putting her hand to her face, and said that he didn't tell her anything, and she didn't know anything. She said that she simply inadvertently put the camera with his goods. Bai Yu looked away from her and smiled. The system said that it now understood why he became a Casanova. The girl smiled sweetly and raised her palm. Above the palm was a camera that sparkled with yellow light. Liu Chengzi said that in a couple of days he will notice this camera, and out of kindness he will return it to her, because he is an honest person. The system said that it knew at first glance that he would leave the tower and immediately put forward a deal. When leaving the tower, take her camera with you. Not only is she observant, she also knows how to seize opportunities. The system said that this film camera captured many secrets before it broke. Bai Yu looked at the camera and asked what if he didn't become Jilin. The system said that it probably also wants to know what was captured by this camera. Bai Yu took the package, and Liu Chengzi simply shrugged and said that whatever will happen. She said that in any case, she had already given me a rice cooker and a mug. The girl put her hand on her chest and winked, saying that they could start over and introducing herself again. The guy threw the bag over his shoulder as he left the store and said that his name was Bai Yu. The girl waved at him, smiling. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she said that she hoped for cooperation. Liu Chengzi narrowed her turquoise eyes, saying that she was waiting for good news. Now, Liu Chengzi clenched her fists in front of her face and smiled happily. Stars shone in her eyes and she asked why the camera had become Jiling so quickly. She began to ask what effect it had. Bai Yu raised the camera next to his face and said that you say a certain time to yourself and then take a photo of a certain location. And then you get a photograph of what happened in this place at the specified time. The girl put her palms to her face and joyfully looked at the camera in Bai Yu's hands. She began to ask if this was for real and if Bai Yu was lying to her. And then she asked him to let her see it quickly. Bai Yu raised the camera above his head, away from Liu Chengzi, who was already reaching towards him. The guy looked at the girl, holding his hand with the camera raised, and said that first they would discuss payment. The girl awkwardly held her 2 index fingers together and smiled, asking Bai Yu to be more lenient since she was a girl after all. And maybe he will give her a camera, and she will remember that he is a good person. Bai Yu smiled and extended his palm towards the girl, asking if she had a conscience and where such a thing had been seen. Liu Chengzi pressed her chest against Bai Yu's hand. She hugged his hand and looked at the guy with reddened cheeks, saying in a sweet voice that she really had no money, and if there were no other options, she was ready to become his. The system sighed and said that girls love to be deceived so much. They think that in reality everything looks the same as in the photo with filters. And what we all know is that truth cannot stand pressure. Bai Yu retreated from the girl and put his hand in front of him, saying that she misunderstood him and he was not interested in girls, and girls should value themselves more. Liu Chengzi looked at him in surprise with her mouth open, and the guy said that if she could offer something now, he would give a 50% discount. The girl hunched over and rubbed her glasses in frustration, saying that nothing worked on him. She said she needed to look at the product first. Bai Yu agreed and handed the girl a camera. Liu Chengzi raised the camera above her head, looking at it with one eye closed. The guy explained that you need to set the year, month, day, hours, minutes, and seconds and then say it to yourself. The girl began to recite the time. She turned around, holding the camera to her face. The system asked if she wanted to film a scene about 2 wings. The camera is pointed at the reception desk. Bai Yu asked if she was filming a recycling scene. The girl turned to him and stuck out her tongue, winking. The photo was published, and she said that she only wanted more and more unfortunate people to feel the sweetness of falling in love, and did she do something wrong? The system said that there was no way to even object to this. The girl took the photo in her hand, which showed 2 guys talking loudly and Liu Chengzi standing awkwardly in front of them. The girl happily said that the camera really took photographs and that she was now rich. She ran past Bai Yu, stars sparkling in her eyes, and said that you couldn't tell the whole story if you kept taking photos, and that this Jilin is just a treasure. The guy looked at her and thought that the camera could be used like that. By taking one photograph after another, you can discover the past. The girl behind Bai Yu continued to take pictures of everything around her. He stopped and pointed at the camera with an awkward face, asking why the photo was not showing up. She said she didn't do anything, he just stopped taking photos. Bai Yu turned and looked at the girl, saying that since the Jilin level is not high, less than 3 hours, the effectiveness of the thing is also not high. You can only take pictures twice a week. He used it once outside the tower, so now she will have to wait 7 days. Liu Chengzi looked down at the camera in her hands and frowned, thinking that although the camera cannot be used often, if used in the right place, it is still an excellent tool for collecting information. She thought it was a pity that it was so difficult to negotiate a price with this cold and unfeeling Bai Yu. She looked up at him and began to speak. Bai Yu calmly told her that he agreed to the exchange. Bai Yu towered over the girl, looking at her with an eerie gaze. A shadow fell on his face. He said that she could not try to bargain and somehow reduce the price. This way she will only fall in his eyes. She can choose an equivalent item, information, service, or all together. Liu Chengxi's eyes widened and she thought that there were definitely no equivalent items in her shop. She pressed the camera to her chest and looked at Bai Yu with an awkward smile, saying that maybe he would say what he wanted first. The guy asked what kind of live broadcasts were in the center of Jianlu Port. There was an advertisement on a huge TV with a girl with blue hair. Liu Chengxi replied that these are sales through ethers and they say they were popular even before the tower era. People really like it. The more authoritative a person is, the easier it is for him to attract people. The girl raised her index finger, saying that the effect of popularity came from deep in antiquity. But with Bai Yu's intelligence, he couldn't help but realize that this was a deception. Bai Yu smiled and said that of course he knew it was a hoax. He bowed his head and raised his index finger, saying that he wanted to know whether there had been deception on the airwaves from the very beginning, or there were real broadcasts outside the tower. The girl looked at him and smiled, raising her eyebrows, asking if he wanted to spend it. Bai Yu crossed his arms and leaned on the table, saying that if he is not mistaken, then these broadcasts will not be fake every time. Because people are not so stupid, for several left broadcasts, there must be one real one. Otherwise it will not work. He said he wanted to get to the bottom of this. Liu Chengxi stretched out her hand with the camera lying on her palm and smiled smugly, asking if this was considered part of the payment for it. Bai Yu crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was considered and let her tell her more about the real broadcasts. The girl stood next to him, leaning closer, and said that he had addressed the right person. Red boots with heels, the girl walked forward. Passing by Bai Yu, she waved at him, turned to him and told him to come into the room. She said they would sit down and chat. The girl began to tell that most of the people living on the lower floors go beyond the tower under the protection of the Reconnaissance Corps. In the white zone they mine ore and blue grass. Blue sky with white clouds. In the area, among stones and blue flowers, stands a huge white stele with a cross on it. The girl continued that although they leave the tower every day, they are very new to that space. Since the reconnaissance teams are pre-clearing the fallen in these areas, there are actually few people who have seen the fallen. Reconnaissance Corps Group. In front of everyone is Captain Gu Qingyu with a black sword. Behind is the Survey Corps crest, which depicts a fallen man with red blood coming from his mouth. Liu Chengxi said that everyone was afraid of the fallen, but Bai Yu might not have known that at the same time everyone was eager to see them. The girl was sitting at the table opposite Bai Yu. She smiled at him, raising her hands and squeezing her fingers slightly. Bai Yu said that this was not surprising and that the survival game that the aristocrats from the 3rd and 4th floors organized was created just to see how the fallen devoured people. Bai Yu smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that David Fincher said that he believes that there is a pervert in every person's soul, who at the same time is a source of inspiration for creativity. Liu Chengxi looked at him blankly and asked who David Fincher was. She spread her arms and said with a smile that in general, people really like to watch what happens outside the tower. They love exciting bloody spectacles. People are eager to know this vast world outside the tower. She said that the tall tower is huge, but compared to the world before the tower era, it is tiny. In the middle of the mountain stood a huge tower, surrounded by pillars. At its top there was a light burning and a strange dome covering it. There was nothing around her, only mountains and earth. Liu Chengxi continued that for those who do not dare to leave the tower, the world outside is a mythical place. It doesn't matter whether rich or poor, aristocrat or commoner, everyone is interested in what is happening outside. Many people passed by little Chengxi's shop. Behind the transparent doors of the store, the lights of the city's sign were reflected. The girl said that they were too afraid to leave the tower on their own. Bai Yu looked down and thought that it was so. The huge number of interested people created a huge demand in the market. The system said that people don't mind risking their lives. Bai Yu and Liu Chengxi were sitting in a room at a round table. It had soft pink walls and a large bookcase. The guy asked why not turn to the Intelligence Corps for this. The girl answered him because in the Intelligence Corps, except for the head of the Corps and 16 unit captains, no one else can apply to leave the tower. Bai Yu put his elbow on the table and rested his chin on his hand, thinking that this is reasonable. After all, the Intelligence Corps is a weapon of the government. No one would want to lend their sword to merchants. The system said that to some extent this is about maintaining order. If the government's army becomes a private army, the balance of power will be upset. Bai Wu calmly looked in front of him and thought that it seemed that if he wanted to leave the tower without permission, he would have to hide his identity. Liu Chengzi put her finger to her lips and winked at him, saying that anyway, there are a lot of people interested in the outside world, so this realm was created due to the expectations of thousands of people. She said people have tried different ways to solve the problem of technology not working outside the tower. But of course there is only one way. Black and yellow camera. The girl said it was Jilin. She pointed to the camera that was lying on the table and said that only the Jilin item can work outside, but they say it takes a lot of time. People carried many objects out of the tower, but video recording devices were most likely not among them. Even if there were, it is impossible to stream from them. She said that after 7 years one is rich. The man's hands are shackled in technological shackles. There are many scars on his arms. Liu Chengzi continued that he spent a fortune to remove various items from the tower and received jiling shackles. Bai Yu covered his face with his hand, thinking. The girl raised her finger up and said that it looked like just shackles. Bai Yu continued that it is actually a surveillance device. The girl said that it was so and admired how smart Bai Yu is. Bai Yu smiled, resting his chin on his hand, and thought that it looks like he ruined real treasures then. He said that becoming Jilin is a matter of luck. How could that person be sure that the subsequent shackles would also become Jilin? Liu Chengzi took the mug and brought it to her lips, smiling. She said no way. But the time he succeeded, the man who came out of the tower took more than just shackles. Everyone thinks this way. If the probability of transforming into Jilin is small, then it is better to take a lot of items. She asked Bai Yu to guess what the result would be. The girl showed the number 3 on her fingers. Behind her were many identical shackles, and she said that there were 13 shackles and they all turned into Jilin. And they all had the same capabilities. She said that this phenomenon was called Jilin diffusion. The main character looked at the girl and asked about Jilin diffusion. A man stands holding 2 swords in his hand, red and blue. Liu Chengzi said that some people wield dual swords, and when the weapon turns into Jilin, both swords become it. But Jilin diffusion is a very rare phenomenon. The guy folded his hands in front of him and brought them to his face, bending down. He asked about the phenomenon by which a whole set of objects turns into jiling. He said that in the end there was a device in the tower that was somehow strangely connected to the tracking device in the shackles. He asked why the intelligence core did not use such a good thing. Liu Chengzi connected her thumb and index finger on her hand and smiled, saying that because they couldn't buy it, that rich man was not going to sell the shackles. Bai Yu asked that it was just because they couldn't buy it, and it looks like this rich man is not quite an ordinary person. The girl raised her head and smiled, raising her index finger. She said that's right, the people from the Survey Corps are trying to maintain peaceful relations with him. She said that there are suggestions that this person may be from the 5th floor. Government floor. Apparently, dealing with a gambling house is not so simple. Bai Yu rested his chin on his hands and thought that judging by Gu Qingyu's behavior earlier, the status of the founder of a gambling house is not entirely ordinary. Then who finally turned them in and ordered the intelligence corps to take him away. He thought that it was possible to say for sure that this man's status was not lower than that of an aristocrat, but who would cross the path of the owner of a gambling house for the sake of some slave. While he was thinking, various inscriptions appeared around Bai Yu: Intelligence Corps, Gambling House, Rich Man, Shackles, 5th Floor, Stream outside the tower. The guy's eyes narrowed as he thought that this master must be very strong. If his identity is revealed, will Gu Qingyu be able to protect him? But more importantly, if he streams outside the tower, will he attract the attention of the gambling house? The guy closed his eyes and said that it means that in order to conduct a real broadcast, you must contact that rich man. He asked the girl if she had the opportunity to get equipment for streaming. Liu Chengzi stuck out her little finger and thumb and shook her hand, smiling and saying that there is a way. She has a guy who knows a loophole. The system admired the fact that usually people say that they have a friend, but she directly says that she has a boyfriend. Bai Yu tapped his finger on the table and said that the following equipment is needed: a Jilin mask that can change the voice, something like a clown or laughing mask. If she can't change her voice, then Liu Chengzi must make sure that she is strong enough. Bai Yu snapped his fingers while the girl fanned her face with her palm, smiling nervously. The guy continued, saying that although this is equipment for broadcasting, it cannot be done on his behalf. She would need to get the equipment for him and make sure no one came across him. Liu Chengzi nervously said that some of his conditions were too problematic. There was a black and yellow camera in front of Bai Yu. The guy said that the camera can only be used twice a week, but if you continue to carry it outside the tower, Jilin's level will increase. The higher the level of Jilin, the more often it can be used, and perhaps it even evolves. If she agrees to help him, then the camera is just the beginning. Liu Chengzi knitted her eyebrows and looked at the guy in surprise. He said that in the future he would help her remove other items from the tower if suitable things became available. The girl shook Bai Yu's hand, slapping it loudly. She leaned towards the table, knocking over the glass. Her cheeks turned red and the girl smiled happily, saying that they had agreed. Liu Chengji proudly raised her head and put her hand to her chest, saying that she would help him get the equipment and ensure that no one would contact him. But she should become a business partner of Bai Yu. The girl said that with her he would only need to calmly stream, and she will do the rest of the work. The girl thought that if Bai Yu is strong enough, then it is her stable maker Jilin. At this rate, a carefree life is just around the corner. She blushed and thought about how she was standing with a huge wad of money, scattering it around her. And people stood around her, their mouths open and their hands raised. Liu Chengzi thought that this opportunity should be grabbed tightly. Bai Yu looked at the girl and asked how quickly she could do it. The girl, putting her hands to her chest, asked if he needed it urgently. And then she answered that about 3 days. Bai Yu smiled and said that he looked forward to fruitful cooperation. He thought it was faster than he expected. Liu Chengji took out her laptop and placed it on the table. She said that they would discuss the details of the broadcasts, and also that she had an idea about the broadcasts. Night, a large luminous moon is visible. Bai Yu stood in a dark room, leaning on the table and holding something in his hands. Behind him was an open window with purple light coming from it. The guy was holding a blue movement disc in his hands. He looked at him with narrowed eyes, talking about the invitation. The door was illuminated with purple light and there was a knock on it. Someone asked Bai Yu if he was at home. A girl with brown hair was knocking on the door. She said that this was Yun Shu from the interrogation group and the captain sent her to fetch Bai Yu. The guy put the movement disc in his pants pocket and said that he was coming. He wondered if there really was something to do with him. The guy opened the door and looked at the girl standing behind it, asking what happened. The girl said that Gu Qingyu sent them to him. He thought he would be bored, so he found a case for the main character. Yun Shu rubbed her cheeks with her finger and looked away awkwardly, saying that their team leader thought he was very capable. The system said that this is not a particularly useful fan who is always at her beck and call. Bai Yu looked at her with a confused face and agreed. He thought that just yesterday Gu Qingyu said that he had a week's vacation, and today he was already sent to work in the interrogation group. He realized that the croupier's people were already moving. Bai Yu left the apartment and closed the door, turning to face the girl. He said that they could go and he just had nothing to do for the next 2 days, so he could join their group. Yun Shu waved her hands in front of her and awkwardly said that the fact was that they had a lot of things to do. She lowered her head awkwardly and scratched the back of her head awkwardly, saying Gu Qingyu wanted him to be in charge of all these matters. So the amount of work is large. 7 days will not be enough. The system laughed and said that it seemed the captain understood that he would want to leave the tower without permission. Bai Yu looked ahead in confusion, thinking about Gu Qingyu. The system said that he was smart, loaded the guy with work, and at the same time brought him closer to its field of vision in order to protect him if anything happened. Bai Yu turned his back to the girl and said that he understood everything. The system said that Gu Qingyu missed something. Bai Yu smiled, saying that it was no problem, while Yun Shu looked at him in shock. The system said that Bai Yu has the best companion. Second floor of a high tower, stone structure made of square stones. There is free space in the middle. Various long, thick stone structures stretch from the building. Yun Shu said that they are there. Blue sign with the inscription Interrogation Group. The girl said that this was a branch of the headquarters of the 7th Division of the Intelligence Corps. Bai Yu and Yun Shu stood in a spacious office. There were 2 tables, a large window from which sunlight shone. A guy with glasses sat hunched over at a table in front of the window. On the table in front of him there were a bunch of folders with documents. Bai Yu asked if they had any computers here. The man sitting at the table sat leaning on the table and resting his head on his hand. He held his head, smoked a cigarette and said that such things are only available on the 3rd floor, and they don't have such things here. The man stood up from the table and Yun Shu pointed her hand at him, saying that this was the head of the interrogation team, Tianzu. The sign said, 7th Division Reconnaissance Corps, Interrogation Team, Team Leader Tian Zion. The man rubbed the back of his head and said that he had heard a lot about Bai Yu and that this time his help was needed. The unsolved cases over the past year were all here. The system said that Tian Zion, the head of the interrogation team of the 7th Division Survey Corps, is a maximalist, never cares about the result, and only enjoys the process, especially in relationships with women. Bai Yu looked at Tian Zion. A shadow fell over his eyes. He thought that it seemed that the level of technology on the 3rd floor roughly corresponded to the world of his previous life. Then the level of the 4th floor should be even higher, and the 5th floor should be like from the future. The guy asked me to tell him what these cases had in common. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked again. He said that one case is not like another, this is not some serial killer case. And if he talks about similar points, then in all these cases the main suspects have already been identified. There is a white folder with documents on the table with the sun shining on it. The man continued that they were not sure about the method of committing the crime, the motive and the evidence. He thinks that Bayou knows that on the lower floors very often the locals do not cooperate with the investigation, so it is impossible to collect evidence. The girl and Bayou stood next to the table where the man was sitting. The guy asked why they had accumulated so many cases, but in each they had only reached the stage of collecting evidence. Tianzian stood up from the table and walked past him, saying that they were still in the process of investigating. And what the guy should know is that on the lower floors there is a new case every day. The interrogation teams of all 16 units are very busy. He said, of course, there are cases that they really don't want to solve. The man sat down on the sofa, putting his hands on the back of it and throwing his head back, leaning back. He asked who sent them such a leader. Tianzian put out his cigarette on a cracked ashtray. Bayou asked if he was talking about Gu Jingyu. The man answered in the affirmative and said that the captain cared too much about such things. There's chaos on the lower floors, but the longer it goes on, the more the captain wants them to do something, to let the people downstairs know they haven't been abandoned. The man smiled. Bags were visible under his eyes, and he continued to make people understand that they do not live only to be a labor force. I said that after the apocalypse, in a world full of lies and violence, people try to escape reality through streaming. But there is always someone who wants to try to change such a world. Bayou took the blue document folder and flipped through it, asking if their team had the right to arrest the main suspects in these cases. Tianzian replied in the affirmative. He hunched over on the sofa, looking at the guy standing near the table, and continued that although their status could not be compared with the straitjacket of the tower, their superiors gave them real power. He said that at least when dealing with people on the lower floor, they have the right to arrest them and interrogate them within 7 days. Even if they arrest the wrong person and release him after a week, the authorities won't tell them anything. Bayou looked back at him and thought that this was not the trust of the superiors in their intelligence corps. This was the contempt of the people from above, and the infringement of the rights of the people from the lower floors. He thought that it seemed like Gu Qingyu would have a hard time changing things. Bayou opened his mouth, his hair covering his eyes. He asked to bring all the suspects in these cases. The guy pushed the black chair away from the table and said that if their people were not enough, then they should ask for help from other interrogation teams. The man asked in surprise, all the people. Bayou asked if there were any problems. Tianzian looked at him in surprise, and then said that this is not the case. But there are more than 100 people, can Bayou handle it? Bayou sat down at the table and rested his chin on his hands. He said that when they were outside the tower, the captain and even Lin Zhu didn't doubt his words, and he hoped that they wouldn't either. The man looked at him in shock, saying that then he was definitely not a mistake. Tianzian thought that Lin Zhu was always hostile towards newcomers. Bayou took one of the pieces of paper from the document archive and said to go and do what he said. And quickly, Tianzian immediately agreed. There were a lot of people crowding the corridor, and the noise of conversations could be heard. There were 2 people standing near the door to the interrogation group's office. One of them was standing with a clipboard for documents, and the second was telling everyone to calm down through a bullhorn. He asked to be patient, line up and everyone enter one at a time. Tianzian stood with a yellow tablet and quickly wrote something with a pen, holding a cigarette between his lips. He said that there really were a lot of people and would Bayou cope. Someone put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked what so many people were doing here. Liu Mu widened his eyes in surprise, hugging the man's shoulder. Tianzian turned his head to him and said that they were handling the business that the boss told him to hand over. Liu Mu asked what happened and whether there was a mass stabbing on the lower floor. The man with glasses looked down at the tablet again, writing something down, and said that no, they had collected all the suspects in unsolved cases. Liu Mu turned his head at him in surprise and opened his mouth. The man with glasses continued that they would presumably solve all the cases at once. Liu Mu asked loudly. He looked at the door to the interrogation room and asked, is Gu Qingyu conducting the interrogation? And that he seems to have nothing to do at all. The man waved his hand and walked down the corridor, saying that let them work, and he would go and rest. The captain said that he had just returned from a mission and was very tired. Tianzian wished him a safe journey. There is an observation room sign on the blue door. Tianzian opened the door and walked into the office holding a blue folder. He asked how things were going. The man stood with a burning cigarette and looked to the side. Yun Shu immediately said that he was just in time. The male employee said that Bai Yu began interrogating. Tian Ziyan waved his hand and looked at the large screen, which showed the interrogation chamber in which Bai Yu was sitting. He said that the staff could sit down, and looking at the screen said that he remembered a murder case. The deceased was the husband of the suspect. Bai Yu and the green-haired woman sat opposite each other. The woman turned away from the guy, closing her eyes. Tian Ziyan said that there were 2 killers, both from the bottom floor, but the woman looks gentle, as if from the 3rd floor. The man raised the cigarette to his lips and took a drag, saying that later the investigation established that the woman cheated on her husband, and their relationship did not work out at all. He said that it looked like he crawled at the feet of the goddess and courted her with all his might, even managed to marry her. But the marriage was fictitious. Therefore, the boss suspected this woman, but could not find evidence. Bai Yu looked at the woman with green hair and a purple dress sitting opposite him. She looked at him, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. There were expensive-looking jewelry on her neck and arms. The woman said that she had already said everything last time. On the day of her husband's death, she was in the casino, and all casino employees can confirm this. The system suggested that she was not a murderer, but an accomplice, a socialite who can barely scrape together a living. She's from the bottom floor, but she dresses like an aristocrat from the 3rd floor, has an affair with the casino owner. The system said that every day she fights with others for every luxury, has no savings, and does not even love her husband. A simple miner, even a little. Bai Yu frowned, putting his hand to his chin. The system said that it was better to ask Yun Shu to call the owner of this casino. The guy waved his hand at the camera and thought that apparently she had teamed up with her lover to kill her husband. The motive is money, since she is a socialite. Tian Ziyan, looking at the screen, told Yun Shu to go to Bai Yu, and she immediately answered in the affirmative. The girl walked along the corridor to the interrogation room. The door handle went down. Bai Yu left the office, handing the girl an orange folder, saying that it was on time. The guy glanced sideways at the woman who was sitting in the interrogation room and told them to bring the owner of the casino that was listed in the case and interrogate the suspects separately, like in a prisoner's dilemma. He told her during interrogation to focus on the information that he wrote down, and then their trust in each other would very soon collapse. Yun Shu held the orange folder in confusion and said that she understood everything. Bai Yu walked past her and continued down the corridor, saying that he had gone to deal with the next case and would leave that to them. Interrogation room 2. 5 minutes later, Bai Yu opens the door to the second office and leaves it, saying that the murder weapon has been identified. He hands the orange folder to the male employee and says it's a hand-sharpening tool hidden in the bookshelf. The man says that they will immediately go searching. Interrogation room 3. An hour later, the interrogation team's office. Tian Ziyan rests his hand on his knee, hunched over and breathing heavily. He wipes the sweat from his brow and says that they urgently need help. He says Gao and Wang should borrow their men from the 3rd and 9th interrogation teams. The 2 guys turn to look at him. One of them stirs the drink in the mug, asking where Tian Ziyan is in such a hurry. The second one eats something and asks if there really aren't enough people in the 7th division. A man with glasses rushes past them and says that Gu Qingyu has found a real monster somewhere. He is solving cases very quickly, and he has already involved all the people from their interrogation team. He says there aren't enough people anyway. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked for them. A man with gray hair approaches a man holding a red box of French fries. He asks how fast and says Tian Ziyan is exaggerating. The man with glasses takes a huge folder of papers, slams it on the table and answers that 10 cases solved in an hour. The man with gray hair asks again in surprise, and Tian Ziyan turns to him, saying that this guy seems to see the whole scenario of the crime. He surprisingly accurately finds all the evidence. The man takes a huge stack of papers, holding it under his arm, and goes to the door. He says that he has gone and he is also taking these matters with him. He also asks to send people to him as soon as possible. The 2 guys watch him leave with confused expressions on their faces. Tian Ziyan shouts to them that if they see old Guo and Liu Mu, let them tell them that he will also take away the people from the interrogation team of the 11th and 13th divisions. Tian Ziyan puts a large pile of sheets on the table with a loud bang and tells Yun Shu and Zhu Sai to hand over these matters to Bai Yu, and he will go coordinate the issue of temporary coordination of people from other interrogation groups. The employees answer him in agreement. A man with glasses looks at a large monitor where the interrogation camera is visible and asks which suspect Bai Yu is currently interrogating. Zhu Sai replies that it's 12 and how quickly he does it. Tian Ziyan lights a cigarette in his mouth and tells the guy to turn off the monitor and delete all recordings of previous interrogations. The employee, confused, asks what he means. He sorts through a huge stack of sheets, laying them out on the table. Tianzian exhales cigarette smoke and says that he has a feeling that if this continues, Bai Yu will solve 100 cases in one day. And knowing Liu Mu and some other captains who love to entice strangers, they definitely won't let him go. Only if they do not know what happened in the interrogation room, they will only have to guess who it was, but they will not be able to prove anything. Headquarters of the 12th Division, Captain's Office. Liu Mu holds the statement in his hand, asking about the temporary coordination statement. He sits at the table, asking what's going on. An employee with a huge pile of papers stands next to the slightly open door and says that he doesn't know. They say that it is the interrogation team of the 7th Division that has solved all the backlog of cases. They urgently need people to help with the arrest of the suspects. He said that other units 3, 9, and 11 had also already handed over people from their interrogation teams to them. Liu Mu smiled and hit the piece of paper with his palm, saying that he knows how the interrogation group of the 7th Division works, and if they could solve such old cases, they would have solved them long ago. Only if they don't. The captain suddenly realizes something. His eyes widen and he continues unless they have received reinforcements. He remembers Bai Yu, the guy is sitting with a glass in his hand, the day he met him for the first time. Liu Mu clenches the statement in his fist and hits the table with both fists, cursing. He grits his teeth and his face frowns with anger. He shouts why his unit number is 13. Late in the evening, the Intelligence Corps branch. Brick building, lights are on in the windows. 7 Division. Headquarters observation point. Zhu Sai lies face down on the table on the sofa, saying that they are finally finished. Tianzian sits at the second table and holds his forehead with his hand. There are a bunch of huge folders with documents around them. The bespectacled man says that he couldn't imagine that once Bai Yu was done with their unit's cases, he would help all the Survey Corps interrogation teams solve all their pending cases. He took the sheets of documents and drank from a white mug, saying that after reporting to his superiors about the solved cases this month, they would certainly be able to receive decent material support from the floors above. The man's eyes narrowed and he thought about Bai Yu. He said that the captain assigned the guy so much work that it couldn't be done in a week, but he did everything in a day. His abilities are now obvious. He said that he was afraid that this would lead to unnecessary problems. There was a loud knock on the door and someone said they were back. Yun Shu opened the door, holding an orange folder and saying that Bai Yu wanted to discuss something with Tianzian. The guy stood nearby and said that earlier he heard the head mention financial support from the upper floors, and asked what it was. Tianzian spread his hands, holding a white mug in one, and smiled. He said the interrogation group is different from other groups. He said that in order to receive financial support from the upper floors, they need to submit a certain report on solved cases every month. He said that before the arrival of Gu Qingyu, previous captains often falsified reports, but when he became a captain, he never did such a thing. Gu Qingyu stands in the yellow sparkling light. The system said that it did not expect the captain to be so strict. Outside the tower he is simply a killer, but inside he is just as unshakable. Bai Yu said that with the captain's character, he would never allow them to close the case without finding out the whole truth, and that it must have been a long time since they had seen this material support from the upper floors. Yun Shu and Zhu Sai nodded immediately. They said that Bai Yu saved them this time by solving all the cases, and that thanks to him, their group, constantly feeding from expeditions outside the tower, can finally exhale. Tianzian stood up, holding 2 white mugs in his hands, and said that these matters had been lying around for a long time, like an old debt that has been hanging around for more than a day or two. He handed a mug of coffee to Bai Yu and asked him what the guy wanted to talk to him about. He said that there are now enough workers. Bai Yu and Tianzian clinked their coffee mugs, and the guy said that since they finished early, they could free themselves early. He said that he needed to clarify the current situation for everyone. The guy looked down at the mug and said that he had no talent for investigations at all. He was only lucky to ask good questions. And as a freelancer, the head of Tianzian gave him a good opportunity to practice. 3 employees stood and looked at him awkwardly. The man with glasses said that now no one would believe him to say that he has no talent. Zhu Sai clenched his hand into a fist and sadly said that he understood. It's like excellent students saying after an exam that they wrote the answers by accident. But it doesn't sound convincing at all. Bai Yu pointed to the orange folder that Yun Shu was clutching to her chest and said that when the interrogation of the suspects was over, he would give them details on these cases to complete them. He said that most of the cases solved this time are not related to him, it is just a coincidence. The guy turned his back to the others and walked through the office while the employees looked at him. He said that all these cases were solved because the captain secretly helped them with the investigation, and they found the evidence a long time ago. So all the cases were solved a long time ago, and today they just closed them. Holding a white mug of coffee, Bai sat down at the table by the window. He said that perhaps everyone would begin to suspect something, but in the documents they would have enough details and evidence. If someone starts asking questions later, they will simply take out the documents and provide everything. Tian Ziyan turned and looked at him, saying he meant that they were in charge of the investigation, and the main character was just an ordinary employee responsible for reconciling the data. Bai Yu replied in the affirmative. The man with glasses turned to him and raised his hands questioningly, asking why they would do that. Why was it necessary to wait to close all cases at once? He said that somehow it didn't fit. The main character took some papers, reading them and drinking from a coffee mug. He smiled and looked up at the man, saying to attract special attention from the upper floors. Tian Ziyan looked at him in confusion and asked if the guy wasn't going to hide himself. Bai Yu put the mug on the table and said that what he would say now was only his personal opinion. The guy crossed his legs, putting one on top of the other and clasped his hands together. He said that he doesn't have warm feelings for the 3 floors above, but over these couple of days he roughly understood that the bottom floor is one big crime scene. While the upper floors are not paying attention, new cases will constantly appear below. Any business needs to be looked at both closely and globally. If you look closely, criminals commit crimes because of their own moral decay or some moments in life that drive them crazy. Image of a person. His eyes are wide open and he has red handcuffs on his hands. Bai Yu continued that from a global perspective, we need to think about what kind of social environment makes them commit crimes so often. The guy smiled, saying that the latter was beyond their control, the little people from the interrogation group. To change this situation, political support from the highest levels is needed. Tian Ziyan smiled nervously, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The man thought this was true. He is ready to bet that if the captain heard this, even his indifferent face would have a smile. The man with glasses took the orange case file from Yunshu and said that Bai Yu is right. Perhaps if they transfer so many cases at once, it will attract special attention from the upper floors. He told Yunshu and Zusai to tell everyone in the group that they had a lot of work to do in the next 2 days. They need to make sure that all the details and evidence in the cases match and do not contradict each other. At the same time, they need to take good care of the criminals. Tian Ziyan turned to Bai Yu, who was sitting on the sofa with his hands on his knees. He told him that the criminals were arrested one by one. Did he remember their oral testimony in detail? The guy laughed and closed his eyes, smilingly saying that isn't it normal for a member of an interrogation team to have instant memory? This phrase pierced through all 3 members of the interrogation group. A few days later, Intelligence Corps Branch, 7th Division Captain's Office. Gu Qingyu was sitting at the table and writing something with a fountain pen in one of the folders. He said that Tian Ziyan told him that Bai Yu had solved all the cases. The guy stood in front of the captain's table with his hands behind his back. He said that outsiders should not say this. The hand holding the pen stopped. Gu Qingyu raised his head to Bai Yu and said that he was in such a hurry to get out of the tower that he even quickly dealt with all the work that Gu Qingyu assigned him. The guy calmly replied that members of the Reconnaissance Corps were prohibited from leaving the tower without permission. The captain looked at the guy, frowning. He said that this is true, so he should understand what he is doing. If Gu Qingyu caught him, the punishment would be very severe. In addition, Bai Yu must be clearly aware of his strengths. If the situation is deadly, it's better not to get into it. The system said that the captain was hinting that one should not leave traces behind oneself and should take care of one's safety. Bai Yu silently looked at the captain, thinking that Gu Qingyu was becoming more and more interesting. The captain stood up from the table, resting his hands on it and lowering his head. He said that he had already handed over the report on the solved cases to his superiors. The captain walked around the table, approaching Bai Yu and saying that restoring order on the lower floor was a long process. By handing over so many tasks at once, they may find themselves under pressure. But the pressure on people who interfere with them will be even greater. After all, there are many matters related to their areas of responsibility. Gu Qingyu put his hand on Bai Yu's shoulder and said that he did a good job. The guy thanked him. The captain handed the guy a blue pass with gold Roman numerals 7. He said this was his reward. If the main character needs to leave the tower, he can take equipment from the supply group. Some items require access, but if the guy shows this, he will be allowed through. Bai Yu took the pass, looking at it. Praise I said that the reconnaissance corps has been coming out of the tower for so many years. Of course there will be many good things, although they use most of them purely for their weapons. But there are also many Jilin with unknown effects that are stored in the treasury. With this pass he has the opportunity to use them. The system said that the things in the treasury are definitely better than those in Jianlu port. Bai Yu put the pass in his pocket and looked at Gu Qingyu, asking if there were any other orders. The captain crossed his arms and replied that he had sent a report on their expedition. After 4 days, the Restraint Corps will send a dignitary to them to find out the details. The captain remembered the arachnid fallen Ilya and Hong Yin from the Black Fog with many eyes. He said he thought the upper floors were interested in what was happening in that hospital, especially the high-level fallen who had retained their sanity. They would ask for details. Bai Yu glanced sideways at the captain and said that he understood that he needed to answer. He asked whether Lin Zhu and Shang Xiaoi would be interrogated. The captain leaned on the table, saying that everyone would be questioned. Bai Yu said that then he hopes that the captain will help him keep one secret. Du Qingyu asked which one. The guy remembered the blue disc with a pattern of a golden star. He asked not to tell the restraining corps about the disc they found at the end. The captain fell silent, his eyes narrowed, and he asked if there was anything special about him. Bai Yu said that he is still looking into it, and he will let you know what the results are. The captain said he understood and would tell others not to mention the disc. He reached for the blue folder on the table. Gu Qingyu handed it to Bai Yu, saying that this was agreed information and that the guy should check it. On the folder was written a report of the first study of the 9th Psychiatric Hospital. The guy took the folder and leafed through it. Praise I said that the study of the 9th Mental Hospital was recorded in every detail. But they changed something. Shi and Yin Shuang were responsible for the work of monitoring and directing the team together. The system said that Gu Qingyu is very protective of Bai Yu. The guy closed the blue folder and said that he remembered. Gu Qingyu closed his eyes and said that since he remembered, he could go to the supply group and choose something for self-defense. The guy walked to the door and turning to the captain, said goodbye and thanked him. The main character closed the door and Gu Qingyu was left alone in the office, standing at his desk. The captain put his fist to his forehead and said that he did not expect the guy to cope with all the work in one day. He thought that there were also unexpected surprises. He smiled and said that it looked like he should make another assessment of Bai Yu's abilities. The main character raised his head, looking up. The guy near the entrance to the building said that they had arrived. Armory Depot of the Intelligence Corps. The building was shabby. Next to it there was a small fence with orange lanterns. A guy with dark hair stood leaning against the wall, pointing inward with his thumb. Intelligence Corps, member of Jingchu supply team. He said that this was their armory, although there are things inside that don't look like weapons. The system said that Jingchu likes Yunshu, but he likes Zhu Sai. They entered a room filled with cabinets and boxes. It was lit by lamps, and various thick wires were visible on the wall and ceiling. Jingchu said not to pay attention to the mess. Everything that the 7th Division brought from expeditions is here. Bai Wu looked at several boxes on the shelf. The employee said that there were some good Jilins there and that the guy should choose and take his time. White mug with a brown pattern on the plate. Praise I said that this was someone's large coffee mug. It was found in a cafe in the ruins of a once open city. If you pour coffee into it, it will make it taste perfect and keep it in that state forever. But this only works on coffee. There was a green pendant hanging on the mannequin, and next to it were 2 black gloves. The system said that the stage voice changing device hides each one and automatically selects a male or female voice based on preference. Lin Zhu would like it. She said that the gloves, which are on the hands of a completely unarmed person, will themselves become weapons. Does anything else need to be explained here? Bai Yu looked over, the system window reflected in his eyes. There was a white smiling mask on the shelf. She had what looked like 2 horns on her forehead and her eyes glowed red. The system said that the mask could not be damaged, but as his health dropped, the mask's effect would also begin to weaken until his face was completely revealed. The system said that this was fate and in the 9th Mental Hospital. Bai Yu had already seen messages related to it. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed. He remembered standing in one of the hospital rooms, reading something. The system said that it was exactly in one of the archive documents. But at that moment, the main task was to search for information that would help in the fight against Hong Yin. But the Eye of Prey saved some unnecessary and minor clues for Bai Yu. It was written on the paper that in a neighboring city a legend arose that the masked man began to catch the fallen. At first it seemed to the author that this was an ordinary urban legend. But who would have thought that today he would see it with his own eyes? The masker transferred all the fallen he caught to the 9th Psychiatric Hospital. They say that there was some kind of agreement with the director of the hospital. Bai Yu took the mask in his hand, examining it and thinking that if this is really the mask of that masked man, then someone has already been to that city before. Although the world outside the tower is random, it seems that every zone and space outside it is somehow connected. Jing Chu looked at him with his arms crossed and asked if he would choose this mask. The guy raised the mask in front of him and shook it slightly, saying that all that was lying here were household items, and it was completely unclear how to use them. In comparison, the mask is not so useless. The employee looked at Bai Yu, who put the mask into his bag and said that was true, but wouldn't he look at anything else? The guy replied that it would do just fine. Today, Bai Yu was holding a white mask with red eyes. Liu Chengzi let out a long, joyful wow. She looked at the mask with shining eyes, bending down and bringing her clenched hands to her face. The girl asked if this was a Survey Corps product, and that you don't usually see this. She asked Bai Yu to give her a couple of days to play with her. The guy put the mask back in his bag and said that she already knew that she wouldn't give it. He asked her if everything was ready with the equipment and formalities. Liu Chengzi put her hand on her chest, raised her head proudly and said that how could she not cope with such nonsense, and if he had failed, he would have been unworthy even to look after her. The girl leaned over while Bai Yu watched her. He said that by noon on the second day she had already retrieved the equipment and kept his identity a secret. But her boyfriend didn't say he was giving it to her. He needed to see the result first. If everything goes well, then he will let them use it for a long time. Liu Chengzi pulled out a large box containing some kind of device. The girl said that this was the earliest streaming equipment on the lower floor. There are 3 of these in total, 2 more are from other streaming companies. The system said that it looked like what Bai Yu had seen earlier, but it would not be able to transmit the image to the 3rd floor. Only on TV screens in Jianlu Port on the lower floor. There is some guy outside. Bai Yu must be mindful of safety. She told him not to forget to put on a mask so that no one would recognize him. The guy took the shackle-like device in his hands, examining them. He asked the girl about the time and she replied that as soon as he was ready, they would immediately organize everything. Bai Yu said that recently all the broadcasts are fake. It is too dangerous outside the tower, and there are fewer and fewer people who want to go out. There were only 6 real streams this year, but in 5 of them the streamers were torn apart by the Fallen. He said that all the spectators on the lower floor, although scared, were on the other hand excited. Liu Chengzi put his index finger to his cheek. Behind her were silhouettes of people in different masks with red eyes. She said that this is why the main sponsors of the port are really looking forward to the debut of Bai Yu. The system said that this was popular at one time, but in the end the broadcasts are not real. For these people, streaming outside the tower is the same as underground wrestling from the past, something that really sharpens the senses. The main character put his hand to his chin, thinking. He said that based on their past experience, its survival rate is approximately 16%. He thought that considering that on the lower floor there are no normal ways of earning money and the Fallen are kept separate, he could try. The guy narrowed his eyes, knitted his eyebrows and thought that if everything turned out to be really bad, he could always return to the starting point. Liu Chengzi smiled happily and took out a blue suit and a brown coat from the box. He said that he should think carefully, but her instinct tells her that the main character is not a failure, but outside the tower no one would dare to say that nothing will happen to him. She said look here and that these are Jillin's clothes. Maybe he will need it while streaming outside. Bai Wu looked at the blue suit awkwardly. The system said that the leotard is in the style of a superhero 700 years ago. It suggested refusing because it was really creepy. Although there is Jilin who can hold back a certain amount of attack. Liu Chengzi crossed her arms and chuckled, closing her eyes. She said that they would add a mask from the intelligence core and the issue with the suit would be resolved. She said that there was the last stage left. Bai Yu is a member of the Survey Corps and cannot leave the tower without permission. The badge on Bai Yu's jacket has his face on it. The girl continued that he could join the mercenary forces and register as a mercenary. She waved her hand at the guy and said that she would take him there, and that little Chengzi's shop would be closed today. Dolo Street, mercenary troops. Bai Yu and Liu Chengzi stand in front of the table. On the other side of them sits a man in black glasses and with a cigar in his teeth. Behind him is a shelf with alcohol. He asks about one person and says that for reasons of humanity, a group of mercenaries can be registered if there are at least 6 people in it. The man looks at Bai Yu, a yellow streak visible in his white hair. He says that, however, as we know, there is always a reaction to an action. Even if he is alone, he can be registered and forge certificates for the 5 remaining comrades, only if he is willing to cover the additional costs of TSH 500. Bai Yu stretches out his hand and looks at Liu Chengzi. She rummages through her belt bag and says that she will pay anyway. The girl puts a bag on the counter. The man with the cigar smiles and says that this will make things more fun. A man's hand with a cigar between his fingers. Baiyu looks at him. The man says that according to the rules, he must come up with, or rather name, the names of his comrades. Code names are also suitable. The main character speaks Constantine almost immediately. The man writes everything down on a piece of paper and asks who is second. The guy says the name Bai Pio, which translates to freebie. The man looks at him in confusion and asks if he is sure that he should call him that. And he asks who is third. The main character says Satsi Iden, which translates as next time for sure. The guy continues and says that the fourth name is Shansi Gale, which translates as given away last time. The girl behind him covers her mouth with her hands and laughs. Baiyu says that the fifth is called Liu Chengjai, which is similar to Liu Chengzi. The girl looks at him with displeasure and says that it's obvious that this is about her. The main character continues that the sixth name is Satsi Yibuiding, which translates as next time not necessarily. A man with white hair looks at him in confusion. The ash from his cigar falls onto a piece of paper. Liu Chengzi turns to the guy and shouts displeasedly that she is helping him pay bribes, settling issues, and has even already agreed with the shadow sponsor of the streams outside the tower on the distribution of profits. And he shoved her into a pile with nicknames like Bai Pio and how to understand that. The man behind the counter thought silence was golden and hoped they would finish soon. View of the city, the sun was setting below the horizon. Liu Chengzi's eyes widened in surprise and her mouth opened. Baiyu turned to the girl who was standing in the doorway of his apartment. He put the bag on the table and said that this was his home. And to make it easier for her to contact him in the future, he showed her the way. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him displeasedly, saying that he was doing everything his own way again. She said they were now partners and she insisted that he give her at least one chance to use the camera. Bao Yu agreed and sat down on the table, resting his cheek on his hand. A bag with a mask inside stood on the table next to him. He said that since they were partners, she could tell him what was so special about this camera. He asked why she was so interested in him and what had been recorded on him in the past. The girl looked away and asked who told him that something was filmed on him. Baiyu looked at her calmly and said that she need not ask such questions, and that since he established that there is something on the camera, then he has grounds for this. Liu Chengzi turned away from him, and the guy continued that her face had already given her away, and since they are partners, why not share? And that of course, if you can't talk about it, then she can refuse. The girl fell silent. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow and she said that it was okay if she told him. Liu Chengzi clasped her other hand and turned away and said that 2 years ago, 2 of her friends disappeared. 2 aristocrats at a feast. The girl said that there is a clear hierarchy in the tower. The higher ones mock the lower ones. This is a common thing. 2 girls sit on their knees under white light. Next to them is a face in a red mask. Liu Chengzi continued that 3 years ago, women disappeared from the lower floor one after another, about 1 per week. They were united by their beautiful appearance. She said that people from the bottom floor went to the top 3, but the result was always the same. Men were sent to participate in survival games, and some women too. But beautiful women went through something else first. She said she thought she shouldn't tell her what they were going through. Liu Chengzi sat on the bed, sadly lowering her head and putting her hands on her knees. Baiyu thought that in the tower era with its backward social system, this could actually happen often. These women, in the end, did not expect anything good. The girl clasped her hands on her knees and said that the people on the upper floors had all their needs covered. They were bored with all the entertainment. She raised her head and said that those girls would not return either. They were sent outside the tower. She heard that all those fallen outside were once human. She asked if Baiyu would be able to meet the man from the tower outside one day during the expedition. The main character fell silent and did not answer, lowering his head. The orange sunset light shone from the window. Liu Chengzi laughed awkwardly and sadly and said that it seemed impossible to answer this question. She raised her head and smiled, saying that she used to be involved in another business. She and her friends opened a clothing store, so that people from the lower floor can also dress stylishly. She smiled, her eyes slightly red. The girl said that she was not always the same as she is now, and that she also dreamed big before. Only then the girls disappeared. Liu Chengzi stood between the 2 girls, smiling and making a peace sign with her fingers. The girls' faces were not visible, only black silhouettes. She continued that their common goal naturally disappeared with them. The store closed. She managed to get out of it, but she could no longer continue the old business. Liu Chengzi lowered her head again and looked down sadly, saying that in order to go to the restraint corps and inform on the aristocrats, you need to have ironclad evidence. And if only they weren't so nosy. Bai Yu looked at Liu Chengzi and thought that her friends might have been trying to investigate the case of girls being kidnapped by people from the higher floors. The system said that this is not something that people from the bottom floor should poke their noses into. Most of those girls were street children, but Liu Chengzi's friends were able to open a store on the ground floor, so they have a certain savvy and connections. The system said that in theory, perverts from the upper floors who wanted to play with women would not choose such people. The Jilin camera to which Liu Chengzi reaches out. Bai Yu thought that they had finally gone and even filmed something incredible, but problems began. The film from the camera was destroyed, and its owner went missing. He thought that Liu Chengzi constantly makes connections with a variety of men, and this circle of acquaintances is becoming wider. This is apparently also a precaution. Bai Yu rested his forehead on his hand. His face was not visible. He thought he finally understood why it was so easy to register for the mercenary forces. This makes it easier for people at the top to carry out their dirty deeds. He thought that here it was, the world of a high tower, rotten from top to bottom. Bai Yu stood up from his chair and said that it was good to have a fair heart, but they underestimated their opponents. Liu Chengzi looked at him in surprise. He turned away. Tears appeared in her eyes and she said that he seemed to have guessed. She said that so much time had passed, they had long been played with and thrown outside the tower. The girl was sitting on the bed with her hands on her knees, her orange long ponytails lying on the bed. She asked Bai Yu if her friends had turned into fallen ones. If they met her outside, they would eat her. The guy replied that the world outside the tower is huge, and there is no need to think about what has not happened yet. He came closer to the girl and said that if he met them there, he would tell them that Liu Chengzi missed her very much. The girl's eyes widened. She turned to Bai Yu with tears in her eyes and trembling lips. Suddenly, Bai Yu pushed her out the door and told her that he needed to change clothes and get ready to leave the tower. The guy put a white mask on his face. A brown cloak fluttered in the wind. Bai Yu stood in a blue suit and brown cloak, adjusting his glove. His face was hidden by a white mask with a smile and red eyes, and he said that he was leaving. Outside the tower, the sky was obscured by clouds, and it was raining among the leaves. The guy with blue hair was breathing heavily, water dripping from his hair. A man with red hair and a red cloak turned towards two people with an angry face. They were sitting in a large hollow tree, and the red-haired man told everyone to calm down as much as possible and stop thinking about what happened. He shouted, breathed in deeply and sighed deeply several times. The guy with blue hair looked up at him in tears. He said that Mr. Senimazi. The captain interrupted him sharply, tears also flowing down his cheeks. The man covered the guy's mouth and shouted that if he didn't calm down now, he would throw him out of the hollow. He said that that monster could come to the smell of his emotions and that those people died asking, and he also wanted to die. 3 people were sitting inside a large tree on the ground. The bald, dark man said that all this is still the case. The monster has broken the teleportation discs. The bald man clenched his teeth and had strange glasses on his eyes. Behind the huge tree it was raining. The man said that all they could do was wait for death. 4 hours ago, 5 people appeared in the middle of the forest from a yellow flash. The captain told Old Si to determine the number of fallen nearby, and the rest prepared for battle. The tall bald man adjusted his glasses over his eyes and told the captain that there was only 1 fallen in this jungle, and his aura was very weak. The captain with red hair looked to the side and said that it looked like this expedition would be very easy. He grinned and knitted his eyebrows, saying that they would have a good hunt for this fallen one. The captain looked up, his eyes wide with fear, water running down his face. The long blue monster was cut in half. He held Ermazi in his limb, devouring him. Blood gushed out of the man. The guy with blue hair looked at this in shock, standing next to the captain. Drops of water ran down his face. The captain shouted to urgently activate the teleportation disc and return to the tower. The monster's second limb elongated and abruptly pierced the other man right through. The fallen grabbed the bloody teleportation disc. The red-haired man looked up in horror, drops of blood flying above him. The monster raised his hand to himself, his body completely restored. He held Ermazi in one hand, and with the other he bit through the teleportation disc. The captain shouted why this monster could not be killed. Now, a group of 3 people sat inside the cave with their heads down. The red-haired captain said that it was now clear that the fallen one had pretended to be weak from the very beginning in order to lure them into a trap. The face of a blue monster with blue eyes. The captain said that if his guesses were correct, then he had an unusually high intelligence. Perhaps he even knew what the teleportation disc was for. That's why he broke all their teleportation discs in the first place. The entire group received interference. Bald man, nuisance outside the tower, corruption. Captain in a red cloak, interference outside the tower, slow down. Guy with blue hair, interference outside the tower, slow down. The captain frowned and looked away, saying that it seemed like 4 hours had passed. He said that they had nothing that could be opposed to him, and now they are also hindered. He said it couldn't be worse. The guy with blue hair put his hand on his forehead and said that maybe if they calmed down, maybe they could avoid death. The man with glasses looked at his comrades and said that they will all die soon. There is no need to build false hopes, and the chance that people will stumble upon them outside the tower is extremely small. The guy with blue hair covered his face with his hand, and the captain lowered his head. The man with glasses continued that the monster would soon eat up Old Sun, and in the time they had left, they could think about something wonderful. The captain slammed his spear into the ground and said that they might die, but they couldn't just sit and wait to die. He shouted to both people to cheer up. The captain looked outside and said with a gloomy face that the rain had stopped. They may try to escape from this place. A man in a brown cloak stopped next to the tree. The captain's eyes widened in fear and he turned around and screamed how the monster could come back so quickly. Bai Yu, wearing a mask, a blue suit and a cloak, stood in the middle of the jungle. He told the group to come out and let them look at them. He said that the next rain would be in 300 seconds and they had little time, and if they wanted to survive, it would be best to exchange information while they explored the area. The group looked at him in shock, their mouths open, realizing that he was a man. Port of Jianluo. A large pole has screens on each of the 4 sides. On one of them, the cover of Bai Yu is illuminated. Liu Chengzi is leaning against the wall, with 2 people in front of her. She brings the walkie-talkie to her face and says she's ready. The girl screams to turn it on. The screen lights up blue. Someone asks why the TV broke. People smile and say that this is a stream outside the tower. Liu Chengzi turns around and leaves. Someone says to call Old Man Wang, and that they are broadcasting outside the tower again. Outside the tower, an unknown jungle. Bai Yu stands in a brown raincoat and with a bag on his shoulder, looking at the group of 3 people in front of him and saying that they finally got out. Praise I asks why there are only 3 left from a team of 5. Why did the weak fallen one carry out such a massacre? Why all the teleportation discs were broken and what happened to the bald one? What grief he had to go through. A group of 3 stood in front of Bai Yu, the captain looking at him with a frown. The system continued to ask what kind of secrets are still unknown to anyone, hidden under the strong appearance of his sideburns. Behind this lies a change in human nature or moral decay. The system said, "Welcome to the world of the 7th student." Bai Yu stood with a white mask on his face, thinking about the 7th disciple. He thought that this seemed to be the fallen fellow disciple of Elijah, the 7th of that teacher's teachings. The bald man gritted his teeth and asked when Bai Yu came and whether he was a devil or a fallen one. The system showed the table. Liang Yu, accompanying force level 3, stage 1. Debuff, corruption. She said that he really thought about death, but now his desire to live is higher than others, high enough to do anything. She said that Bai Yu better remember what she says now, in the end he will have to make a choice. The guy lowered his head and thought, talking about the devil or the fallen. He thought it was a choice task again. The guy said that neither option leads to a good outcome. How much does Liang Yu want to die? The captain looked at him displeasedly and put his spear in front of him, saying that although it is very inspiring to see a living person now, who is he? The system showed the table, Yang Zhen, accompanying force level 3, stage 1. Debuff, confusion. She said that this man spoke in a very old-fashioned way. It's a pity that Hollywood closed 700 years ago and they won't make Wolverine 5. Such an actor is disappearing. Yang Zheng brought the spear to Bai Yu's face, extending his hand. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, and the system said that it should warn him that he spontaneously had an idea. He wanted to kill him and then take the Bai Yu disc for teleportation. But he's confused now. Bai Yu touched the blade of the captain's spear and said that he had already lost 2 partners due to underestimating the enemy. He said that the accompanying force at the first stage of the 3rd level is too weak, and he is not particularly oriented in space now. If he is not mistaken, then they have been outside the tower for 4 hours. He said that it is better to weigh everything carefully and not make hasty decisions. Yang Zhen's eyes widened in shock and his eyebrows knitted together. He thought that the guy was able to determine the level of his accompanying power with one glance. And is he really a sniffer above level 4? The captain lowered his spear and stood straight. He thought that this could not be true and that the sniffer would not have ventured into this area alone. He realized that this man was strong. The captain asked to forgive him. Bai Yu put a finger to his lips, his mask smiling. He said they could call him Constantine, and if they want to survive, they better throw their ideas out of their heads. The guy with blue hair nervously looked at Bai Yu and asked if they could really survive. The system displayed a table, Kin Lin, accompanying Force Level 2, Stage 6. Debuff, Slow. The system said that he is a chimera from Egypt with light eyes. Attack power in the region of 28-0 to 35-0, comes from the dragon race. She said that despite the above, he is the most cowardly and the most adequate of them. She also said that he has an interesting talent. Talent 777, Disc of Joy and Sadness. Bai Yu looked at the guy with his arms crossed, thinking about his talent. Yang Zhen held the spear with both hands and said that with Bai Yu's permission, he wanted to ask a question. Why don't he lend them the teleportation disc and they'll bring help to save him? The captain introduced himself and said that he had some reputation among the mercenaries, and his words could be trusted. Bai Yu looked at him silently. The group of 3 and Bai Yu stood opposite each other. The system said that all 3 should be present in this dungeon. If one person gets lost, the consequences can be dire. In addition, for 3 people there are 8 different endings, the rewards for which also differ. Wealth, fame, information, jiling item or standard talent. She asked if Bai Yu needed everything, and she advised me to choose carefully. Bai Yu behind the mask looked thoughtfully to the side, thinking about 3 people and 8 outcomes. The 3 people in the group glowed with different colors. The captain was red, Kin Lin was green, and Liang Yu was yellow. Bai Yu thought that it seemed to be related to the survivors, bald, old-fashioned, and chimera. With 3 people there would actually be 8 combinations. 3 will survive, or 1 will survive, or 2 will survive. There are 8 options in total. He thought the fallen one in the area was interesting too. Bai Yu said he didn't trust them. Yang Zhen put his hand to his chest and indignantly asked why. He said that only the Sir has the disc, in which case the way out of the predicament is to send someone authoritative back. He will return and use the number to bring in a rescue party. Bai Yu looked at them through his mask and said that the monster has a very strong perception, and have they thought about why the monster did not kill them, but destroyed their discs? The man frowned and said that he could only assume that the fallen one had a certain intelligence. Bai Yu said that is true. The red eyes of the mask glowed and he said that earlier the monster allowed them to hide, and did not destroy everyone at once. He said the monster enjoyed their fear and despair. The group of 3 looked at Bai Yu behind them. There was a memory of a monster reaching out to them and smiling. The main character continued that for the fallen, the more fear and despair they are in, the more negative emotions they experience before death, the more fragrant they are. He said that the monster destroyed their teleportation discs and played cat and mouse with them, just to make the food taste better. Kin Lin fell to his knees and muttered that the fallen one was just playing with them. Bai Yu extended his hand and said that this is also good news. They can no longer force themselves to hide their fear as there is no need for it. If one prey escapes, the main character is confident that he will immediately grab the rest and devour them. The guy tilted his head and asked that now Yang Zhen will also choose the rescue team. The man with red hair frowned and said that if this was true, then when he smelled the guy, shouldn't he be afraid that he would lead people away and immediately devour them? Bai Yu bowed his head and waved his hand, saying that the monster could not smell him. He walked closer to Yang Zhen, saying that if they want to survive here, then they need to figure out how to find the secret of this area. Bai Yu turned around sharply and walked to the side, putting his hands in his pockets. The red-haired man looked back at him in surprise. The main character said that then they would kill the monster.